first thing the dying world gave them was wind, not the dungeon's managed air. Not the cave circulation of stone corridors. Actual wind, coming hard from the northwest, crossing a long distance over cold ground and picking up everything the ground had to offer on the way. It smelled like iron and frost and something underneath both of those, organic, faintly wrong, the smell of land that had been through something it had not recovered from. It hit all 9 of them at once coming out of the exit shaft. Some people recoiled. Some lifted their faces to it. Everyone registered it, because the wind was the first completely unmanaged thing any of them had experienced since the goddess yanked them from their Thursday nights. Taelo breathed it in and ran mind's lens on the landscape before his eyes adjusted to the starlight. The scan came back different from anything he had run before. Not on people. Not on creatures. Not on dungeon mechanisms. On the land itself. He had not known the lens could do this. The system gave him the environmental profile of the plains below the dungeon mountain range with the same neutral efficiency it applied to everything. Former agricultural use. Current status, fallow, not the intentional fallow of a resting field. The fallow of a field abandoned mid-season and never returned to. Then to the bottom of the profile. World vitality, 23%. He held this. 23 was not a number that said troubled. It was a number that said final portion. It was the specific reading of something large and self-sustaining that had been losing the thing that kept it alive long enough that the loss had become structural. The dungeon system had told them the world was dying. The goddess had told them the world was dying. But dying was a word. 23% was a measurement. It had a timeline attached even if the timeline was not displayed. He did not share this with the group. Not because he was hiding it. Because information had timing. He filed world vitality, 23% in the place where he kept the numbers that ran under everything else, and he looked at the landscape. It stretched from the mountain range base in every direction the starlight reached. Flat, vast, the kind of plains terrain that had been beautiful when alive. The frozen grass caught the light in broken silver patterns. The dead tree lines ran at intervals that made sense as old field boundaries. Managed growth, stripped now, branches holding their shapes against the sky with the patience of things that did not know they were supposed to fall. Lights in the distance. 3 directions. A cluster to the southwest that flickered like something running on emergency power. 2 smaller groupings north and east that were either outposts or the remains of something larger. The southwest lights were the closest. The flickering was not wind-caused. It was the flicker of a source being managed rather than running freely. The eastern horizon was orange-gray. Not dawn, the stars in that direction were not obscured by cloud. They were obscured by something lower. Something that sat at the level where smoke would sit if the fire was too large to rise above its own output. Something had been burning in the east for a long time. The color of it said sustained phase, not acute. Past the point where fast things burned. Now working through everything that burned slow. He was reading the horizon when the patrol found them. They came from the southwest. Quiet enough that the group didn't hear them until 40 feet out. Not sneaking, just moving with the economy of people who had eliminated noise through repetition rather than intent. 3 soldiers. Functional armor. Repaired in visible places, those repairs themselves repaired in some cases. The whole ensemble said, still doing its job, and its job was not to look impressive. They stopped at 30 feet and the one in front assessed the group in about 5 seconds. Not dramatically. The way a professional assessed an unknown variable, quick, systematic, filing the results before deciding on tone. He said they were from the forward hold. He said the hold processed dungeon exits from this range. He said the group should come with them. He said it in the register of someone delivering a procedure rather than issuing a threat. Not hostile. Not warm. Procedural. Taelo noted the tone. He noted what it said about the forward hold's relationship to dungeon survivors. He noted that the soldier had said processes, present tense, established, which meant this was not a novel occurrence. This world had been receiving people from dungeon exits long enough to have a standing procedure for it. He noted the term the soldier used. Summon ones. That was what they called them. The people pulled from elsewhere. Summon ones. Not reverent. Not resentful. Procedural. The word had been said with no particular weight behind it, which meant it had been said enough times that the weight had worn off. Taelo filed this and started walking. The walk to the forward hold was 40 minutes across flat frozen terrain. The patrol set a pace that was purposeful without being urgent. It was the pace of people who had somewhere to be and had long since stopped running to get there. Boots on frozen grass made a specific sound, a dry compression, the moisture in the soil having been locked out by the cold. It was a sound that repeated for 40 minutes and was not unpleasant. Taelo used the 40 minutes. He watched the patrol the way he had watched everyone since day one, from the peripheral register, with the lens running at passive background, building the profile without pointing his full attention at the target. The soldier who had spoken first was the one he focused on. Early 20s. His armor fit him the way armor fits someone who grew into it rather than someone it was made for, which meant he had been wearing some version of it since before he stopped growing. He ran mind's lens on the soldier. The stats came back as real-world stats, not dungeon stats, not the accelerated numbers of people who had been dropped into a system and forced to develop at dungeon pace. These were the stats of someone who had been building them the slow way. Through years of actual fighting. The distribution was experienced, not exceptional. Nothing that would have stood out in the dungeon camp's roster. Except one thing. Tactical intuition. The system flagged it in the way it flagged things that were operating above their labeled classification, not with the full notation of legendary or heroic, which were the labels it used when something was at the top of its category. This was a different flag. The flag for something that was outside its category. Something for which the category was insufficient. Taelo watched how the soldier moved the group. He had positioned his two companions without visible instruction. One on the left flank, one at the rear, not the obvious positions, but the positions that covered the angles that 9 unknown dungeon survivors, spread in their natural walking arrangement, left open. He had done this in the first 30 seconds of the walk. He had not stopped to calculate it. It had arrived already completed. When Bowen's leg made him slow slightly, the injury from the valley managing itself at the cost of pace, the soldier adjusted the group's speed without being asked and without drawing attention to the adjustment. He had read the hitch in Bowen's stride and recalculated the walk's timeline and updated the pace before Bowen had covered another 10 feet. No announcement. Just done. Taelo filed this soldier with the specific care he used for things he was going to want later. He looked at the flickering lights of the forward hold getting closer. He thought about world vitality, 23%. He thought about decided sitting in him like a stone in still water. He thought about the list he was building and where this soldier fit on it. The soldier's name, he heard one of the others use during the walk, was Ren. He filed the name. The forward hold was a walled settlement. Not a city. Not a village. The specific size of a place built for a purpose and not grown beyond it, because growth required stability and stability was not the current operating condition. The walls were stone. Not decorative stone, not the stone of a place that built walls as symbols. Load-bearing stone. The kind that had taken hits and had the history of those hits visible in the patch sections and the newer mortar and the places where the wall had been rebuilt from something that had not survived. They came through the gate in single file because the gate was that kind of gate. The guards at it looked at the patrol and looked at the 9 people behind the patrol and made the same procedural assessment the patrol leader had made. Then they stood aside. Inside, barracks. A medical facility that was clearly the busiest building. The light from it was the warmest and most consistent in the hold, the power being managed elsewhere but not there. A logistics center with people moving through it even at this hour. A command structure that was visible as a command structure because it was the tallest building in the intersection and the one with the most people going in and out at a pace that said the work never actually stopped. The escort took them to a processing area. The room existed for exactly this. That was the thing that told Taelo the most. The room was not improvised. It was not a storage room that had been cleared to accommodate an unusual situation. It was designed. Intake counters, a waiting area with benches that had been used long enough to show it, a filing system along one wall that was organized and extensive. This room had been receiving summoned ones from dungeon exits for long enough that someone had built a room specifically for receiving them and had stocked it and maintained it and added to the filing system on the wall every time a new group came through. He sat on one of the benches and looked at the filing system while they waited and thought about how many times this had happened before them. Commander Sable came in without announcement. She was in her 40s. Tired in the way that tired becomes a baseline, the kind of tired that people stop noticing as a condition because it has been the condition for long enough that it reads as normal. Her uniform was the same functional aesthetic as the patrol armor, repaired where needed. No decorative elements. The rank markers on her collar were the only thing that distinguished her from the soldiers outside, and the rank markers were small. She sat behind the intake counter and opened the ledger and looked at the group with the assessment of someone who had processed this situation many times and whose questions had long since stopped being curiosity. She asked class and skill type and dungeon level cleared. She recorded the answers in the ledger. Not a system window, a physical ledger. Ink on paper. This told Taelo that the system interface in this world worked differently from the dungeon's internal system. He filed this. She went through the group in the order they were seated. Gareth gave his stats with the tone of someone expecting them to produce a reaction. Sable wrote them down and moved on. Gareth's expression made a small adjustment. He was not accustomed to his numbers landing as data rather than impression. He managed the adjustment without comment. Cassiel gave his. Sable wrote them and paused briefly. She looked at him. He met her eyes steadily. She wrote the rest and moved on. She had recognized something in the numbers and had decided that the recognition could wait for a different conversation. Bowen gave his and mentioned the leg injury with the brevity of someone filing a maintenance report. Sable made a note and flagged it for the medical facility. She told him someone would look at it within the hour. He said he appreciated that. She moved on. When she got to Taelo, he told her the skill. Observational, he said. Classification-based. No direct combat output. She nodded. The nod of someone filing something under a category they already had. It was a specific nod. Taelo had a long-standing relationship with that nod, had received versions of it in every context he had operated in before the dungeon, from every person who had looked at what he was and immediately placed it in the slot labeled fine, but what does it actually do? He asked her what the category was. She looked up from the ledger. He said she had nodded in a way that suggested she had a classification for him already. He said he was curious what the classification was. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she said, support types come through occasionally. She said they lasted longest in the field, statistically, among summoned ones. She said they took the most time to deploy correctly because commanders who did not understand what they were looking at put them in the front line. She said it without judgment or editorializing. She was describing a failure mode in her organization the way a doctor describes a common misdiagnosis, clinically, because it was a pattern she had seen and catalogued. Taelo asked who decided deployment. She said the hold commander, a man named Aldrich. He asked if there was a standard process for support types or if it was discretionary. She said it was discretionary. She said most hold commanders made the same mistake initially and some of them corrected it and some of them did not. She said the ones who corrected it usually had a specific type of experience that made the value of accurate information visible to them in a way that combat commanders sometimes struggled to access. He said that was useful to know. She looked at him for one more second. Then she wrote something in the ledger that was longer than the standard notation and moved to the next person. When Seraphine's turn came, the room changed. Not dramatically. The specific quality shift of a space when the information moving through it has outgrown the space's parameters. Sable asked the standard questions. Seraphine answered them. Sable's pen stopped moving about halfway through the stat report. She asked Seraphine to repeat. Seraphine repeated. Sable wrote it down. She wrote it carefully, with the care of someone making sure the record was accurate rather than the care of someone surprised. She put the pen down. She excused herself. She went through the door at the back of the room and was gone for 3 minutes exactly. The room was quiet while she was gone. Gareth looked at the door. Cassiel looked at the table. Petra looked at Seraphine. Bowen looked at his leg. Taelo looked at his hands and ran world vitality, 23% through the context of a fortified hold with flickering power and a medical facility that was its busiest building and walls that had been repaired and re-repaired. Sable came back. She said the hold commander would like to speak with Seraphine directly. She said it as a statement rather than a question. Seraphine stood and followed her through the back door without looking at anyone. The door closed. The remaining 8 people sat in the processing room. The ledger was open on the counter. The filing system on the wall held its records. Outside the window, the hold's activity continued at its managed pace, the sound of a place that ran continuously because it could not afford to stop. 12 minutes passed. Taelo counted them without trying to. The back door opened. Seraphine came through it first and Sable behind her. Sable sat back at the counter and made a notation in the ledger. Seraphine walked to the bench where Taelo was sitting and stood beside it. She said, without preamble, that Aldrich had offered her a command position. She said she had told him she was already attached to a unit. She said he had asked which unit. She said she had told him she was still formalizing the structure. The room absorbed this. Taelo looked at her. She was looking at the processing ledger on the counter. Not at him. But her posture was the posture of someone who had made a decision and was waiting for the person they made it in relation to say something about it. The stillness of someone who had committed and was now in the moment after commitment, where the action was complete and the consequence was still arriving. He said, "You told a commander of a military installation that you are attached to a unit that does not exist yet." She said, "It will exist." He looked at her for a moment. She continued looking at the ledger. He thought about decided sitting in him since the cathedral. He thought about searching updating from bound. He thought about axis point in his own column and what the system had meant by probability distributions. He thought about a woman with SSS rank and a hidden status and a combat record that scrolled telling a hold commander she was already attached without consulting the thing she said she was attached to. He thought about the fact that she had said it. That she had walked into a room with a hold commander who had just offered her something real and structured and defined, and she had said she was already attached, and she had come back and told him about it without pretense or explanation beyond the facts. Around him, Bowen being directed toward the medical facility by a soldier who had appeared at the door. Gareth talking to Sable in the tone of a man negotiating his position in an unfamiliar structure. Petra watching Seraphine with the expression of someone updating a file. Cassiel sitting with his hands flat on the table, looking at nothing, processing something at depth. The hold outside. The flickering lights. The eastern horizon still doing what it had been doing for a long time. World vitality, 23%. Ren, the patrol soldier with the tactical intuition that exceeded its classification, somewhere in the barracks. A ledger on a counter with their names in it. A unit that did not exist yet. Taelo looked at Seraphine. He said nothing for a moment. The nothing was not empty. It was the nothing of someone who has received information that requires placing before responding, and who is placing it carefully because the place it was going to sit was the place where the things that mattered lived. Then he said, "Who else? Not am I in this. Not what are you building. Not what does this mean. Just, who else?" Because the question of who else was the question that came after the decision was already made, and the decision had been made, and they both knew it, and saying something prior to the already made decision would be a performance neither of them was running. She looked at him then. The systematic quality was there as always. The even, complete attention. But there was something underneath it that was the same thing he had seen in the cathedral when the columns were showing their truths in golden light. Something that was not the assessment of a person running analysis. Something warmer and less organized. She said, "Bowen. Cassiel. Daria, when we reach her." She paused. She said, "The soldier from the patrol. The young one." He looked at her. She said she had watched how he positioned his two companions during the walk. She said he had done it without visible calculation. She said she wanted to know who he was. Taelo held her gaze for 3 seconds. Then he looked down at his hands. He was in a processing room in a fortified town in a dying world with 8 other people in various states of adjustment around him. The system had told him the world had 23% of its vitality remaining. A soldier named Ren was somewhere in the barracks with a tactical intuition rating that exceeded its classification. Daria was somewhere on the other side of a portal with a world-tier elemental core sleeping inside her that nobody knew about except him. The unit did not exist yet. He started making the list. Taelo requested the meeting that night and got it confirmed for the next morning, which told him 2 things about Aldrich. The first was that he ran a schedule tight enough that same-day requests from newly processed summoned ones did not get immediate slots. The second was that he ran a schedule loose enough that newly processed summoned ones got next morning slots instead of next week ones. The gap between those 2 things was the gap of a commander who was busy and not overwhelmed, which was a different gap than it sounded. He spent the night learning the structure they had been assigned. Not the forward hold broadly, he would learn the hold in layers, the way he learned everything, starting with what was immediately relevant and expanding outward as the relevant circle grew. The structure first. It was a single-story building in the hold's interior quarter, stone, 4 rooms, functional in the same way everything in the forward hold was functional, no element present that was not doing a job. It had been used as a storage facility before being cleared for their use, which the floor told him. The wear patterns on the stone were the wrong shape for residential use. They were the patterns of people moving heavy things along specific routes repeatedly, the grooves of wheels and the scuffs of dragged weight. He mapped the room layout in his head. He mapped the sightlines from each window. He mapped the distance to the medical facility, the command building, the eastern wall section he had already flagged as structurally suspect from the patrol walk and the ambient data the lens had pulled from the landscape profile. Then he slept for 4 hours because 4 hours was what the schedule allowed and the schedule was now a constraint he was operating inside. Aldrich's office was in the command building's 2nd floor. The room was not large. It was the room of a man who had decided that the space he occupied was justified by the work done in it rather than the rank held by the person doing it. A desk. 2 chairs across from it. A map on the wall behind the desk that was the most detailed thing in the room, hand-updated, with annotations in at least 3 different inks indicating that it had been worked on by multiple people over a long period. A ledger open on the desk surface. A guard at the door who stood with the posture of someone who had been at that door for enough hours that the posture was load-bearing. Aldrich himself was in his 50s and he was tired in a different way than Sable. Sable's tired was baseline, the condition she had adapted to. Aldrich's tired was something he was still in the process of with. It had not fully settled into his architecture yet. His face had the look of a man who had made peace with the situation and had then watched the situation change into something that required making peace again, and was currently somewhere in the middle of the 2nd round of it. Taelo activated Mind's lens before sitting down. The profile came back with the weight of someone who had been in the system's range for a long time, not dungeon system, the world system, which read differently. Slower accumulation. Harder numbers. Military commander class, the designation of a class that had been developed through actual command rather than through a class selection screen in a crisis. Leadership stat at heroic level, which was not a combat heroic. It was the heroic of someone who had kept people alive in conditions designed to not permit it, repeatedly over years, which was a different kind of heroic than the one that looked impressive from the outside. And a trait. Burdened clarity. The system's descriptor was short. It said, the cognitive state of an individual with full situational awareness of a situation they cannot resolve. Not denial. Not false hope. Full awareness, current and accurate, of a situation that the awareness alone could not fix. He knew the hold was losing. He had known for a while. He was doing what could be done in a situation that could not be won with what he had, which was a different thing from doing nothing and a different thing from winning, and the difference between those three things was where Aldrich lived every day. Taelo sat down. He said he understood the hold's position was resource-constrained. Aldrich looked at him. The look was not the look of a man who had been read accurately and found it uncomfortable. It was the look of a man for whom being read accurately had stopped producing a reaction because accurate readings were not the scarcity. The scarcity was resources. He said, yes. Taelo said he had a proposal. He said it plainly. Not with the framing of someone selling something, with the directness of someone presenting terms they had already decided were fair and were not going to perform enthusiasm about. He said he would offer strategic assessment on dungeon incursions, resource allocation, and entity behavior analysis. In exchange for operational autonomy for a small team. Not integration into the hold's existing command structure. A separate unit reporting to Aldrich directly with independent decision authority on operational matters. Aldrich asked why he thought he could offer strategic assessment. Taelo asked if he could demonstrate. Aldrich said yes. He said it with the brevity of a man who did not waste time on skepticism when demonstration was available. Taelo looked at the room. He looked at it the way he looked at everything, from the peripheral register, the full activation of perception, 21 plus mind's lens at active scan, pulling everything the room was willing to give. He looked at the map. He looked at the ledger. He looked at the wear patterns on the floor. He looked at the guard at the door and the guard's posture and the specific way the guard's weight was distributed and what that said about which direction the guard was accustomed to watching. He gave Aldrich three things. He said, the hold's eastern wall section has a structural issue. He said he could see the stress indicators in the map's legend annotations, the specific notation style that military cartographers use to flag ongoing issues without flagging them as critical, the notation of something being monitored rather than resolved. He said the annotation had been updated recently, which meant the monitoring had produced new data, which meant the issue was progressing. He said, the young soldier who escorted them last night has a spatial processing capability that is being wasted on linear patrol routes. He said he had watched the soldier position his two companions during the 40-minute walk and the positioning had been done without visible deliberation and had been correct. He said that kind of processing did not improve on patrol routes. It degraded. He said, the medical facility is the hold's most critical resource dependency and its least defended internal position. He said the light output from the facility was the most consistent in the hold, which meant it was receiving prioritized power. Prioritized power meant prioritized function. Prioritized function meant the hold could not absorb the loss of it. He said the guard rotation around it was the standard residential quarter rotation, which was the rotation designed for the lowest threat zone. He stopped. Aldrich was quiet. The quiet was not the quiet of a man who had been surprised. It was the quiet of a man receiving a report from a source he was recalibrating in real time. He looked at Taelo with the full attention of someone who had stopped running any parallel processes and was giving the current one everything. He said, the Eastern Wall assessment was sent to him this morning. He said, the young soldier's name was Ren. He said he had been recommending a reassignment for 6 months and being overruled by the patrol captain. He said, the medical facility defense had been an argument he had been losing for 4 months. Then he said, what do you want? Taelo told him, operational autonomy. A secured structure inside the hold as a base, which they already had, which meant the cost was zero. Access to supply allocation at a rate proportional to the unit's demonstrated contribution. And Ren, formally seconded, removed from the patrol captain's authority, reassigned to the unit with full record update. Aldrich said the last one was the first unusual request he had received in 2 years. He approved all of it. He said the approval came with one condition. He said the condition was this: the unit would bring him something he could use within 30 days. Not a report. Not an assessment. Something he could use. He said it the way a man says things who has learned that output matters more than process and had learned it expensively. Taelo said 30 days was reasonable. He meant it. 30 days was not a gift. It was a test with a functional deadline, but it was the test of a commander who had enough strategic patience to wait 30 days, which was more patience than he had expected from a man with burden clarity. They shook hands. The handshake had the quality of a document being signed. He came back to the structure with the outcome and laid it out. Clean, sequential, no editorializing. Operational autonomy. Supply access. The structure they were in. Ren. Petra's expression moved through several states in about 2 seconds. She arrived at a face that was warm and contained and gave nothing away, which was how he knew the 2 seconds had been significant. She asked how long the meeting was. He said 20 minutes. She said she would have needed an hour. He did not reply. He did not need to. The reply existed in the space between what she had said and his silence, and she knew how to read that space because she was Petra and reading spaces was her instrument. Bowen said, Ren. He said, that is the soldier from last night. He said it with the pleased recognition of a man who had made a snap positive assessment of someone and was now getting the confirmation that the assessment had not been wrong. Cassiel was at the back of the room. He had been in the hold's infrastructure since early morning. Taelo did not know exactly where, but he had a read on the shape of it, the specific way that a regressor moved through a new environment when they were cross-referencing it against what they remembered from a previous run. Cassiel looked at him and said the hold commander was faster than he expected. He said it approvingly. He said he had met 3 hold commanders across the equivalent geography and the approval rating for Aldrich was the highest of the 3. Taelo filed this. Cross-referencing against the regressor's previous run was going to be a resource he needed a system for. He had been managing it informally. At some point the informal management was going to leave a gap and the gap would be expensive. He put that on the list. Seraphine was at the window. She was standing where she had been standing when he left. The same position, the eastern exposure, the sight line that ran from the structure across the hold's interior quarter to the wall and the planes beyond it. She had been there long enough that the position felt structural. Like the window had been designed with her standing at it in mind. She did not turn when he came back. She said, "What was his read?" He said, "Capable, aware of the situation, past the point of surprise, willing to trade autonomy for results." He said, "Burdened clarity." She said, "Is that a system term?" He said yes. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "It fits." She said she had met the type before. She said the best commanders she had encountered in the field had some version of it, the ones who fought well, specifically. Not the ones who fought hard. The ones who fought correctly. He asked what the difference was. She said, hard is effort applied. Correct is effort directed. He held this. He thought about it in the context of mind's lens and the specific way he used it, not broadly scanning everything, but targeting the scan toward the thing that mattered in the current moment. He thought about the 30 days. He thought about what correctly applied effort looked like in a hold with 23% world vitality and a structural wall issue and a medical facility that was the soft underbelly of the entire operation. He started building the 30-day plan in his head. Ren arrived that afternoon. He came to the structure's door and knocked in the specific way of someone who had been told to report and was reporting, the knock of a soldier, precise and without performance. When Bowen opened the door, Ren looked up at him with the mild recalibration of a young man encountering someone significantly larger than anticipated and handling it without breaking stride. Bowen told him to come in. He said it with the warmth he applied to almost everything, which was genuine and complete and which most people received as immediately trustworthy because it was. Ren came in. Up close he was younger than the starlight and the patrol pace had suggested. 22, Taelo had guessed from the patrol. Up close he revised to 22 being accurate, possibly 22 very recently. He had the self-possession of someone who was young enough not to have internalized the things he was supposed to be impressed by, and old enough to have decided that not being impressed was the accurate response rather than an oversight. His armor was patrol issue. Fit correctly, which meant it had been fitted rather than handed over and assumed correct. His weapon was a short blade on his left hip and he was right-handed, which meant the blade was for the last option rather than the first. His hands were the hands of someone who did physical work and also did something careful, calluses in the right places and also ink on the edge of his right thumb that he had not fully cleaned off. He made notes. Taelo filed this without flagging it. He activated Mind's lens on Ren at close range and got the full profile for the first time rather than the passive partial read from the patrol walk. Real-world stats, the slow build numbers of someone who had been developing without a dungeon's forced acceleration. Nothing exceptional by the dungeon camp's standards. The tactical intuition flag was cleaner up close, not just operating above its classification, but so far above its classification that the classification was functionally decorative. The system was using a category label that did not describe what was actually present. He watched Ren hold the room. This was the thing. Ren had been standing in the structure's main room for 45 seconds and he had already mapped it. Not deliberately, he was looking at Taelo, making eye contact, presenting himself with the appropriate directness of a soldier reporting to a new assignment. But his body had done the map without being asked. The micro-adjustments of his weight distribution said he had logged the positions of everyone in the room, the door behind him, the window, the 2 interior doors. He had done the spatial arithmetic and his body had filed the results and he was standing in the room's optimal position. Not the center, not near the wall, the position that covered the most simultaneous exit options, and he did not know he had done any of it. Ren said he had been told he was being reassigned. He said he had not been told to who or to what function. He said he had questions. Taelo said his job was to observe and report spatial information about whatever environment they were operating in. Ren said that was what Patrol did. Taelo said Patrol did it in straight lines. He said Ren did something else. He said Ren had probably spent his service life being told the something else was a liability because it was not the protocol. He said protocol was built for the average of what a unit could do, and what Ren was doing was not the average. Ren looked at him. The look lasted a moment. The look of someone receiving a description of themselves that is accurate in a way that descriptions usually are not, and processing the accuracy before deciding what to do with it. He said, yes. The yes was not confirmation. It was the specific yes of someone for whom a thing has just been named for the first time that has been present and unnamed for as long as they can remember. The yes of someone who has been telling themselves the something else was a problem because everyone around them said it was, and is now receiving a different report. Taelo said, it is not a liability. He said, it is the most useful thing in the room when used correctly. He said, your job with this unit is to use it correctly and trust that correctly means something different from what you were trained to think it meant. Ren was quiet for a moment. Then he said, what does it mean, practically? Taelo said, it means when we enter a location, you tell me what the room is doing before anyone in it knows we are reading it. He said, it means the report you give me is not positions and numbers. It is the pattern behind positions and numbers. He said, it means you stop correcting for the thing you do naturally because your patrol captain said it slowed down the route. Ren said, he said it made me a hazard. Taelo said, he put you in the wrong job and called the tool a hazard. Bowen, from behind Taelo, said he had been told once that his size made him a liability in corridors and he had spent 6 months apologizing for his shoulders before he stopped. He said he stopped when the corridor situation that required his shoulders arrived and the apology stopped seeming relevant. Ren looked at Bowen. His expression did a thing that was not quite a smile but was the precursor to having smiles when things were appropriate. He said, that is a specific story. Bowen said he had several. Seraphine turned from the window. Ren went still. Not the paralysis of someone who was afraid. The controlled stillness of someone whose tactical intuition had just processed a data point that significantly updated the room's threat landscape and was responding before the conscious mind had finished catching up. He was reading her the way his body read every room, automatically, below the level of decision, and what the body was reading was something that did not have a slot in the standard threat assessment matrix because the standard threat assessment matrix had not been built for SSS rank. Seraphine looked at him. She said, she was not a threat to him. She said it plainly. Not warmly. Not coldly. The delivery of someone providing accurate information to someone who needed it, without editorializing the information with the emotional register she thought it deserved. Ren looked at Taelo. Taelo said, she is the unit's primary combat capacity. He said, you will almost never see her fight. He said, that is the correct outcome. If she is fighting something, the situation has already moved past every layer of analysis between her and the target, and our job is to make sure the analysis layers hold so the fighting layer is a last resort rather than a first response. Ren processed this. He said, so her not fighting is a success metric. Taelo said, yes. Ren nodded. The nod of someone who has received a framework that has reorganized several prior assumptions and is now running the prior assumptions through the new framework to see which ones survive. He looked at Seraphine again. She had turned back to the window. The line of her shoulders was the line of someone who had said what needed saying and had returned to the task she had been at. Ren said, what is she looking at? Taelo said, the eastern wall section. Ren said, there is a structural. Taelo said, yes. Ren was quiet for a moment. Then he said, not as a question, she already knew. Taelo said, we talked to Aldrich this morning. Ren said, he has been trying to get the engineering team to prioritize that for weeks. Taelo said he was aware. He said that was the kind of structural backlog they would be working on. He said the assessment of what was broken and what the fixing of it was worth was the first layer of what they were offering Aldrich. He said the second layer came when they had enough situational data to run a predictive read on what broke next. Ren said, that is not how military assessments work. Taelo said, no. Ren said, how does it work? Taelo said, it works the way it works, and the way it works is different from the protocol, and the protocol has been losing for however many years this war has been going. He said, the first day of working differently is uncomfortable. The 31st day it is the normal. Ren looked at him for a moment. He said, 30 days. Taelo said, Aldrich gave us 30. We will need fewer. Ren said, that is either confidence or delusion. Bowen said, it is usually confidence. He said, you will be able to tell the difference within the first week. Ren looked at Bowen. The precursor to smiling expression was more present this time. He said, the week will tell. Bowen said, yes. That night the structure settled into its first night's configuration. Ren in the rear room, the one farthest from the main entrance, which Taelo had offered because it was also the one with the best simultaneous sightlines to both interior doors and the external window, which he had assessed Ren would find and appreciate without being told. He had heard the specific quality of stillness from that room that meant Ren was not sleeping yet, was lying in an unfamiliar room in an unfamiliar assignment doing the thing his mind did in unfamiliar spaces, which was map it repeatedly until the repetition produced confidence. He would sleep within the hour. First nights in new assignments had a specific timeline. Bowen's room was already producing the even breathing of a man who had been carrying an injury all day and had received treatment for it and had been given a horizontal surface. Bowen had a clean relationship with sleep. It was one of the things Taelo respected about him. The ability to transition from fully operational to fully resting without the protracted negotiation that most people required. Petra's room was the one he could hear the specific quality of from across the structure. Not silence. Petra's silence was not the same as the absence of sound. It was a managed silence, the silence of someone who was thinking hard and was managing the ambient noise of thinking hard. He had learned to recognize it in the dungeon. The particular texture of a room that held someone who was not resting. She was running calculations. He did not know which ones. He would know when she decided to act on them, because Petra's calculations always eventually produced action and the action always eventually became visible. He would read the action when it arrived and work backward to the calculation. This was their established dynamic and it functioned adequately. Seraphine. He did not need to locate her. That was the thing he had said to himself in the processing room, and that was still true. The mind's lens had resolved her position passively since the day she had stopped being apart from the group. The passive read was not intrusive. It was ambient. Like knowing where the window was in a room you had spent time in. You did not look at it to know it was there. She was in the front room. The main room. Standing at the same window or a different window. The structure had windows on 3 exposures and she had been at multiple of them through the day and evening. He did not know which one. The passive read gave position, not orientation. He was at the northern window. The hold's layout was visible from it in the night configuration. The guard rotations visible as moving light sources, the pattern of them mapping the hold's security geometry. He had been watching the pattern for 20 minutes and had already identified 3 gaps. Not critical gaps. Gaps that would be critical if the situation changed in specific ways. He made notes in his head. He would give them to Aldrich in the morning in the form of an assessment request, framed as a question rather than a conclusion, because the best way to deploy information to a commander with burden clarity was to put it in the form he could act on immediately rather than the form that required him to agree with it first. The eastern sky was doing what it had been doing since they arrived. The orange-gray of something that had been burning for a long time. He looked at it the way he had looked at it from the base of the mountain range, with the full reading capacity of a system that could give him world vitality and soil composition and field abandonment history. The system sent him the update without being asked. World vitality, 23%. It had not gone up. He had not expected it to go up. The vitality rating did not go up because 9 people had arrived from a dungeon exit. He did not know what made it go up. He did not know if anything currently in operation was making it go up. He did not know if 23% was stable or declining and at what rate. He added this to the list. The list was getting long. This was not a problem. Long lists were the product of good observation, and good observation was the only instrument he had that consistently produced useful results. The list was evidence that he was seeing the situation accurately. Seeing the situation accurately was the beginning of doing something about it. He thought about Daria somewhere in the world. She had gone through the first portal and the first portal had delivered people to whatever the first portal delivered people to, which was not where he was because where he was had required the cathedral and the sovereign layer and the 9 remaining people. He thought about the unawakened elemental core sleeping inside her and the world vitality reading that suggested something significant was going to need to change before the world's vitality reading changed. He thought about whether those 2 things were related and he thought the answer was probably yes, and he did not yet know how. He thought about Ren in the back room doing the map repetition that would eventually produce sleep. He thought about Run on the patrol. The name the soldier had given during the walk was Run, but the name Aldrich had used in the meeting was Ren, and the differential between those 2 versions was a detail too small for most people to flag and too specific to be accidental. Ren was the version he used in his own head because Aldrich had used it and Aldrich was his commanding relationship and naming conventions in command relationships mattered. He thought about Aldrich and burdened clarity and 30 days. He thought about Seraphine at the window on the southern or eastern exposure and the word she had said in the cathedral that was still sitting in him with the specific weight of something that had been placed carefully and had not shifted. He thought about the unit that did not exist yet. It was existing. He could feel the shape of it assembling, not in the dramatic way that things assembled in the dungeon, where the survival pressure forced everything into its structure quickly, but in the slower way that things assembled when the pressure was sustained rather than acute. The difference between the dungeon's 6-hour adrenaline cycles and the dying world's long sustained loss was a difference in tempo. He needed to recalibrate to the new tempo. The dungeon had trained him for fast reads and fast responses. This required fast reads and patient responses. The distinction was going to matter. He looked at the eastern horizon. He looked at world vitality, 23% sitting in the field below the world's profile like a timer that was not displaying its units. He thought about Seraphine saying, "It will exist." The certainty in it. The absence of qualification. He had spent time in the dungeon being the person who said things with that kind of certainty, not the performed certainty of someone who wanted to sound confident, the functional certainty of someone who had run the numbers and arrived at a conclusion and was reporting the conclusion because the conclusion was real. She had done that. She had stood in a processing room in a fortified town in a dying world and said it will exist with the voice of someone reporting a calculation they had already completed. He wondered what her numbers looked like. Not the system's numbers. The lens gave him those, had always given him those, SSS rank and peak evolution and total integration and the combat record that scrolled and the hidden status that had moved from bound to searching to decided. He meant the numbers she ran. The internal calculation. What she had seen when she looked at the situation and concluded that the conclusion was, this unit, this person, this direction. He thought about asking her. He thought about the way she answered questions, the minimum words, the accurate content, the delivery of someone for whom language was a precision tool rather than an ambient medium. She would answer. She had been answering since the tunnel in the dungeon, since the corridor beside him, since one word in an assembly that had kept him in a raid party he might otherwise have been excluded from. He would ask her. Not tonight. Tonight the hold needed to be mapped and the list needed to keep growing and the 30 days were already running from the moment Aldrich had approved the terms and the list was not yet long enough to be useful. Tonight was for looking. He kept looking. The guard rotation completed a cycle and started another. The medical facility's light was constant and warm on the southern edge of the hold. The eastern wall section was invisible in the dark from this angle but he knew where it was and what the map annotation said about it and what Aldrich had confirmed about the structural assessment arriving this morning. He made a note to request the engineering team's full report through Aldrich's office before the end of day tomorrow. He made a note to walk the wall perimeter at first light. He made a note to ask Ren what he saw when he walked it, after, and compare the two reads. He thought about the unit. Bowen at the load-bearing center. The physical anchor, the tactical constant, the man who had followed him into a dungeon troll encounter on day one and had been filing things correctly ever since. Cassiel with the first cycle map running parallel to everything, the source of information he still had not found a clean system for accessing, the problem he had flagged and not yet solved. Ren with the spatial processing that exceeded its classification, currently asleep in the back room with the map repetition that would give way to sleep within the hour. Seraphine at the window. Daria somewhere. Legendary and unawakened and quietly terrified and stronger than she knew. Petra thinking in the room next to his, running the calculations he would read when they produced action. And him. Strength, 18. Plain spear. One skill that the dungeon had called useless and that had moved 19 people through 3 death mechanisms and read a hold commander accurately in 20 minutes and received a resource allocation and a formally seconded soldier before the second morning in a dying world. Axis point. The system had called him that in the cathedral's golden light and he had filed it under things he was still reviewing and that was still where it was, not dismissed, not fully integrated, sitting in the pending section with everything else that was true and not yet actionable. He would make it actionable. That was always the step. True was the beginning. Actionable was the work between knowing and doing. He looked at the eastern horizon one more time. World vitality, 23%. He kept looking. The list kept growing. He let it. Taelo requested the meeting that night and got it confirmed for the next morning, which told him 2 things about Aldrich. The first was that he ran a schedule tight enough that same-day requests from newly processed summoned ones did not get immediate slots. The second was that he ran a schedule loose enough that newly processed summoned ones got next morning slots instead of next week ones. The gap between those 2 things was the gap of a commander who was busy and not overwhelmed, which was a different gap than it sounded. He spent the night learning the structure they had been assigned. Not the forward hold broadly, he would learn the hold in layers, the way he learned everything, starting with what was immediately relevant and expanding outward as the relevant circle grew. The structure first. It was a single-story building in the hold's interior quarter, stone, 4 rooms, functional in the same way everything in the forward hold was functional, no element present that was not doing a job. It had been used as a storage facility before being cleared for their use, which the floor told him. The wear patterns on the stone were the wrong shape for residential use. They were the patterns of people moving heavy things along specific routes repeatedly, the grooves of wheels and the scuffs of dragged weight. He mapped the room layout in his head. He mapped the sightlines from each window. He mapped the distance to the medical facility, the command building, the eastern wall section he had already flagged as structurally suspect from the patrol walk and the ambient data the lens had pulled from the landscape profile. Then he slept for 4 hours because 4 hours was what the schedule allowed and the schedule was now a constraint he was operating inside. Aldrich's office was in the command building's 2nd floor. The room was not large. It was the room of a man who had decided that the space he occupied was justified by the work done in it rather than the rank held by the person doing it. A desk. 2 chairs across from it. A map on the wall behind the desk that was the most detailed thing in the room, hand-updated, with annotations in at least 3 different inks indicating that it had been worked on by multiple people over a long period. A ledger open on the desk surface. A guard at the door who stood with the posture of someone who had been at that door for enough hours that the posture was load-bearing. Aldrich himself was in his 50s and he was tired in a different way than Sable. Sable's tired was baseline, the condition she had adapted to. Aldrich's tired was something he was still in the process of with. It had not fully settled into his architecture yet. His face had the look of a man who had made peace with the situation and had then watched the situation change into something that required making peace again, and was currently somewhere in the middle of the second round of it. Taelo activated Mind's lens before sitting down. The profile came back with the weight of someone who had been in the system's range for a long time, not dungeon system, the world system, which read differently. Slower accumulation. Harder numbers. Military commander class, the designation of a class that had been developed through actual command rather than through a class selection screen in a crisis. Leadership stat at heroic level, which was not a combat heroic, it was the heroic of someone who had kept people alive in conditions designed to not permit it, repeatedly over years, which was a different kind of heroic than the one that looked impressive from the outside. And a trait. Burdened clarity. The system's descriptor was short. It said, the cognitive state of an individual with full situational awareness of a situation they cannot resolve. Not denial. Not false hope. Full awareness, current and accurate, of a situation that the awareness alone could not fix. He knew the hold was losing. He had known for a while. He was doing what could be done in a situation that could not be won with what he had, which was a different thing from doing nothing and a different thing from winning, and the difference between those three things was where Aldrich lived every day. Taelo sat down. He said he understood the hold's position was resource-constrained. Aldrich looked at him. The look was not the look of a man who had been read accurately and found it uncomfortable. It was the look of a man for whom being read accurately had stopped producing a reaction because accurate readings were not the scarcity. The scarcity was resources. He said, yes. Taelo said he had a proposal. He said it plainly. Not with the framing of someone selling something, with the directness of someone presenting terms they had already decided were fair and were not going to perform enthusiasm about. He said he would offer strategic assessment on dungeon incursions, resource allocation, and entity behavior analysis. In exchange for operational autonomy for a small team. Not integration into the hold's existing command structure. A separate unit reporting to Aldrich directly with independent decision authority on operational matters. Aldrich asked why he thought he could offer strategic assessment. Taelo asked if he could demonstrate. Aldrich said yes. He said it with the brevity of a man who did not waste time on skepticism when demonstration was available. Taelo looked at the room. He looked at it the way he looked at everything, from the peripheral register, the full activation of perception, 21 plus Mind's lens at active scan, pulling everything the room was willing to give. He looked at the map. He looked at the ledger. He looked at the wear patterns on the floor. He looked at the guard at the door and the guard's posture and the specific way the guard's weight was distributed and what that said about which direction the guard was accustomed to watching. He gave Aldrich three things. He said, the hold's eastern wall section has a structural issue. He said he could see the stress indicators in the map's legend annotations, the specific notation style that military cartographers use to flag ongoing issues without flagging them as critical, the notation of something being monitored rather than resolved. He said the annotation had been updated recently, which meant the monitoring had produced new data, which meant the issue was progressing. He said, the young soldier who escorted them last night has a spatial processing capability that is being wasted on linear patrol routes. He said he had watched the soldier position his two companions during the 40-minute walk and the positioning had been done without visible deliberation and had been correct. He said that kind of processing did not improve on patrol routes. It degraded. He said, the medical facility is the hold's most critical resource dependency and its least defended internal position. He said the light output from the facility was the most consistent in the hold, which meant it was receiving prioritized power. Prioritized power meant prioritized function. Prioritized function meant the hold could not absorb the loss of it. He said the guard rotation around it was the standard residential quarter rotation, which was the rotation designed for the lowest threat zone. He stopped. Aldrich was quiet. The quiet was not the quiet of a man who had been surprised. It was the quiet of a man receiving a report from a source he was recalibrating in real time. He looked at Taelo with the full attention of someone who had stopped running any parallel processes and was giving the current one everything. He said, the Eastern Wall assessment was sent to him this morning. He said, the young soldier's name was Ren. He said he had been recommending a reassignment for 6 months and being overruled by the patrol captain. He said, the medical facility defense had been an argument he had been losing for 4 months. Then he said, what do you want? Taelo told him, operational autonomy, a secured structure inside the hold as a base, which they already had, which meant the cost was 0. Access to supply allocation at a rate proportional to the unit's demonstrated contribution. And Ren, formally seconded, removed from the patrol captain's authority, reassigned to the unit with full record update. Aldrich said the last one was the first unusual request he had received in 2 years. He approved all of it. He said the approval came with one condition. He said the condition was this: the unit would bring him something he could use within 30 days. Not a report. Not an assessment. Something he could use. He said it the way a man says things who has learned that output matters more than process and had learned it expensively. Taelo said 30 days was reasonable. He meant it. 30 days was not a gift. It was a test with a functional deadline, but it was the test of a commander who had enough strategic patience to wait 30 days, which was more patience than he had expected from a man with burdened clarity. They shook hands. The handshake had the quality of a document being signed. He came back to the structure with the outcome and laid it out. Clean, sequential, no editorializing. Operational autonomy. Supply access. The structure they were in. Ren. Petra's expression moved through several states in about 2 seconds. She arrived at a face that was warm and contained and gave nothing away, which was how he knew the 2 seconds had been significant. She asked how long the meeting was. He said 20 minutes. She said she would have needed an hour. He did not reply. He did not need to. The reply existed in the space between what she had said and his silence, and she knew how to read that space because she was Petra and reading spaces was her instrument. Bowen said, Ren. He said, that is the soldier from last night. He said it with the pleased recognition of a man who had made a snap positive assessment of someone and was now getting the confirmation that the assessment had not been wrong. Cassiel was at the back of the room. He had been in the hold's infrastructure since early morning. Taelo did not know exactly where, but he had a read on the shape of it, the specific way that a regressor moved through a new environment when they were cross-referencing it against what they remembered from a previous run. Cassiel looked at him and said the hold commander was faster than he expected. He said it approvingly. He said he had met 3 hold commanders across the equivalent geography and the approval rating for Aldrich was the highest of the 3. Taelo filed this. Cross-referencing against the regressor's previous run was going to be a resource he needed a system for. He had been managing it informally. At some point the informal management was going to leave a gap and the gap would be expensive. He put that on the list. Seraphine was at the window. She was standing where she had been standing when he left. The same position, the eastern exposure, the sight line that ran from the structure across the hold's interior quarter to the wall and the plains beyond it. She had been there long enough that the position felt structural. Like the window had been designed with her standing at it in mind. She did not turn when he came back. She said, what was his read? He said, capable, aware of the situation, past the point of surprise, willing to trade autonomy for results. He said, burdened clarity. She said, is that a system term? He said yes. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, it fits. She said she had met the type before. She said the best commanders she had encountered in the field had some version of it, the ones who fought well, specifically. Not the ones who fought hard. The ones who fought correctly. He asked what the difference was. She said, hard is effort applied. Correct is effort directed. He held this. He thought about it in the context of mind's lens and the specific way he used it, not broadly scanning everything, but targeting the scan toward the thing that mattered in the current moment. He thought about the 30 days. He thought about what correctly applied effort looked like in a hold with 23% world vitality and a structural wall issue and a medical facility that was the soft underbelly of the entire operation. He started building the 30-day plan in his head. Ren arrived that afternoon. He came to the structure's door and knocked in the specific way of someone who had been told to report and was reporting, the knock of a soldier, precise and without performance. When Bowen opened the door, Ren looked up at him with the mild recalibration of a young man encountering someone significantly larger than anticipated and handling it without breaking stride. Bowen told him to come in. He said it with the warmth he applied to almost everything, which was genuine and complete and which most people received as immediately trustworthy because it was. Ren came in. Up close he was younger than the starlight and the patrol pace had suggested. 22, Taelo had guessed from the patrol. Up close he revised to 22 being accurate, possibly 22 very recently. He had the self-possession of someone who was young enough not to have internalized the things he was supposed to be impressed by, and old enough to have decided that not being impressed was the accurate response rather than an oversight. His armor was patrol issue. Fit correctly, which meant it had been fitted rather than handed over and assumed correct. His weapon was a short blade on his left hip and he was right-handed, which meant the blade was for the last option rather than the first. His hands were the hands of someone who did physical work and also did something careful, calluses in the right places and also ink on the edge of his right thumb that he had not fully cleaned off. He made notes. Taelo filed this without flagging it. He activated Mind's lens on Ren at close range and got the full profile for the first time rather than the passive partial read from the patrol walk. Real-world stats, the slow build numbers of someone who had been developing without a dungeon's forced acceleration. Nothing exceptional by the dungeon camp's standards. The tactical intuition flag was cleaner up close, not just operating above its classification, but so far above its classification that the classification was functionally decorative. The system was using a category label that did not describe what was actually present. He watched Ren hold the room. This was the thing. Ren had been standing in the structure's main room for 45 seconds and he had already mapped it. Not deliberately, he was looking at Taelo, making eye contact, presenting himself with the appropriate directness of a soldier reporting to a new assignment. But his body had done the map without being asked. The micro-adjustments of his weight distribution said he had logged the positions of everyone in the room, the door behind him, the window, the 2 interior doors. He had done the spatial arithmetic and his body had filed the results and he was standing in the room's optimal position. Not the center, not near the wall, the position that covered the most simultaneous exit options, and he did not know he had done any of it. Ren said he had been told he was being reassigned. He said he had not been told to who or to what function. He said he had questions. Taelo said his job was to observe and report spatial information about whatever environment they were operating in. Ren said that was what Patrol did. Taelo said Patrol did it in straight lines. He said Ren did something else. He said Ren had probably spent his service life being told the something else was a liability because it was not the protocol. He said protocol was built for the average of what a unit could do, and what Ren was doing was not the average. Ren looked at him. The look lasted a moment. The look of someone receiving a description of themselves that is accurate in a way that descriptions usually are not, and processing the accuracy before deciding what to do with it. He said, yes. The yes was not confirmation. It was the specific yes of someone for whom a thing has just been named for the first time that has been present and unnamed for as long as they can remember. The yes of someone who has been telling themselves the something else was a problem because everyone around them said it was, and is now receiving a different report. Taelo said, it is not a liability. He said, it is the most useful thing in the room when used correctly. He said, your job with this unit is to use it correctly and trust that correctly means something different from what you were trained to think it meant. Ren was quiet for a moment. Then he said, what does it mean, practically? Taelo said, it means when we enter a location, you tell me what the room is doing before anyone in it knows we are reading it. He said, it means the report you give me is not positions and numbers. It is the pattern behind positions and numbers. He said, it means you stop correcting for the thing you do naturally because your patrol captain said it slowed down the route. Ren said, he said it made me a hazard. Taelo said, he put you in the wrong job and called the tool a hazard. Bowen, from behind Taelo, said he had been told once that his size made him a liability in corridors and he had spent 6 months apologizing for his shoulders before he stopped. He said he stopped when the corridor situation that required his shoulders arrived and the apologies stopped seeming relevant. Ren looked at Bowen. His expression did a thing that was not quite a smile but was the precursor to having smiles when things were appropriate. He said, that is a specific story. Bowen said he had several. Seraphine turned from the window. Ren went still. Not the paralysis of someone who was afraid. The controlled stillness of someone whose tactical intuition had just processed a data point that significantly updated the room's threat landscape and was responding before the conscious mind had finished catching up. He was reading her the way his body read every room, automatically, below the level of decision, and what the body was reading was something that did not have a slot in the standard threat assessment matrix because the standard threat assessment matrix had not been built for SSS rank. Seraphine looked at him. She said she was not a threat to him. She said it plainly. Not warmly. Not coldly. The delivery of someone providing accurate information to someone who needed it, without editorializing the information with the emotional register she thought it deserved. Ren looked at Taelo. Taelo said, she is the unit's primary combat capacity. He said, you will almost never see her fight. He said, that is the correct outcome. If she is fighting something, the situation has already moved past every layer of analysis between her and the target, and our job is to make sure the analysis layers hold so the fighting layer is a last resort rather than a first response. Ren processed this. He said, so her not fighting is a success metric. Taelo said, yes. Ren nodded. The nod of someone who has received a framework that has reorganized several prior assumptions and is now running the prior assumptions through the new framework to see which ones survive. He looked at Seraphine again. She had turned back to the window. The line of her shoulders was the line of someone who had said what needed saying and had returned to the task she had been at. Ren said, what is she looking at? Taelo said, the eastern wall section. Ren said, there is a structural. Taelo said, yes. Ren was quiet for a moment. Then he said, not as a question, she already knew. Taelo said, we talked to Aldrich this morning. Ren said, he has been trying to get the engineering team to prioritize that for weeks. Taelo said he was aware. He said that was the kind of structural backlog they would be working on. He said the assessment of what was broken and what the fixing of it was worth was the first layer of what they were offering Aldrich. He said the second layer came when they had enough situational data to run a predictive read on what broke next. Ren said, that is not how military assessments work. Taelo said, no. Ren said, how does it work? Taelo said, it works the way it works, and the way it works is different from the protocol, and the protocol has been losing for however many years this war has been going. He said, The first day of working differently is uncomfortable. The 31st day it is the normal. Ren looked at him for a moment. He said, 30 days. Taelo said, Aldrich gave us 30. We will need fewer. Ren said, that is either confidence or delusion. Bowen said, it is usually confidence. He said, you will be able to tell the difference within the first week. Ren looked at Bowen. The precursor to smiling expression was more present this time. He said, the week will tell. Bowen said, yes. That night the structure settled into its first night's configuration. Ren in the rear room, the one farthest from the main entrance, which Taelo had offered because it was also the one with the best simultaneous sightlines to both interior doors and the external window, which he had assessed Ren would find and appreciate without being told. He had heard the specific quality of stillness from that room that meant Ren was not sleeping yet, was lying in an unfamiliar room in an unfamiliar assignment doing the thing his mind did in unfamiliar spaces, which was map it repeatedly until the repetition produced confidence. He would sleep within the hour. First nights in new assignments had a specific timeline. Bowen's room was already producing the even breathing of a man who had been carrying an injury all day and had received treatment for it and had been given a horizontal surface. Bowen had a clean relationship with sleep. It was one of the things Taelo respected about him. The ability to transition from fully operational to fully resting without the protracted negotiation that most people required. Petra's room was the one he could hear the specific quality of from across the structure. Not silence. Petra's silence was not the same as the absence of sound. It was a managed silence, the silence of someone who was thinking hard and was managing the ambient noise of thinking hard. He had learned to recognize it in the dungeon. The particular texture of a room that held someone who was not resting. She was running calculations. He did not know which ones. He would know when she decided to act on them, because Petra's calculations always eventually produced action and the action always eventually became visible. He would read the action when it arrived and work backward to the calculation. This was their established dynamic and it functioned adequately. Seraphine. He did not need to locate her. That was the thing he had said to himself in the processing room and that was still true. The mind's lens had resolved her position passively since the day she had stopped being apart from the group. The passive read was not intrusive. It was ambient. Like knowing where the window was in a room you had spent time in. You did not look at it to know it was there. She was in the front room. The main room. Standing at the same window or a different window. The structure had windows on 3 exposures and she had been at multiple of them through the day and evening. He did not know which one. The passive read gave position, not orientation. He was at the northern window. The holds layout was visible from it in the night configuration. The guard rotations visible as moving light sources. The pattern of them mapping the hold's security geometry. He had been watching the pattern for 20 minutes and had already identified 3 gaps. Not critical gaps. Gaps that would be critical if the situation changed in specific ways. He made notes in his head. He would give them to Aldrich in the morning in the form of an assessment request, framed as a question rather than a conclusion, because the best way to deploy information to a commander with burden clarity was to put it in the form he could act on immediately rather than the form that required him to agree with it first. The eastern sky was doing what it had been doing since they arrived. The orange-gray of something that had been burning for a long time. He looked at it the way he had looked at it from the base of the mountain range, with the full reading capacity of a system that could give him world vitality and soil composition and field abandonment history. The system sent him the update without being asked. World vitality, 23%. It had not gone up. He had not expected it to go up. The vitality rating did not go up because 9 people had arrived from a dungeon exit. He did not know what made it go up. He did not know if anything currently in operation was making it go up. He did not know if 23% was stable or declining and at what rate. He added this to the list. The list was getting long. This was not a problem. Long lists were the product of good observation and good observation was the only instrument he had that consistently produced useful results. The list was evidence that he was seeing the situation accurately. Seeing the situation accurately was the beginning of doing something about it. He thought about Daria somewhere in the world. She had gone through the first portal and the first portal had delivered people to whatever the first portal delivered people to, which was not where he was because where he was had required the cathedral and the sovereign layer and the 9 remaining people. He thought about the unawakened elemental core sleeping inside her and the world vitality reading that suggested something significant was going to need to change before the world's vitality reading changed. He thought about whether those 2 things were related and he thought the answer was probably yes, and he did not yet know how. He thought about Ren in the back room doing the map repetition that would eventually produce sleep. He thought about Run on the patrol. The name the soldier had given during the walk was Run, but the name Aldrich had used in the meeting was Ren, and the differential between those 2 versions was a detail too small for most people to flag and too specific to be accidental. Ren was the version he used in his own head because Aldrich had used it and Aldrich was his commanding relationship and naming conventions in command relationships mattered. He thought about Aldrich and burden clarity and 30 days. He thought about Seraphine at the window on the southern or eastern exposure and the words she had said in the cathedral that was still sitting in him with the specific weight of something that had been placed carefully and had not shifted. He thought about the unit that did not exist yet. It was existing. He could feel the shape of it assembling, not in the dramatic way that things assembled in the dungeon, where the survival pressure forced everything into its structure quickly, but in the slower way that things assembled when the pressure was sustained rather than acute. The difference between the dungeon's 6-hour adrenaline cycles and the dying world's long sustained loss was a difference in tempo. He needed to recalibrate to the new tempo. The dungeon had trained him for fast reads and fast responses. This required fast reads and patient responses. The distinction was going to matter. He looked at the eastern horizon. He looked at world vitality, 23% sitting in the field below the world's profile like a timer that was not displaying its units. He thought about Seraphine saying, "It will exist." The certainty in it. The absence of qualification. He had spent time in the dungeon being the person who said things with that kind of certainty, not the performed certainty of someone who wanted to sound confident, the functional certainty of someone who had run the numbers and arrived at a conclusion and was reporting the conclusion because the conclusion was real. She had done that. She had stood in a processing room in a fortified town in a dying world and said it will exist with the voice of someone reporting a calculation they had already completed. He wondered what her numbers looked like. Not the system's numbers. The lens gave him those, had always given him those, SSS rank and peak evolution and total integration and the combat record that scrolled and the hidden status that had moved from bound to searching to decided. He meant the numbers she ran. The internal calculation. What she had seen when she looked at the situation and concluded that the conclusion was, this unit, this person, this direction. He thought about asking her. He thought about the way she answered questions, the minimum words, the accurate content, the delivery of someone for whom language was a precision tool rather than an ambient medium. She would answer. She had been answering since the tunnel in the dungeon, since the corridor beside him, since one word in an assembly that had kept him in a raid party he might otherwise have been excluded from. He would ask her. Not tonight. Tonight the hold needed to be mapped and the list needed to keep growing and the 30 days were already running from the moment Aldrich had approved the terms and the list was not yet long enough to be useful. Tonight was for looking. He kept looking. The guard rotation completed a cycle and started another. The medical facility's light was constant and warm on the southern edge of the hold. The eastern wall section was invisible in the dark from this angle, but he knew where it was and what the map annotation said about it and what Aldrich had confirmed about the structural assessment arriving this morning. He made a note to request the engineering team's full report through Aldrich's office before the end of day tomorrow. He made a note to walk the wall perimeter at first light. He made a note to ask Ren what he saw when he walked it, after, and compare the two reads. He thought about the unit. Bowen at the load-bearing center. The physical anchor, the tactical constant, the man who had followed him into a dungeon troll encounter on day one and had been filing things correctly ever since. Cassiel with the first cycle map running parallel to everything, the source of information he still had not found a clean system for accessing, the problem he had flagged and not yet solved. Ren with the spatial processing that exceeded its classification, currently asleep in the back room with the map repetition that would give way to sleep within the hour. Seraphine at the window. Daria somewhere. Legendary and unawakened and quietly terrified and stronger than she knew. Petra thinking in the room next to his, running the calculations he would read when they produced action. And him. Strength, 18. Plain spear. One skill that the dungeon had called useless and that had moved 19 people through 3 death mechanisms and read a hold commander accurately in 20 minutes and received a resource allocation and a formally seconded soldier before the second morning in a dying world. Axis point. The system had called him that in the cathedral's golden light and he had filed it under things he was still reviewing and that was still where it was, not dismissed, not fully integrated, sitting in the pending section with everything else that was true and not yet actionable. He would make it actionable. That was always the step. True was the beginning. Actionable was the work between knowing and doing. He looked at the eastern horizon one more time. World vitality, 23%. He kept looking. The list kept growing. He let it. Aldrich's briefing took 12 minutes. This was efficient. Most military briefings Taelo had read about, in the books and articles he had consumed in the years before the dungeon, in the ambient cultural knowledge of someone who had spent time adjacent to organizational thinking without being inside any organization long enough to develop loyalty to its inefficiencies, ran longer than necessary because the people delivering them were managing their own relationship to the information rather than transmitting the information itself. Aldrich transmitted. 12 minutes. 2 scouting parties. The first 3 days ago, 6 soldiers, sent to assess a dungeon gate that had activated 7 miles east at coordinates that had been farmland until 9 days prior. The first party had not returned in full, 3 had made it back, 2 of those with injuries significant enough to require the medical facility, 1 with injuries that had resolved into the kind of permanent record that military facilities kept and families eventually received. 3 had not come back at all. The second party, sent yesterday to confirm what had happened to the first, had not returned. The gate was still active. The wounded from the first party had described something that Aldrich's word for was coordinated response, and the way he said coordinated response told Taelo that the term was not his own. It was the terminology his tacticians had used, the language of people who had encountered something outside their training parameters and had named it as precisely as their training allowed. Coordinated response meant the dungeon's creatures were not behaving the way the dungeon's creatures were supposed to behave. They were not scattering and swarming. They were forming. Formations. In a dungeon. Taelo asked how long the gate had been active. Aldrich said 9 days. He asked what had been at that location before the gate. Aldrich said farmland. Abandoned, like most of what was east of the hold. The kind of land that had been productive and had stopped being productive when the people needed to make it productive had been redirected to staying alive. He asked if there was anything on or under the farmland. Aldrich was quiet for exactly 1 beat. Not the beat of someone who did not know the answer. The beat of someone deciding how much of the answer to give. Then he said, there was a vault structure. Pre-war. 300 meters below the surface at those coordinates. He said the survey data was 30 years old. He said he did not know what the vault contained. Taelo looked at the map on Aldrich's wall. He found the coordinates. He looked at the overlay of the dungeon gate's reported position. He looked at the relationship between the 2 points and he did the simple geometry that told him the gate had not opened adjacent to the vault. It had opened over it. He told Aldrich he would have a report within 2 days. Aldrich said he was not going to ask how. Taelo said that was the correct response. He spent the evening in the structure's main room with every piece of information Aldrich's office could produce on the gate location. Survey maps, 30 years old and annotated by at least 4 different hands in the 3 decades since. Patrol reports from the agricultural period when the hold still had enough people and enough stability to run agricultural patrols. The intake reports from the 3 surviving first-party soldiers, which were detailed in the way that military intake reports were detailed when the people writing them understood that the details mattered and would be read by someone who needed them to be accurate. He read all of it. Ren sat across from him. This had happened without being arranged. Taelo had spread the materials on the table and Ren had come into the room for water, had looked at the table, had sat down. He had not asked permission to sit. He had not asked what Taelo was looking at. He had looked at the map and started talking. He called out choke points in the approach route from memory. The agricultural road that had been the access path for the farmland before the war disrupted access was the obvious route, the most direct, the most traversable with the terrain's current condition. He described 3 points along it where the terrain created natural compression, where 9 feet of navigable road became 6 feet or 4. He described 2 points where the terrain opened into exposure windows, areas where the approach would be visible from the gate's exterior before the gate was visible from the approach. He described all of this without referencing the map. Taelo listened with his full attention, which meant he listened without looking at Ren because his full attention included the peripheral register and the peripheral register gave him everything visible anyway. He asked questions. Not the questions of someone confirming what they had been told, the questions of someone who was using the answers to check the internal logic of the description against itself. He asked about the choke point at the second compression point, specifically whether the eastern side or the western side offered better footing for someone maintaining a rear position. He asked whether the first exposure window was visible from the second or blocked by the tree line remnants. Ren recalibrated. He did not recalibrate loudly. There was no moment of visible correction. But Taelo watched him run the spatial layout again in his head against the questions, and the second run came back with adjustments, small ones, the refinements that happened when a mind was pushed to look at something it had already looked at through a different question. He updated his answers. The updates were more specific than the originals. Ren noticed that he had updated. He said, "You asked the question to find out if I was working from memory or from analysis." Taelo said, "I asked the question because I needed the answer." Ren said, "And whether I was working from memory or analysis." Taelo said, "Those are not mutually exclusive things and the distinction you are making suggests you have been told they are." He said, "Memory that cannot be interrogated is a map that cannot be corrected. Analysis that has no memory to work from is recalculation every time. You do both at once and you are uncertain whether that is correct because the patrol protocol trains them separately." Ren was quiet for a moment. He said, "The patrol captain said I needed to learn to stay on the route rather than running parallel scenarios." Taelo said, "The patrol captain was putting a navigation system in charge of a vehicle and complaining that it calculated alternate routes." Ren looked at him. The precursor to smiling expression arrived. He said, "That is a specific comparison." Taelo said, "It is an accurate one." Ren picked up the intake report from the first-party survivors and read it with the focus of someone who read reports the way he walked terrain, mapping it as he went, building the spatial picture of what the surviving soldiers had experienced from the language they had used to describe it. He said, "They retreated toward the southern edge of the approach route rather than back down the road they came in on." He said, That means whatever formed up did so between them and the road, not in front of them. He said. The formation was not a defensive position. It was a redirect. Taelo looked at him. He said, say that again. Ren said, the creatures formed up to redirect the party, not to destroy them. The 3 who got back were injured but alive. If the formation was offensive, the offensive capability of what the system puts in dungeon gates at this level should have achieved a different outcome. The formation was designed to move the party, not eliminate them. Taelo looked at the intake report again. He looked at the language the surviving soldiers had used, the specific verbs, the spatial descriptions, the sequence of events as the survivors had been able to reconstruct them. He ran it against Ren's read. The formation had been redirecting. Not defending in the lethal sense. Redirecting in the managed sense, moving unwanted presences away from a specific area rather than simply eliminating them. He thought about a warden intelligence. He thought about a system designed to protect a vault's contents by organizing the environmental defenses of whatever space it occupied. He thought about the difference between a system designed to kill intruders and a system designed to protect something from intruders. Protecting and killing were not the same directive. He added this to the list and looked at Ren. He said, you are going to be useful. Ren said, I have been told I was going to be useful before and the person who told me was describing a different kind of useful. Taelo said, I know. He said, this is the correct kind. Morning came the way mornings in the forward hold came, not with the gentleness of a natural dawn, because the eastern skies still did what it did, but with the shift of the hold's activity pattern from its night configuration to its day configuration. A change in the sound of the place. The guard rotation switching. The medical facility's ambient noise increasing slightly. The logistics center picking up pace. They assembled in the structure's main room. Seraphine had been at the window since before Taelo was awake, which he knew because the mind's lens had resolved her position as the first passive reading of the day before his eyes were fully open. The window she had chosen this morning was the eastern one, which was the direction they were going. He did not note this out loud. Bowen was in the armor he had been fitted with the previous afternoon, hold issue at Taelo's request through Aldrich's supply allocation, correctly sized for the first time in his dungeon experience because hold armories had more options than dungeon outposts. The leg was managed. Bowen had a relationship with managed injuries that was essentially the relationship of a man who had decided that function was the metric and pain was data rather than instruction. He moved at a modified pace. He did not mention the modification. Petra had the communication line equipment that Sable's office had provided, a system of signal devices that worked in the world's infrastructure rather than the dungeon system, physical and radio frequency based. She wore it with the ease of someone who had assessed a new tool overnight and had arrived at competence with it by morning without making a production of the process. Ren was at the table finishing the last of his notations from the previous night's session. He kept his pen. The ink thumb, Taelo noted, had not fully cleared overnight, and stood. He was in patrol armor but carrying himself differently from the first night. Not more confidently in the performed sense. Differently in the functional sense, the sense of someone whose relationship to the space they were standing in had updated. They walked out into the hold's morning. 7 miles of dead farmland. The agricultural road was exactly what Ren had described, navigable, direct, carrying the specific where of something that had been a working route and was now a remnant. The furrow lines in the frozen soil ran perpendicular to the road at intervals that said the fields had been worked systematically, the geometry of managed land, the evidence of a time when this terrain had been productive rather than suspended. Seraphine walked point. She had taken the position without discussion. It was the position that made sense and she had moved into it the way she moved into everything, with the directness of someone who had assessed and acted and was not managing anyone's feelings about the assessment. The plains around the road were flat and cold and gave nothing to hide in or behind, which meant point position offered the earliest read on anything ahead and the least cover if anything ahead had opinions about their approach. She moved through the flat terrain with the economy of someone who had moved through worse terrain worse equipped and had taken notes. Ren navigated. He called the first compression point 200 meters before they reached it, then called the approach to the first exposure window with enough lead time that Taelo could adjust the group's spacing before they entered it. He did not call these things the way he would have called them on a patrol route, with the official language of a procedure being followed. He called them the way he called things when he was doing the thing his mind actually did, which was more like narrating the spatial picture as it resolved than reciting a checklist. Taelo walked in the center of the group and listened and ran mind's lens forward at maximum passive range, pulling whatever the distance allowed. At 400 meters from the gate's coordinates he stopped the group. He did not say why immediately. He ran the read for a full 30 seconds, longer than he usually needed, because what he was reading was not the standard dungeon profile that the lens had learned over the course of the dungeon camp and the sealed sovereign layer. What he was reading was a gate from the outside, the system signature of a dungeon structure as seen from beyond its perimeter, which was a data source he had not accessed before. The creatures were visible to the lens through the gate's perimeter. Taelo thought about what Ren had said the night before. Not eliminating. Redirecting. A system that had been managing the vault's perimeter for 30 years, doing what it had been built to do, not knowing the war it had been built for had ended. He thought about intelligence, 19. Perception, 21. He thought about a system that had an interface protocol for entities with sufficient combined capacity. He thought about the difference between solving a problem with force and solving a problem with the right question. He told the group what he was reading. Seraphine asked what generated an organizational pulse in a dungeon architecture. He said he did not know yet. He said, carefully. The entry was the most controlled thing they had done. Not the most dangerous. Not the most dramatic. The most controlled. The product of 5 people who had different capabilities and had spent enough consecutive time operating alongside each other that the capabilities had started to organize around each other without requiring explicit instruction for each step. Ren went first through the gate behind Seraphine, talking low and continuous. He described the interior spatial layout as it resolved, the ceiling height, which was higher than standard dungeon architecture, and told Taelo something about the structure below. The floor composition, which was stone over something that the sound of their footsteps suggested was hollow. The distribution of the interior light sources and what that said about the original design intent of the space. He talked the way he walked terrain, building the picture in real time, updating it as new information arrived, not pausing to organize the narration because the narration and the observation were running on the same process. Seraphine created ice barriers at the decision points. Not walls. Markers, thin vertical panels of ice at the points where the space offered branching options, where the unit would need to choose a direction and the choice would have consequences. The ice panels were not defensive structures. They were navigational infrastructure. She was building a map in 3 dimensions out of frozen water, and she did it with the specific efficiency of someone who was very good at a thing and had stopped performing the being good at it. Bowen took the rear entry position. He stood at the point just inside the gate's perimeter with the specific quality of stillness that the system called immovable, and that in practice meant the rear of the formation was not something that needed management because Bowen had accepted being the rear, and being the rear was what he was. Petra stayed just inside the gate's perimeter on the external side, managing the communication line with the hold with the competence she had arrived at overnight. She would know what was happening inside by the signals the unit sent. She would know what was happening outside by being outside. She had positioned herself in the information-richest location available that was not inside a dungeon gate that had eaten 2 scouting parties, which was the position that Petra, given her accurate read of her own capabilities and limitations, would always position herself in. The formation creatures were real. They came into full resolution when the unit was 30 meters inside the gate's perimeter, the aggregate shape that Taelo had read from 400 meters resolving into individual entities, and the individual entities resolving into the coordinated pattern he had anticipated. They were not moving to engage. They were adjusting. The front elements of the formation shifted as the unit moved, maintaining their facing. The mid-layer redistributed slightly, the depth of the formation changing in response to the unit's approach vector. The adjustment had a lag. He had anticipated this from the read of the survivors' reports and from Ren's analysis, but anticipation and confirmation were different things, and the confirmation was useful. The creatures received an instruction, processed it, and adjusted. And between the instruction and the adjustment there was a window. Not a large window. Half a second, maybe less. But consistent. Every adjustment had the same lag, which meant the lag was not the creature's reaction time. The lag was the transmission delay between the source of the instruction and the creatures receiving it. The source was below them. He told Seraphine. She told him, she had felt it. She said the cold signature of the space below was different from the dungeon's ambient cold. She said it had a quality of preserved rather than generated, the cold of a sealed space rather than an active environment. He told Ren, the vault is directly below. He asked him to estimate the depth from the sound return of their footsteps. Ren said, approximately 20 meters. He said, there is a structural access point 12 meters ahead and 4 to the left. He said, it will be a descending passage. Taelo asked him how he knew it was there. Ren said, the ceiling height drops 2 meters in that section and the floor shows where from vertical traffic, the pattern of people moving down rather than across. He said, something used that route repeatedly. Taelo said, we use it. The descending passage was exactly where Ren had placed it. The formation creatures did not follow them down. This was information. A system designed to protect the vault would concentrate its defenses at the vault's approaches, not at the vault's interior. The gate entry was the primary perimeter. The passage was a known route, already inside the perimeter. The creatures were holding the outer line because the outer line was where the threat assessment said the threats would come from. The passage ended in a chamber. Not a dungeon chamber, the stone here was different. Cut with different tools, in a different period with a different intent. The dungeon's architecture was functional in the way that the hold's buildings were functional, built for purpose with no elaboration. This chamber had elaboration. The walls had been worked. The ceiling had structural elements that were not load-bearing but were present because someone had built this space with the expectation that it would be looked at. The warden intelligence was in the center. It was not biological. This was the first thing. It occupied space the way constructs occupied space, with the presence of something that had been made rather than grown, that had mass and physical dimension but not the ambient signature of something alive. It was roughly the height of a person and roughly the shape of a person and entirely unlike a person, the way that a very accurate representation of a person is entirely unlike one when you stand in front of it and the biology is missing. Its surface was active. Not moving, active, in the sense that something was running on it. Light moved across the surface in patterns that were not decorative, that had the structure of data in motion, of a system processing information and producing output. Mind's lens ran on it immediately. The read was different from any read he had run. The lens had developed reading biological entities. Dungeon creatures, human participants, the world's soldiers, all of them ran on biological architecture, the substrate of living things, and the lens had calibrated to that substrate over the course of the dungeon and the hold and all the passive scans of all the people he had spent 7 days alongside. The warden intelligence was not on that substrate. The lens hit it and had to recalibrate in real time, the skill shifting its processing framework the way it had shifted when Seraphine's first profile had exceeded its initial parameters. The reading came back in a structure he had not seen before. Directive field. Active, running, the core instructions set the construct had been operating on. The instruction was simple at the core level: protect the vault's contents from unauthorized access, and complex at the implementation level, which was where 30 years of running the same directive with evolving circumstances had produced a decision tree extensive enough that the system flagged it as beyond standard display parameters. Threat assessment field. Also active. Currently running. The threat assessment had registered the unit's entry and had produced a classification, authorized potential, the system's language for something that was neither confirmed authorized nor confirmed threat, something that required additional data before classification could finalize. Authorized potential. He was in the assessment window. He ran the lens deeper and found the interface protocol exactly where the system had suggested it would be, buried in the construct's architecture at the level below the operative systems, accessible to entities that met the threshold. He checked the threshold. Intelligence and perception combined, specific minimum. The threshold existed because the warden intelligence had been built in a period when the people authorized to access the vault would have been officials of sufficient development that the threshold served as a practical gate without being an explicit credential system. Intelligence, 19. Perception, 21. Combined, 40. The threshold was 38. He told Seraphine he needed 2 minutes and to maintain the current position. She said, understood. One word. Her body had already settled into the stillness of someone maintaining a position, not waiting, holding. There was a difference and she knew it. He turned to the warden intelligence and he tried. The interface was not language. He had known it would not be language because the construct predated the dungeon's system interface and the dungeon's system interface predated whatever the current world system was, and none of those timelines were the same. The interface was the lens. He used the lens as both the receiver and the transmitter, reading the directive field and responding to it through the same channel he used to read everything else, which was not how the lens had been designed to work and was how it was going to work anyway, because the alternative was destroying something that had been running its purpose faithfully for 30 years and contained something the world's vitality rating suggested it could not afford to lose. He told the warden intelligence, through the lens, through the interface protocol, in the architectural language that the lens translated between his intelligence and its directive field, that the war it had been built to protect against had ended. He told it the protected contents had survived. He told it the new threat to those contents was not external actors seeking unauthorized access. The new threat was the world's vitality at 23% and the time remaining at that rate. He told it that the optimal execution of its directive, protect the vault's contents, required a change in its threat assessment parameters. He told it, the people entering the vault now were not threats. The warden intelligence processed. He held the connection for 45 seconds. He held it the way he held everything, without performing the holding, without the outward evidence of effort, with the internal attention that running mind's lens at full active capacity on a non-biological construct required. Then the warden intelligence went still. Not powered down, the surface was still active, still running. But the patterns of light moving across it changed. The processing look of a system mid-task became the processing look of a system that had completed a task and was running idle. The threat assessment field updated. They were no longer in the authorized potential window. The construct had made a decision. They were authorized. He turned to Seraphine. She was looking at the warden intelligence with an expression he had not seen on her before. Not the systematic assessment of someone reading a room. Something closer to what he would have called recognition, the expression of someone who has seen a thing they understand from the inside rather than from the outside. She said, it has been doing this for 30 years. He said, yes. She said, alone. He said, yes. She looked at the construct for another moment. Then she looked at him. He could not read her emotional state. The shielded notation had persisted since the night of the Cassiel-Gareth confrontation, returning whenever he tried, but he could read the expression, and the expression had the quality of something that had arrived at a thought through an unexpected route and had not yet decided whether to share it. He did not push. She turned back to the construct. She said, "What is in the vault?" He said, he did not know yet. She said, "Then we should find out." He said, yes. He noted that he had said yes without running the numbers first, which was information about his own processing that he filed in the unknown status section with the specific honesty of a person who kept accurate records. He reported back to Aldrich that afternoon. He said the gate was resolved. He said the formation behavior would normalize within the hour. The creatures, no longer receiving organizational instructions, would revert to standard scatter pattern, the instinctive behavior of dungeon entities without external direction. He said the gate remained active but was no longer hostile to authorized entry. Aldrich asked what authorized meant. Taelo said, entry in unit formation, non-hostile approach, following the descent passage to the vault level. Aldrich said, there is a vault level. Taelo said, yes. He said he would have a full report on its contents within 24 hours. Aldrich looked at him with the expression of a man who had been in a losing situation for long enough to recognize the specific feeling of a situation changing and was not yet ready to trust the feeling because the feeling had been wrong before. He said, 24 hours. Taelo said, yes. Aldrich said, the second party. The 6 soldiers who went in yesterday. Taelo said he was aware. He said the redirect formation would have moved them, not eliminated them. He said, they are somewhere in the dungeon's interior, probably holding a position. He said, retrieval was the second operational objective once the vault contents were assessed. Aldrich said, you are telling me my people are alive. Taelo said, the formation behavior is not consistent with a system designed to eliminate. It is consistent with a system designed to contain. He said, yes. He said, probably. Probably was not the word Aldrich wanted, and it was the word Taelo had because it was the accurate word, and the accurate word was always the right choice even when it was not the comfortable one. Aldrich held it for a moment. Then he nodded. The nod of a man who had learned to take probably from a source that had already delivered 3 accurate readings and treat it as actionable. He told Taelo to retrieve his people. Taelo said, tomorrow. He said, tonight he needed to know what the vault contained. Aldrich said, you are going back tonight. Taelo said, yes. He left the office. In the corridor outside, he ran Mind's lens across the day's data, not a specific scan, the accumulative review of everything the lens had built since the morning. Ren's spatial calling, which had been accurate at every point of confirmation. Seraphine's ice markers, which had created navigation infrastructure in a dungeon without being asked. Bowen at the rear, unmoved. Petra managing the signal line with the competence of someone who had needed one night to become competent at a new tool. The warden intelligence. 30 years alone in a vault below dead farmland, running its directive faithfully, not knowing the war had ended. She had said, alone. She had said it with a quality he had filed and not yet opened. He was going to open it tonight. He walked back toward the structure under the hold's late afternoon light, the eastern sky doing what it always did, the world vitality sitting at the number it was sitting at, the vault below the dead farmland holding something that had been protected for 30 years and was now accessible, and somewhere inside the dungeon gate's interior 6 soldiers who were probably alive waiting for someone to retrieve them. He started making the list for tomorrow. He let the list for tonight sit with a different quality, not the urgency list, not the operational list. The list of things he was going to understand before the next morning that he did not understand now. He kept walking. He left at the second hour past midnight. Not sneaking. He did not have a relationship with sneaking. Sneaking required the management of other people's awareness, which was a form of performance, and performance cost energy that the walk required. He simply moved through the structure at the hour when the hold's activity was at its lowest configuration and the people inside the structure were, statistically, at their least likely to require managing. Bowen was asleep. His breathing was the even breathing it always was. Bowen had a physiological honesty about sleep that Taelo had come to rely on as ambient data. When Bowen was asleep, the register of it was clean and consistent, and when he was not asleep, the difference was audible. He was asleep. Ren was asleep. Later than Bowen, he had heard the transition from active silence to unconscious silence at roughly the first hour past midnight, 40 minutes after Ren had put down his pen and his notes and gone horizontal. The map repetition had taken longer tonight. New operational data from the day's deployment, new spatial layout to run through the consolidation cycle. It would get faster as the assignment built its history. Petra was not asleep. He had known this before he reached the main room. Her silence had the texture it always had when she was awake and managing the fact of being awake, the specific quality of someone performing stillness rather than inhabiting it. He had learned to distinguish these two things in the dungeon, and the distinction had not degraded in the transition to the forward hold. He stopped in the main room. he said, without looking toward her door, that he was going back to the vault. He said it quietly and with the brevity of someone issuing information rather than requesting permission. Her door opened. She stood in it with the composure of someone who had been dressed and ready since considerably before he had moved. She looked at him with the expression she used when she was deciding whether to press or accept, and the decision ran across her face in the time it took him to meet her eyes. She said, "Take her." He said, "I was going to." She said, "I know." She said, "I am telling you because you were going to do it anyway and I want the record to show I endorsed it." He said, "The record is in your head and mine." She said, "Those are the only records that matter in this building." He looked at her for a moment. She looked back with the selfish ambition that the cathedral had shown in golden light and that he had watched her sit with for 2 seconds before the laugh that was not a performance. He thought about the system's notation of similarity between them. He thought that the similarity was more specific than the system's clinical language had captured. It was not just the trait. It was the understanding that information was the only currency that did not devalue in a crisis and that spending it required knowing its current rate. He said, "Stay." She said, "Obviously." She went back into her room and closed the door with the quiet of someone who had said what they came to say and was returning to the thinking she had been doing before. He went to the door at the end of the short passage. Seraphine opened it before he knocked. The 7 miles back was different at night. Not more dangerous. The Holt's patrol radius covered the agricultural road adequately and the dungeon gate's passive status meant the creature activity inside it was no longer directed outward. But different in the quality of the darkness, which was the darkness of a world that had been losing long enough that what should have been ambient light, the light of inhabited land, of settlements and fires and the basic luminosity of a place where people lived, was mostly absent. The stars were visible because there was not enough ground light to compete with them, which was a fact that contained its own arithmetic. Seraphine walked beside him at the spacing she had settled into since the dungeon. Not the formal spacing of 2 people navigating shared terrain with no particular relationship to each other. The spacing of a choice, the distance that was neither far enough to be deliberate absence nor close enough to require acknowledgement. He ran mind's lens at passive range on the route ahead. Force of habit. The landscape returned the same profile it had returned on the approach. Dead farmland, frozen, the world vitality sitting at its number under everything like a constant in an equation he was still learning to solve. He did not try to read her emotional state. The shielded notation had been returning consistently since the confrontation between Cassiel and Gareth, and he had stopped pointing the lens at it with intent, which was a decision he had made with the same logic he applied to everything. Expending a resource repeatedly against a resistance that had not changed was not analysis, it was insistence, and insistence was not something he ran. He would know when the shield dropped. Or he would not, and that would be different information. The gate was quiet when they reached it. Passive status had a specific look he was learning, the look of a thing running at minimum operational capacity, the dungeon equivalent of lights on but nobody home. The creatures inside were visible to the lens in the scatter pattern that was their natural state without direction, the instinctive territorial clustering that the Warden Intelligence's organizational pulse had been overriding for 9 days. They moved without formation, without coordination, with the ambient aggression of dungeon entities doing what dungeon entities did when nothing was telling them to do something else. They went through the gate. The creatures registered their entry and the registration went nowhere. The Warden Intelligence had updated the threat assessment field and the update had propagated. They were authorized, and authorization in a system built for long-term operation was not a temporary status that required renewal. It would hold. Ren had called the passage at 12 meters ahead and 4 to the left. Taelo found it by that geometry in the gate's interior, which was a different confirmation than finding it by looking. The confirmation of a spatial description that had been given accurately enough to navigate by in the dark. The staircase went down. He had estimated 20 meters from the footstep return and the estimate was accurate at the top and was not accounting for the way the staircase curved at the 15-meter mark, which changed the terminal depth to closer to 26. He noted the correction. He would update Ren's read. The light was the problem. He had been managing the light problem in his head since he left the structure. The dungeon's bioluminescence from the zone above filtered down into the passage with enough intensity to make the staircase navigable at the top and insufficient by the 12-meter mark. The vault chamber below the curve would be dark. He had been calculating solutions. A torch was the obvious one. He had not brought a torch because bringing a torch required planning the torch in advance, and he had been planning other things. He was about to say this when the light appeared. Seraphine extended one hand and the ice she called was not the combat ice of the dungeon, not the directed freeze that shattered serpents and spectral knights and the limbs of obsidian wardens. This was something smaller and more specific. A lattice, palm-sized, the structure of something that had been thought about rather than deployed. She held it at shoulder height and the bioluminescence from above hit its surface and distributed, not just reflected, refracted, broken into a spread that covered the staircase in all directions with something close to functional visibility. Not bright. Workable. She had done it before he completed the thought. He looked at the lattice and then at her. She was already moving down the stairs. He filed it in the place where he filed things about her and followed. The vault was exactly as he had left it. Of course it was. It had been sealed for 30 years. One visit and a stilled warden intelligence did not rearrange the contents. But there was something about re-entering a space that had only been a concept in his head for the hours between visits and was now a physical room again that made the accuracy of the memory feel like a small confirmation. The shelves were where he had seen them. The organization was intact. The sealed section at the back was still sealed. He stood in the center of the chamber and ran mind's lens at full active scan. The previous visit had given him classifications, the top layer of what the lens could extract from objects that were not biological and not constructs, the metadata of things that had been created and placed here deliberately. Tonight he pushed deeper. The lens had been running at higher output since the Warden intelligence interface, the new experience of reading a system rather than an entity having expanded something in the skills processing range. He did not know if this was a formal evolution or an informal adaptation. He was using it regardless. The documents returned more than classification this time. Not content. The language barrier was real, the oldest materials in a script that the system could categorize as pre-system era without being able to render. But context. The lens gave him context in the form of relational data, which documents referenced each other, which categories were cross-indexed, which materials were organized by the vault's builders as part of the same argument versus which were organized as separate records. The shelf organization became a map. Seraphine moved through it. She read the physical organization with the systematic quality that was her method for everything. Moving shelf to shelf, not touching, taking inventory with her eyes the way she took inventory of any terrain. She was not reading the documents. She was reading their arrangement. The logic of how they had been placed was the logic of the people who had placed them, and the logic of the people who had placed them was information about who those people had been and what they had expected someone standing in this vault to understand. She said, they were organized for retrieval under stress. He said, explain. She said, the materials are not organized by age or subject. They are organized by utility, highest actionability at eye level and immediate reach, supporting documentation below, historical context, and background above. This is the organization of people who expected whoever came here to be working against a clock and needed to find the most immediately useful thing without searching. He held this. He thought about a vault built in a pre-war period by people who had built it specifically for people who would come in crisis conditions needing the most actionable things first. He thought about what that said about the builders' expectations of how the situation would develop. He said, they knew it would get bad. She said, they planned for it to be worse than they were experiencing when they built this. He moved to the shelf at eye level. He picked up the document closest to the center, the position of highest immediate access, the position that a person operating under stress and time pressure would reach for first. He ran the lens on it. The classification came back longer than the first visit's reads. Original cycle record. Subclassification, summons protocol documentation. Secondary notation, first intervention attempt, incomplete. He stood with this. He said, he needed to tell her what the classification said. She looked up from the shelf she was reading. He said it. Original cycle record. The subclassifications. She listened with the completeness she gave to all information, not the half attention of someone managing a conversation while doing something else, the full attention of someone who had decided that attention was the appropriate response. She was quiet. Then she said, Cassiel said first cycle. He said, yes. She said, he would want to know about this. He said, yes. He said, not yet. She turned and looked at him. The look had the quality of someone who was not disagreeing but was requesting the reasoning. Not combative, she was not combative about information. She was thorough. She wanted the complete picture. He said, Cassiel is a regressor who survived the first cycle alone, running a different strategy in this one. That strategy is built on information he already has. He does not know what Cassiel already knows. If the vault's records contain information Cassiel is already carrying, giving them to him changes nothing except that Cassiel now knows he has access to primary sources. If the vault's records contain information Cassiel does not have, contradictions to his memory, corrections to his assumptions, things the first cycle did not resolve the way Cassiel remembers, giving them without context could be destabilizing. He needed to know what he was giving before he gave it. He said, Cassiel trusts his own experience. That is correct in most cases. It is a liability when the experience is from a different cycle. She held his gaze for the 3 seconds she gave to things she was deciding about. Then she nodded. She turned back to the shelf. The nod was not agreement, it was authorization. She had decided he was running this correctly and had indicated it and was now returning to the task because the authorization was not the task. He filed the distinction and moved to the next shelf. 3 hours. He read classifications and she tracked physical organization and they built the vault's map together without discussing the method, The method had assembled itself in the first 20 minutes from the two things they each did and the way those two things complemented each other without overlap. The category structure resolved. Dungeon cycle records going back beyond Cassiel's regression. Multiple cycles. Not one previous cycle before the current one. A sequence of them, documented here with the specific record-keeping of people who had been watching the same pattern repeat and had decided that the watching required documentation. The pattern was not the dungeon's physical structure, which he already knew could regenerate and reset. The pattern was the summonings. The world had been pulling people from elsewhere before Cassiel's first cycle. It had been pulling them for longer than Cassiel's regression implied a person could track from personal experience. He held this. Previous summonings. The records were there. Intake equivalents, classifications of summoned ones from previous cycles, notes on capability distributions and survival rates and what had worked and what had not worked in attempts to stabilize the world vitality. He could not read the content. But the system's classification of the records told him they existed and that their existence was the kind of existence that changed the shape of what he thought he was in. He was not the first. This was not surprising in the intellectual sense. The goddess had said the world needed intervention, which implied previous interventions had occurred or been attempted. But there was a difference between knowing logically that something had probably happened and standing in a vault that had documented it happening. The difference was physical. He felt it in the same place he felt world vitality, 23%, in the section of his processing that took numbers seriously rather than abstractly. The world vitality intervention records were the most organized section of the vault. 3 full shelves, the materials densest here, the cross-referencing between documents more elaborate than anywhere else in the collection. Someone had spent significant time on this section. Multiple people, across what the aging of the materials suggested was a significant span of time. The category label as the system rendered it was, direct restoration attempts. Not clearing dungeon threats. Not eliminating the creatures that degraded the world systems. Direct. The attempts had been aimed at the vitality rating itself, at whatever mechanism governed the number, at the possibility of pushing 23% upward rather than simply slowing its decline. The results were in the subclassifications. He did not have access to results. The content was sealed behind the language barrier. But the system's classification of the results section used a notation he had seen once before, not in this vault, not in the forward hold, not in the dungeon. In Cassiel's profile. The notation the system applied to things that were incomplete. The intervention attempts were incomplete. Not failed. Not abandoned. Incomplete. The specific notation of something that had been in progress when the documentation stopped. Something had interrupted them. He filed this in the place with world vitality, 23% and original cycle record and the sealed shelf at the back. He looked at the sealed shelf. The construct lock was a different system than the Warden Intelligence. Smaller, more specific, built for this one surface. He ran the lens on it and got the interface protocol parameters and ran his current combined intelligence and perception against them, and the parameters came back above his current threshold. Not by much, but above. He looked at it for a moment. He did not try to open it. Not because he could not. Because 3 hours in a vault, without sleep, after an operational deployment, with the lock's threshold sitting just above his current numbers and the consequence of a failed interface attempt unknown, these were not the conditions for something this specific. He would come back with rest and preparation and a clearer read of everything else in the vault first. The locked shelf had waited 30 years. It could wait one more visit. He said, time. She looked up. She had been at the back of the vault reading the physical organization of the sealed shelf's context, the materials immediately adjacent to the lock, the organization of what the builders had decided should sit next to the thing they were most protecting. She said, I know what it is protecting. He said, tell me. She said, not a document. The shelves adjacent to it are all documentation. The materials here are materials, not records. They have a different physical quality, a density difference. The lock is protecting an object. He looked at the sealed shelf. He said, the Warden Intelligence's primary directive was the object, not the records. She said, the records are context for whoever opens it. He said, they built this so whoever came would understand what they were receiving before they received it. She said, yes. He looked at the shelf for another moment. Then he turned and moved toward the staircase. She followed. The ice lattice, still held at shoulder height, threw its refracted light across the stone walls on the way up. He watched the pattern of it and thought about a vault organized for retrieval under stress, built by people who had been watching a pattern repeat and had decided the watching required both documentation and preparation, and had left the thing they were most protecting at the end of a path that began with understanding and ended with a lock that required a threshold they had expected someone to eventually meet. He thought about intelligence, 19, and perception, 21, and a threshold that his current combined numbers cleared by 2 points. He thought about what those numbers would be in 30 days. The dungeon gate was passive and the 7 miles back were the 7 miles back. At the 4-mile mark, Seraphine paused at the edge of the agricultural road. Not stopping. A pause, the pause of someone who has been building towards something and has found the point where the building should produce output. He stopped with her because stopping when she stopped was what he did. She looked at the gate's distant position behind them. Then at the Hold's lights ahead. The eastern horizon was doing what it always did. The stars were out in the way they were out when ground light was insufficient to compete. She said, "You were not going to come back here without me." He said, "No." She said, "You could have. It would have been faster and you would not have needed to manage the light." He said, "Yes." She said nothing for a moment. The space of the moment was the specific space of someone who has said two things and received two accurate answers and is deciding whether the third thing is the right thing to say or whether the two accurate answers are sufficient. She said, "Yes." He looked at the Hold's lights. He thought about the vault's organization and the documents classified as original cycle record and the sealed shelf with its object at the end of a path through understanding. He thought about 3 hours in a chamber underground with the ice lattice providing workable light and her moving through the physical organization and him reading classifications and the two things complementing each other without overlap. He said, "He ran better when she was in the room." The sentence arrived in the cold air between them with the quality of something that had been taken out of the careful management and left unmanaged, deliberately, because the management was the wrong tool for this specific delivery. Not elaborated. Not qualified. Not delivered with the framing that converted direct statements into analytical ones. Just the sentence. Accurate. Unadorned. She looked at him. He looked at the Hold's lights. The mind's lens, running its passive read on everything in range the way it always did, ran her profile without being directed to because the profile was in range and the lens did not distinguish between deliberate and ambient scans in its passive operation. The shielded notation appeared. And then it did not. He registered this the way he registered all significant lens events, without visible reaction, with the internal attention of someone who has received data they were not expecting and is making room for it. The shielded notation had been returning for days. It had been returning every time he pointed the lens at her emotional state, every time the scan reached that field and encountered the active block that the system had called a shield. He had stopped directing the lens at it because repeated attempts against unchanged resistance was not analysis. The passive scan had not been directed at it. The passive scan had no intent. It had simply reached her profile the way it always reached everything in range and the field had been there and the shielded notation had not. The emotional state field was open. He read it without looking at her. Decided. Not interested, which was what the boss chamber had returned in the warm aftermath of the Obsidian Warden. Not observing, which was what the portal argument had returned when she had been watching him watch everyone else. Not the shielded block that had been returning since the confrontation. Not the searching energy of someone still moving toward a conclusion. Decided. The same word the cathedral had shown in the golden light of her column after she had read bound and searching and looked across 20 feet of ice diagram at him. The word that carried the specific quality of something that had passed through the stages prior to itself and had arrived at a place that did not require revision. Unchanged since the cathedral. He held this. He had not known. He had read decided in the cathedral and filed it with the careful honesty of someone who did not know what the word meant in the specific context of a woman whose status field had been updating since she arrived at the camp and whose emotional state readings had been the most instructive sequence of data he had received in a dungeon full of instructive data. He had filed it and he had let it sit in the place where things sat when they were true and not yet actionable. It had been sitting there, unchanged, since the cathedral. Decided was not in motion. It was not the reading of someone who was deciding. It was the reading of something that had been decided and had required no subsequent revision because the decision had been made on sufficient information and had held. He looked at the Hold's lights. She had looked at him in the cathedral after reading her own profile, after seeing bound and searching in the golden column, and something in her had already arrived at decided. He did not know what the decision was in the language she would use to describe it. He knew what the system classified it as. He knew what it felt like to be standing on a dead agricultural road at the 4-mile mark with her beside him and the words sitting in his passive scan with the settled quality of something that had not moved. He started walking. She fell into step beside him. The spacing was the spacing it had been since the dungeon. Not far enough to be deliberate absence. Not close enough to require acknowledgement. The spacing of a choice that had been made and was being held. He walked and she walked and the Hold's lights got larger and the eastern horizon kept doing what it always did and the 7 miles reduced to 6 and then 5 and the space between them was the same space it had always been. Except that it had a name now. Neither of them used it. The name existed in the gap between what the system had returned in his passive scan and what she had said standing at the 4-mile mark before he had answered with the one sentence he had not managed into analysis. It existed in the gap between decided, sitting unchanged since the cathedral, and the accurate answer to why. Not because of what she could do, not because of what the unit needed, not because of the strategic arithmetic of having an SSS-Rank knight who had chosen to say she was already attached to a unit that did not exist yet. Because he ran better when she was in the room. which was the most unstrategic thing he had ever said out loud and was also the most accurate. The hold's gate appeared ahead. The guard rotation was at its quieter configuration. The medical facility's light was steady. The eastern wall section stood at the coordinates he had given Aldrich, carrying its structural issue through another night toward a morning when the engineering team's report would be on his list. He had a list. He always had a list. Tonight the list had the vault's sealed shelf and what it contained, the construct lock's threshold and his current numbers and the math of 30 days. The original cycle records and what they said about previous summonings and whether any of those summoned ones had produced a world vitality intervention that was more than incomplete. What to give Cassiel and when and in what sequence. The list had Daria, somewhere in the world with a world tier elemental core sleeping inside her, and world vitality, 23%, and the connection between those two things that he was increasingly certain was not coincidental. The list had a unit that existed now, assembled from a dungeon's worth of calculated proximity and one word in a military processing room, and a soldier who called choke points from memory, and a woman at the window who had been looking east since the first morning. The list had decided, sitting in his passive scan with the settled quality of something that had been decided on sufficient information and required no revision. He kept walking. She walked beside him. The space between them had a name. He added it to the list. Taelo became aware of Cassiel at the 3rd hour past midnight. Not because Cassiel made noise. He did not make noise. He was a man who had survived one complete dungeon cycle and returned to the beginning of another and had developed, somewhere in the process, the specific quality of presence that took up exactly the space it needed and no more. He was in the common area when Taelo's passive mind's lens sweep extended through the structure in its pre-dawn run and returned a profile he recognized. He lay still for a moment. He ran the profile again to confirm. SSS rank was not in the forward hold's general population, and Regressor of the First Cycle was not a title the hold's soldiers carried. The profile was Cassiel's. He was in the common area. He had not knocked because he had presumably determined that knocking was not the register this conversation required, and the door had been unlocked because locked doors in the structure created a security asymmetry that Taelo had decided did not serve the unit's operational needs. Anyone capable of being a threat to the structure was not going to be stopped by a lock, and anyone who was not a threat benefited from frictionless entry. He had not expected Cassiel to test this logic at the 3rd hour past midnight. He dressed and went to the common area. Cassiel was in the chair nearest the window. Not the window. He had chosen the chair with the sight line to the door, which was the chair that a man who had run this dungeon once before and returned to do it again sat in when he was waiting in a space he was uncertain about. He held a document in one hand, resting on his knee, not reading it. He had been sitting with it long enough that holding it had become ambient rather than active. Bowen was across from him. This was not surprising. Bowen had a relationship with the structure's nighttime sounds that Taelo had come to understand as a passive security system. Not deliberate, not trained, simply the function of a man whose battlefield empathy ran below the level of conscious decision and whose body had decided that new presence in a space he was responsible for required acknowledgement. He had come out, assessed Cassiel, and sat down. His expression was the expression of a man who had made a snap determination that the person across from him was someone he had decided about during the dungeon, and the decision was positive and that was sufficient. He had offered Cassiel water. Cassiel had accepted. They had been sitting in the companionable silence of two people who had been through something together and did not require conversation to occupy shared space. Taelo stood in the doorway. Cassiel looked at him. He said he had found something in the hold's archive. He said he needed Taelo to look at it. He said he thought Taelo might already know about it. The sentence had been built carefully. Not accusatory, informational, but weighted. The last part of it was the part that carried the weight, the part that turned a request into something that was also, gently, a question. Taelo was very still for a moment. He crossed the room and sat. Not in the remaining chair, on the edge of the table, which was a position that said I am not settling in for a long negotiation. He looked at the document in Cassiel's hand. Cassiel laid it flat on the table between them. It was a survey report. 30 years old. The age was visible in the material, the same aging he had seen in the vault's older documents, the specific yellowing of something that had been stored in conditions that preserved rather than degraded. The handwriting on it was the handwriting of an official document. Formatted, consistent, the notation style of someone filling in fields rather than writing freely. He could read this one. It was in the current script rather than the pre-system era characters of the vault's oldest materials. He read the relevant section. The survey had been conducted 30 years ago, prior to the war's worst phase, as part of a larger assessment of underground structures in the forward hold's operational radius. The structure at the coordinates he now knew as the gate site had been noted as a classified repository. The surveyor's notation used language that suggested they had not been authorized to fully document the contents. What they had recorded was the structure's existence, its approximate depth, and a classification header that someone had been authorized to pass to them even if the contents had not been. The classification header read, First Cycle Documentation. Cassiel had found the edge of the vault from the outside. He had not been inside it. He had been looking at this survey report, Taelo understood, and working with the reference the way a person worked with the last confirmed data point of something they had lost track of, as the starting position for a search that had not yet found what it was looking for. He looked at the document. He looked at Cassiel. Cassiel said he had been looking for the repository since he arrived in this cycle. He said he had not been able to locate it before. The war had collapsed the surface access routes in the region. The agricultural road had been impassable for years before the hold's current patrol radius had stabilized enough to use it, and the coordinates themselves had been in contested territory for a period that had reduced the survey archive's reference to a note in a file rather than an accessible site. He said the dungeon gate opening over it was the most useful accident he had encountered in this regression. He said, I have been to every archive in every hold and settlement in the operational radius of this region. He said it with the quality of someone reporting a fact they had been accumulating for a long time and had not yet been able to use. Taelo looked at him. He said, he had seen the vault. Cassiel went still. Not the controlled stillness of a man managing his response, the involuntary stillness of a man who has been pursuing something for the duration of a regression and has just been told that the thing exists and has been accessed and is 7 miles east rather than in the category of things still being searched for. The stillness lasted 2 seconds. Then it resolved into something more deliberate, the composure of someone who had felt something and had decided what to do with having felt it. The pause between them was the specific pause of 2 people who had a lot of information and were deciding how much to put on the table and in what order. Taelo ran the calculation fast because he had been preparing for this conversation, in a general sense, since the vault's first visit. He had known Cassiel would eventually arrive at the vault's existence from whatever thread he was pulling. He had not known the thread would be a survey report in the hold's official archive. He had not known it would arrive at the 3rd hour past midnight. He had known it would come. He had decided what to give and what to hold. He told Cassiel the category structure. The vault's organization, practical utility at eye level, supporting documentation below, historical context above, built for retrieval under stress by people who expected whoever came to be operating against a clock. The classification headers he had been able to read, dungeon cycle records, summons protocol documentation, previous intervention attempts. The scale of the collection, hundreds of documents, multiple cycles documented, longer than any individual regression implied. Cassiel listened with the focus of someone who had been waiting for this for an entire regression. He did not interrupt. He did not ask clarifying questions as the information arrived. He listened with the completeness of someone who was storing everything and would run his questions after the data set was complete. Taelo told him about the original cycle records. He told him about the World Vitality Intervention attempt documentation, the classification, the organization, the system notation that had flagged the records as incomplete rather than failed. He did not tell him about the sealed shelf. He made this decision with the same logic he had applied when he told Seraphine they needed to wait before giving Cassiel anything. He did not know what was behind the sealed shelf. Giving someone information about a locked door when you did not know what was behind it was poor practice in any context. In the context of a regressor whose information about the previous cycle shaped his strategy in the current one, it was particularly poor practice. He would tell Cassiel about the shelf when he could tell him what the shelf contained. When Taelo finished, Cassiel was quiet. The quiet of someone running information against other information, the specific kind of quiet that had computation in it, that was not empty but was full of something you could not see from the outside. Bowen sat across from them both with the equanimity of a man who had learned that some conversations moved at a pace that did not include him and had no objection to this. Cassiel said, the intervention failed. He said it not as a question. As a thing he knew and was putting on the table because the table was where information was going. He said he had not been present for it in the first cycle. He had been at a different front, 3 weeks' travel from the intervention site, in the middle of an engagement that could not be paused. He had received the news 3 months after the attempt, in a dispatch that had arrived with the tone of official record rather than immediate report, the tone of something that had been processed and formalized before being sent, which meant the people who ran it were already dead by the time he read about it. He said, I came back for the documentation. Taelo said, why? Not the why of someone who had not understood what had been said. The why that asked for the layer below what had been said, the reasoning that made the specific choice the correct one rather than the adjacent choices that were also available. Cassiel said, because the intervention failed. He said, but not completely. He said the world's vitality rating in the first cycle had been lower than the current 23% when they attempted the intervention. He did not specify the number. His face when he said lower had the specific quality of a face that had held a number for a long time and was not going to say it out loud because saying it out loud was the kind of thing that needed to be done at the right moment rather than the available one. He said, whatever they did slowed the decline. He said, I came back to find what they did so I could finish it. The room was quiet. Bowen said, from his chair, in the tone of a man making an observation that was both accurate and the most straightforward possible version of the situation. That was a long way to come for a document. Cassiel looked at him. He said, "Yes." Bowen nodded. He accepted this. He stood, took the cups to the side of the room, and said he was going to sleep for another hour before training. He left the way he arrived, without ceremony, without the performance of a departure, simply going because the going was what came next. The common area was quieter with him out of it. Not worse, Bowen's presence was not a thing that required performance in return, and his absence was not a loss of warmth. But the specific quality of two people left in a room shifted when the third person was gone, and both Taelo and Cassiel were people who registered shifts. Taelo looked at the survey report still on the table. He said he would arrange access to the vault. He said Cassiel should wait for him to complete one remaining assessment before entry. Cassiel looked at him. He said, "The sealed shelf." Taelo said nothing, which was the answer Cassiel had already had before he asked. Cassiel said, "I know there is a sealed section." The survey's reference to classified repository is specific language. It is the language used for materials the pre-war government did not trust to general record keeping. He said, the classification within the classification is the warden-protected component. He said, "I could not reach it in the first cycle." He said, "I assume you are working on it." Taelo said, "Yes." Cassiel said, "How close?" Taelo said, "Close." He said it with the specific accuracy of someone who had checked the threshold against his current numbers and knew what the math said and was not going to inflate it with optimism or deflate it with false modesty. Cassiel looked at him for a moment. The look of a man who has run a regression and is assessing a person who was not present in the first cycle and is deciding what that assessment means for the current one. Not threatening, Cassiel did not produce threat. The look of someone doing thorough work. He said, "You are different from the support types I have encountered before." Taelo said, "The system called his skill useless on the first day." Cassiel said, "The system does not always know what it is looking at." He picked up the survey report. He stood. He said he would wait for the assessment completion. He said it with the patience of a man for whom waiting was a practice skill rather than a passive one, the patience of a regressor who had learned that the second cycle's advantages were only as good as the quality of the decisions made with them. He left through the front door. Taelo sat in the common area alone. He ran what Cassiel had told him against the vault's category structure. The intervention attempt documentation, third shelf left side, under the classification header he had noted as different from the operational records. He had noted the difference. He had not known what the difference meant until Cassiel gave him the frame. Lower than 23%. Whatever that number was, and Cassiel had not said it, had held it back with the specific care of someone who understood that some numbers produced responses that were not useful. The intervention had happened at a vitality level below the current one, and whatever they had done had slowed the decline enough that 23% existed as a current reading instead of something lower. The intervention had not finished. But it had done something. He thought about the sealed shelf. He thought about a warden intelligence that had been running its primary directive for 30 years with its highest level protection not on the records but on a single sealed section. He thought about the vault organized as a record up to the back wall and then, at the back wall, something the physical materials suggested was not a document. An object. An object that the intervention attempt documentation surrounded like annotations surrounding a primary source. The records were the explanation. The sealed shelf was the thing the explanation was for. He thought about Cassiel saying, "I came back to find what they did so I could finish it." He thought about the object on the sealed shelf and whether finishing it required the object or only the documentation of what had been attempted, and the answer that his read of the vault's organization suggested was that the documentation and the object were both necessary, which was why they were in the same vault, because whoever built it understood that the documentation without the tool was archaeology and the tool without the documentation was dangerous. He sat with this. Then he went to prepare for the day. The unit's operational rhythm had developed its own structure in the week since the forward hold. Ren ran morning spatial assessments, the hold's perimeter, the approach routes to the dungeon gate, the positions of the hold's guard rotations against the pattern he had memorized and was now tracking for drift. He brought his findings to Taelo in the form of annotated observations rather than official reports, which was the format Taelo had requested and which Ren had adapted to with the ease of someone who had always found the observation more natural than the formatting of the observation into official language. Bowen ran the training yard in the afternoons, not training the hold soldiers, working with them in the specific way that a Guardian-class fighter with a damaged leg and battlefield empathy worked with other fighters. He did not instruct. He existed in the training space and the people around him updated their spatial awareness of each other because his presence made certain dynamics visible that were invisible without it. Petra managed logistics and communication with the efficiency of someone who had identified the hold's administrative pressure points inside of 3 days and was applying gentle and consistent pressure to all of them in directions that benefited the unit's resource access. Seraphine. Seraphine was the unit's perimeter in the way that she was always the perimeter, present, complete, the reading of every space she occupied thorough and current. She ran the dungeon gate's status checks twice daily now that they had the Warden Intelligence's authorization. She did not report these in the unit's formal structure because the formal structure had not developed a category for what she checked at the gate, not creature activity, not structural status, but the specific property of the gate's ambient signal that told her whether the Warden Intelligence's passive mode was holding or beginning to drift. It was holding. Taelo spent the day doing two things simultaneously, which was his usual mode. He met with Aldrich's engineering liaison about the Eastern Wall assessment. The report had been on Aldrich's desk since the morning after the vault visit, and the engineering team had confirmed the stress indicators Taelo had read in the map annotation, which produced a conversation about timeline and resource allocation that Taelo navigated toward a conclusion that was faster than the engineering team's initial estimate and slower than the timeline the stress indicators actually warranted. He was trading between those two numbers with the care of someone who understood that pushing too hard on the timeline produced resistance that slowed the outcome more than the timeline saved. He also ran the vault's category structure against Cassiel's information and rebuilt the architecture of what he understood. By evening, the rebuild was complete enough to describe. The window at the northern exposure held the hold's layout at night, which was the layout Taelo preferred to the daytime one because the night configuration showed the resource allocation clearly, what was lit, what was dimmed, what was running on priority power, and what was running on remainder. He stood at it after the evening meal and thought about the vault and the sealed shelf and the math of his current numbers against the lock's threshold. Intelligence, 19. Perception, 21. Combined, 40. Threshold, 38. 2 points above. The interface with the Warden Intelligence had moved something in the lens's processing, not an official evolution, not the formal level notification he had received in the dungeon, but the adaptation of a skill that had been applied to a novel substrate and had updated its internal parameters without announcing the update. He did not know how much the update had moved his effective numbers. He knew it had moved them because the Warden Intelligence interface had been at the boundary of what the lens could manage and had succeeded, which meant the lens had done something at the boundary that it had not been able to do before the boundary. He was thinking about threshold math when she appeared at the window beside him. Not arrived. Appeared, in the way that she moved when she was not performing movement, when she was simply where she was going to be and the transition was not the part she was managing. He told her everything Cassiel had said. She listened without interrupting. This was her method with information she was taking seriously. The full reception, the no competing input, the listen that was actually listening rather than the listen that was preparing to respond. He went through it in sequence. The survey report, the archive search across multiple holds, the intervention in the first cycle and the death of everyone who ran it, the dispatch 3 months late. The vitality number that had been lower and that Cassiel had not named. The slowing of the decline that the intervention had produced even though it had not finished. He told her why Cassiel had come back. She was quiet when he finished. The quiet lasted longer than the standard processing pause. This was the quiet of someone running a single thread of thought that had specific depth rather than multiple parallel assessments. He did not interrupt it. The view from the window was the view it always was. The eastern sky was the eastern sky it always was. She said, the sealed shelf. He said, yes. She said, you think the intervention method is on the sealed shelf. He said, the Warden Intelligence was running its highest level protection on that shelf specifically. He said, the rest of the vault is a record. Documentation, context, the explanation of what happened and what was tried. He said, the sealed shelf is different. He said the materials immediately adjacent to the lock suggested a different physical density, not document material. He said, the vault organized as a record leads to the sealed shelf the way an explanation leads to the thing being explained. He said, the sealed shelf is a tool, not a record. He said, the tool is what the records are explaining. She was quiet. He said, he needed to open the lock. She said, she could help with that. He looked at her. Not the peripheral look, direct, because the statement had been direct and required direct response. He asked how. She showed him without words first. She extended one hand and produced something that was not the combat application and was not the ambient application of her ice affinity but was a third thing, something more specific than either. A thread of ice so fine it was nearly invisible, which she held at the length of her arm and then directed with the precision of the specific orientation of her index finger. The thread was not a weapon. It was a probe. The ice equivalent of the thing you use to find the tolerances in a physical system, to apply directed pressure in the axis where the system was designed to give rather than hold. She had done this before. He could see it in the way she held the thread, not experimenting, not demonstrating. Reproducing. She was showing him something she already knew, which meant she had done it and had learned it from doing it, and the learning had become the kind of learning that lived in the hands rather than in the head. He filed the before. He would ask about it later because later was when asking about beforce was appropriate and now was when they were discussing tomorrow's plan. She said, the construct lock will have tolerance points. Pre-war construct engineering used mechanical tolerance systems rather than system-level encryption, because the system as we have it now did not exist in the same form. The tolerances are microscopic but they are physical. Ice at full integration and directed precision finds them. She said she had worked the same type of lock before. She said it would take time. It would not be loud. He looked at the ice thread, still held at arm's length, fine enough to disappear at certain angles. He said, tomorrow night. She said, yes. She released the thread. It dissolved rather than dropped, the ice returning to ambient temperature without drama, the cold dissipating into the room's air so gradually that it was gone before he registered the moment of going. He looked back at the window. The hold's nighttime configuration was running its standard rhythm. The guard rotation was at the position it reached at this hour of the evening. He had been tracking it for 7 days and the pattern had been consistent enough to be predictable, and consistent predictability in a security rotation was a vulnerability he had flagged for Aldrich's attention but had not yet escalated because the eastern wall was higher priority, and escalating everything simultaneously produced noise that reduced the effective signal of each individual item. He thought about the vault 7 miles east. He thought about Cassiel in the hold's infrastructure, somewhere, holding a 30-year-old survey report and the knowledge that the thing he had returned to a whole regression to find was 7 miles away and had been visited already by a man with strength 18 and a plain spear and a skill the system had called useless on day 1. He thought about the sealed shelf. He thought about an object inside it that had been protected above everything else in the vault, above the cycle records, above the summons documentation, above the intervention attempt materials that were organized as the explanation of what the object did. An object that the people who had run the first intervention had used to slow a decline that had been worse than the current one, incompletely, and had then sealed in a vault with a warden intelligence running 30-year guard duty above it. He thought about world vitality, 23%. He thought about Daria, somewhere in the dying world, with the unawakened elemental core sleeping inside her and the system's notation of world tier sitting underneath the legendary tag. He thought about whether the object on the sealed shelf and the unawakened core were related things or separate things or the same thing expressed at different scales. And he did not have sufficient information to answer this question, and the insufficient information was the reason tomorrow night existed. He thought about Cassiel saying, whatever they did slowed the decline. He thought about the vitality number that had been lower than 23% when the first intervention had been attempted. He thought about the people who had run it dying before the dispatch reached Cassiel, 3 months and 3 weeks of travel distance between them, the news arriving in the language of official record. He thought about an SSS-Rank knight standing beside him at a window in the forward hold with a thread of ice fine enough to disappear at certain angles, saying tomorrow night with the brevity of someone confirming a plan rather than making one. He said, the Warden Intelligence's adaptive threshold update. He said, when he interfaced with it, the lens updated its processing. He said, he was not certain how much the update moved his effective numbers, but the threshold the lens showed him after the interface was not the threshold it had shown him before. She said, you are telling me the lock might already be openable. He said, he is telling her that the math of the threshold is not the same math it was before the Warden Intelligence interface, and the differential is in the direction of closer. She said, then tonight. He said, tonight is already the 3rd hour past midnight configuration and we have not slept. She said, you were not sleeping before Cassiel arrived. He said, no. She said, I have not been sleeping either. He looked at her. She was looking at the window. The window was doing what windows at the forward hold did at this hour, showing the hold's nighttime configuration, the guard rotation, the medical facility's steady light, the eastern wall section in the dark at its coordinates. She was looking at the hold the way she looked at everything, with the systematic quality that he had cataloged as her baseline and had long since stopped cataloging because it was no longer new information. But she had said, I have not been sleeping either. He looked at her. She was looking at the window. The window was doing what windows at the forward hold did at this hour, showing the hold's nighttime configuration, the guard rotation, the medical facility's steady light, the eastern wall section in the dark at its coordinates. She was looking at the hold the way she looked at everything, with the systematic quality that he had cataloged as her baseline and had long since stopped cataloging because it was no longer new information. But she had said, I have not been sleeping either. Not a complaint. Not an explanation. A piece of information offered into the space between them in the specific way that pieces of information were sometimes offered when the information was also something else. He held it. He said, we go now. The 7 miles at the 3rd hour past midnight were the 7 miles they had walked before. The agricultural road in the dark, the dead furrow lines at the road's edge, the distant hold lights behind them and the gate's dim presence ahead. The patrol had finished its round and would not be back for 40 minutes. He knew this because he had been tracking the rotation for 7 days and the rotation had been consistent and he had planned accordingly. Seraphine walked beside him. The gate was passive. They went through. The descent staircase was dark in the way that the staircase was dark when you did not have the dungeon zone's bioluminescence filtering down from above. The gate at passive status generated less ambient light than at active status, And the 15-meter mark where the illumination had become insufficient on the first visit became the 12-meter mark tonight. Seraphine's ice lattice appeared at 10 meters without being requested, the refracted light spreading through the staircase below with the same workable quality as the first visit. He noted that she had calibrated the timing earlier than last time. He noted it and set it beside the other things he noted. The vault was exactly as they had left it. He moved directly to the sealed shelf. No preamble, the category structure was already mapped, the document organization already surveyed, the specific locations of the original cycle records and the intervention attempt documentation already filed. He had what he needed from the records for now. The sealed shelf was the task. Seraphine stood beside him and looked at the construct lock. The lock was physical. Not large, the size of a handspan, inset into the shelf's front edge, with the specific surface quality of pre-war construct engineering that the system had given him classification data on during the last visit. She extended the ice thread and brought it to the lock's surface and went still. He stood beside her and did not speak. The work she was doing was not loud and was not fast. He watched the thread move across the lock's surface at a pace that was slower than he had expected, not tentative, deliberate. She was reading the lock the way he read rooms, systematically, without rushing the read because rushing produced incomplete information. The thread found tolerances he could not see. It paused at them. It applied pressure in the axes the tolerances allowed. He ran mind's lens on the lock during this process, not to interfere but to track, watching the system status readout of the lock's engagement mechanism shift as she worked, the specific movement of mechanical tolerances under directed pressure that was precise enough to find them without triggering the surrounding structure's resistance. 3 minutes. He had expected longer. At 6 minutes the lock's status readout changed. Not fully, not the complete release of a mechanism that had been unlocked. The first engagement point, the system's notation of the lock's outermost layer, had been successfully found and held in place by the ice thread's directed pressure. She held it and extended a second thread from the same source. 2 simultaneous applications, each at its own tolerance, each in the axis the mechanism required. He watched. She did not look like she was working. That was the thing. She looked the way she always looked. The systematic stillness, the complete attention that did not perform itself. The 2 threads were moving simultaneously through 2 different sets of tolerances at 2 different depths of the lock's mechanism, and she was managing both with the perception of someone whose total integration meant the affinity was an extension of her awareness rather than a tool she was applying. At 11 minutes the second engagement point cleared. At 14 minutes the third and final layer opened. The sealed shelf's front edge released with the sound of something that had been sealed for 30 years receiving the correct input for the first time. Not dramatic, the sound of a well-made mechanism doing its designed function, the click of tolerances releasing in sequence, the weight shift of a door that had been locked becoming a door that could be opened. He opened it. Inside the sealed shelf was an object. Not large. Not immediately impressive. Not the artifact presentation of something designed to communicate its own significance. It was a vessel, roughly the size of a forearm, made from a material that the system's scan returned as pre-system era compound. It had been placed in the shelf with the specific care of something put down by someone who understood what they were putting down and was treating it accordingly, not hidden, positioned. The center of the shelf, the orientation deliberate, the surrounding space clear. It was sealed itself. The vessel's closure had the same construct lock quality as the shelf's lock, but smaller, internal, a secondary protection inside the primary protection. He looked at it. He ran mind's lens on the vessel and the reading came back with the classification structure he had been waiting to see. Not the format of a document, not the format of a construct or an artifact in the dungeon sense. The system classified the vessel under a header he had not seen before and that the lens rendered in the same notation it reserved for things that were structurally significant rather than individually exceptional. World Tier Catalyst. Subclassification. Vitality Restoration Interface. First Cycle, First Attempt. He stood with this. He looked at Seraphine. She was looking at the vessel. Her expression had the quality it had had in the dungeon when she had looked at the warden intelligence after it went still, not the systematic assessment, something else. Something that arrived through a different route than assessment. He had not yet named the route. She said, the catalyst. Not a question. He said, the catalyst. She said, they used it and it was not enough. He said, they used it incomplete. He said, the documentation is the completion. He said, 30 years of warden protection on the object and the records together because neither one is sufficient without the other. She looked at him. He did not touch the vessel. He had the same logic about it that he had about the sealed shelf when he had not been able to open it. He did not have sufficient understanding of what he was reaching for to reach for it responsibly. He could open the vessel. The lock was a smaller version of the shelf's lock and the shelf's lock was now open and Seraphine was standing beside him. He could open it. He was not going to open it tonight because opening it required knowing what the records said the intervention attempt had done, and reading the records required the language access he did not yet have, and the language access required the system's translation capability at a level he had not yet achieved or a translator he had not yet found. He said, "They need to read the records before they open the vessel." She said, "Cassiel can read them." He said, "Yes." The pause that followed was not a long one. Not the long pause of the common area with Cassiel, that had been the pause of two people deciding how much to put on the table. This pause was shorter, the pause of two people who had already decided and were confirming the decision was the same decision. He said, "Tomorrow." He said, he would tell Aldrich and Cassiel tomorrow. He said, Cassiel reads the intervention documentation while he continues working on the translation access through the system's classification headers. He said, the vault opens to both of them once they know what they are walking into. She said, "The unit." He said, "Yes." She looked at the vessel one more time. Then she turned and he closed the shelf and the shelf's lock re-engaged with the same quiet mechanism of a well-made thing returning to its default. He ran the lens one more time, the vault's status, the Warden Intelligence's passive mode, the sealed shelf's closure confirmed. Complete. They went back up the staircase. The ice lattice dissolved at the top the way it always dissolved. The dungeon gate was passive around them. The night outside was the night it always was, cold and starlit and carrying the eastern horizon's sustained orange-gray. He stopped at the gate's perimeter. She stopped beside him. He thought about the vessel. World Tier Catalyst. Vitality Restoration Interface. First Cycle, First Attempt. He thought about World Vitality, 23% and the number lower than that which Cassiel had not named. He thought about an intervention that had slowed the decline without finishing it, and the people who had run it dying before Cassiel's dispatch could reach him, and 30 years of a Warden Intelligence keeping the tool and its explanations sealed at each other's side. He thought about Daria. Unawakened Elemental Core. The connection he had been certain was not coincidental and now had one more piece of evidence for, a vessel classified as World Tier Catalyst waiting in a sealed shelf for someone to finish what the first cycle had started. He thought about what finishing it required. He did not have sufficient information yet. He added the vessel to the list. He added the records to the list. He added Cassiel's translation capability to the list and what the sequencing of giving Cassiel access would produce and what he needed to know about what Cassiel already knew before the sequencing began. He kept walking. She walked beside him. The hold was 7 miles west and the vault was behind them and the dying world was doing what it always did and the list was long and getting longer, which was evidence that the observation was accurate and the observation was the instrument and the instrument was working. He let the list keep growing. He walked. The staircase was different the second time. Not physically, the stone was the same stone, the dimensions were the same dimensions, the curve at the 15-meter mark was the curve at the 15-meter mark. What was different was the quality of moving through a space that was no longer unknown. The first time down, his attention had been split between navigation and information gathering because the navigation required information he did not yet have. This time the navigation was filed. He moved through the staircase the way he moved through the hold's corridors, with the ambient spatial awareness of a place that was already mapped rather than being mapped in real time. The familiarity changed the quality of everything. It was the same location with different information overlaid on it, which was not a small difference. Unknown space produced a specific type of processing, the open-ended scan, the intake mode, every input being weighted for significance because significance had not yet been assigned. Known space was different. Known space let him think about other things while moving through it, which was the specific value of familiarity that most people underestimated because they experienced it as comfort rather than as a freed cognitive resource. He was thinking about coordinator class while descending the staircase he already knew. He had not looked up the full descriptor before tonight. He had read the class selection screen on day 1 of the dungeon, had seen coordinator listed alongside warrior and scout and healer and the other standard options, had read the abbreviated description, system interface, coordination of high-capacity entities, structural support function, and had selected it with the instinct of someone playing to what they actually were. He had not read further. The abbreviated description had been sufficient for day 1. He had not gone back to the full descriptor because the full descriptor was accessible in his system interface and he had been occupied with survival and the full descriptor felt like the kind of thing you read when the immediate situation allowed for retrospective review rather than forward operational planning. Tonight he was thinking about the abbreviated description against the things the vault's classification headers had given him. Compatible interface type. Structural outcome coordination. The specific alignment that the second-to-last document's classification had suggested before he had been able to read it fully. He was thinking about this carefully and not arriving at conclusions prematurely because premature conclusions were the category of error that felt like insight and produced the specific damage of a map that was confident and wrong. Seraphine descended beside him. She moved through the staircase the way she moved through all spaces she had been in once, with the complete retention of someone who stored spatial information on first exposure and did not need the second exposure to remind her of what the first had given. She had not been to this vault enough times to have the same relationship he had developed with the familiar, but she moved without the navigation intake split that a new space required. The first visit had fully resolved the space for her. She was moving through a known staircase with different processing than a first descent. He had noticed this property of hers in the dungeon. The spatial retention that complemented Ren's spatial generation. He had noted it and filed it and had not needed to use it as a category yet. He was beginning to think the category might have specific relevance to things he was about to understand. The ice lattice appeared at the 9-meter mark earlier than the previous 2 visits. He registered this without noting it aloud. The vault chamber received them with the specific quality of a place that has been entered enough times to have a relationship with being entered. He went to the back wall directly. The previous visits had done the orientation work. He did not need to survey the shelf organization again, did not need to rerun the classification headers on the cycle records or the intervention documentation. The map was complete. The back wall was the destination, and the back wall's feature was the thing he had described to Cassiel as a sealed shelf and had known, in the describing, was an inexact description. It was a door. He had known it on the first visit. The recognition had been the product of 2 things in combination: the concentration of the Warden Intelligence's protection signal, which had not been distributed across the back wall but had been focused at the specific location of the door's seam, and the material match between the door's surface and the surrounding wall, which was too precise to be structural coincidence. Someone had worked very hard to make a door that did not look like a door. They had succeeded well enough that a casual observation would have missed it. They had not succeeded well enough to fool a passive mind's lens sweep that was looking for the thing a Warden Intelligence was protecting above everything else. He had called it a sealed shelf to Cassiel because sealed shelf was accurate at the level of function, a storage feature that was sealed, and was inexact enough at the level of structure that it preserved information he was not yet ready to release. A shelf was a compartment. A door was an entrance. The difference between those 2 things was the difference between a container and a space, and Taelo did not tell people about spaces he had not finished reading. He was finished reading it. Seraphine stood at the door. She examined the lock mechanism for 4 minutes without speaking. This was not the 4 minutes of someone who was unfamiliar with the mechanism and was determining their approach. This was the 4 minutes of someone who was reading a specific system with the quality of attention that distinguished reading from looking. She touched the lock's surface with her fingertips, not with affinity, not applying anything. Receiving. The way she engaged with a physical system that she was about to work with was the way he engaged with a person he was about to scan, the attentive prior step, the gathering of the information that the application would use. He watched her do this. Not with the part of his mind that was filing interesting observations about her in the general category that was accumulating those. With the specific part that was noting how she engaged with problems that were not combat, which was a category he had not had enough data points to draw from and was now adding to. Her stillness while reading the lock was the same as her stillness in the corridor while reading the ambient threat distribution of a dungeon zone. Systematic, complete, without the performance of attention. She was attending, and the attending was visible as a quality rather than a behavior. She identified the mechanism. She did not announce the identification. She shifted from the fingertip reading to the application with a continuity that had no visible break, one thing becoming another thing the way her movements always flowed, the absence of the hesitation between assessment and action that most people produced when they were deciding whether the assessment was complete enough to act on. Her assessment was complete. She acted. The affinity came out in the way that it came out when she was not fighting with it. In the dungeon, the ice had been expansive, surfaces freezing, limbs shattering, the directed application of something that was built for large outputs aimed at things that needed to stop. This was the opposite. A single thread, less than a finger's width, and then a second thread that was thinner than the first, and the placement of both was measured in fractions that he could see only because his perception, 21, was running and looking for them. They went into the lock's mechanism through tolerances that the mechanism's construction had never expected to be found, the specific gaps between precision fit components that existed because perfect fit was not possible, only very close fit, and very close was the space that ice at full integration could occupy. She did not force. She applied. The distinction was the distinction she had named in passing once, hard versus correct. Force applied energy against resistance. Correct application found where the resistance was not and used that. The lock did not experience force. It experienced the precise exploitation of its own mechanical logic turned against itself, which was not the same thing and produced a different result. The lock released. Not broke. Released. The sound of it was the sound of a mechanism doing what it had been designed to do when the correct input arrived. The small settled click of something returning to its designed state, the weight shift of a held thing becoming a free thing. The door, which had been sealed against the wall with the material match that had made it invisible to casual observation, became a door that could be opened. He opened it. The secondary vault was smaller than the main chamber. Not small. The dimensions of a room rather than the dimensions of a passage. 2 shelves on the right wall, running its full length at waist height and eye height. The shelves held 12 documents, organized in the same intentional structure as the main vault but denser, the spacing between documents more deliberate. These were not the full archive. These were the selection. The materials that the vault's builders had determined were essential enough to be inside the protected space rather than the protected space's anteroom. And on the lower shelf, in a purpose-built housing that held it in a specific orientation with the care of something that had been placed to be found rather than to be stored, was an object. His eyes went to it before his conscious attention directed them. It was not dramatic. He had learned, in the dungeon and in the weeks since, that significant things were rarely dramatic on presentation. The golem's core had been a 6-inch piece of compressed stone. The gate key had been a crystalline shard. The world tier catalyst he had read in the vessel classification had been approximately the size of a forearm. This object was approximately the size of a book, dense, compact, the material of its housing the same pre-system era compound that the system had flagged on the first vault visit. It sat in its housing with the orientation of something that had been placed to receive a specific interaction rather than to be moved. The mind's lens ran on it before he consciously asked it to. This had been happening more since the Warden intelligence interface. The skill anticipating his intention and beginning the read in the space between intent and direction, which was an adaptation he had not formally noted and was noting now. The read came back not in the standard biological entity format or the construct format or the dungeon mechanism format but in the notation the system used for things that were structurally significant rather than individually significant. World Vitality Anchor, dormant. He read the descriptor. An object that, when activated by a compatible system interface in proximity to a world vitality breach, could stabilize the vitality rating and initiate recovery conditions. Not restore, stabilize and initiate recovery. The distinction between those two things was the distinction between a single action and a process. The anchor was not a solution in itself. It was the beginning of a process that, once initiated, could run toward the solution. The activation required the compatible interface. The compatible interface was listed as a system requirement rather than a hardware requirement, not a specific device or artifact, a class designation. The class that could interface with the anchor at the level the activation required. He read it 3 times. He said, "This is what they used." Seraphine looked up from the documents she had already moved to. She had gone to the shelves while he was processing the artifact's classification, which was the correct division of attention in a space that needed to yield both its information and its object. She looked at him. He told her what the artifact's classification said: World Vitality Anchor, Dormant, Activation by Compatible System Interface, Recovery Conditions Initiation. She looked at the artifact. She looked back at the documents in her hands. She said, "The documents are the record of the attempt." She said, "The activation failed in the first cycle because the system interface compatibility was insufficient." She said, "The compatible interface type is listed." She read it to him. He did not hear it with his ears in the way that he heard things. He heard it with the lens, with the processing layer that turned language into classification, because the term she read was a system term and the system terms went directly into the lens's categorical framework without passing through the interpretation step that ordinary language required. The compatible interface type was Coordinator Class, Stage 2 or higher. He ran his own class designation in his awareness. Unsealed Coordinator Class, Stage 1 activated. He stood in the secondary vault for a long moment. The silence in the vault was the silence of a sealed space, not the silence of absence but the silence of a place that had been holding its breath for 30 years and was still holding it. The Warden Intelligence's passive mode above maintained the dungeon zone's ambient quiet at the vault level. The documents on the shelves were what they had been since the people who put them there left and did not come back. He stood in the silence and he held 2 pieces of information in the same place. Compatible interface type, Coordinator Class, Stage 2 or higher. His current designation, Stage 1. He was not Stage 2. He was not at the threshold. He was at the stage before the threshold, which was not a failure. He had been in the dungeon for days when the system assigned Stage 1 and he had been in the dying world for 1 week and the class development curve was not instantaneous. Stage 2 was ahead of him. The gap between Stage 1 and Stage 2 was not a fixed barrier. It was a development threshold with inputs that produced outputs, and he had been running those inputs since day 1 and the outputs had been accumulating. But he was Stage 1 and the anchor required Stage 2 and the world's vitality was at 23%, which was a number that had a timeline attached even if the timeline was not displayed. He held this. Seraphine was watching him process it. She did not speak. She was not performing patience. She had the quality of someone who understood what the person beside them was working through and had decided that presence was more useful than input. The documents were in her hands and she had read enough of them to know what she was looking at and she was holding that knowledge with the same economy she held everything else, Not sharing it before it was time to share it, not withholding it, timing it to the moment when sharing it would be received rather than inserted. He looked at the coordinator class descriptor. He had not read the full descriptor since day one. The abbreviated version had been sufficient for the dungeon's immediate demands. The full descriptor was now in his awareness because he had just heard the anchor's compatibility requirement and his processing had run the cross-reference automatically, the lens connecting the system term in the document to the system term in his own profile and returning the full text of both simultaneously. Coordinator class, full descriptor, a system-level interface class designed for the coordination of high-capacity entities towards specific structural outcomes. The class holder functions as the operational node through which the combined output of entity capabilities is directed toward a single system-level intervention. At stage 1, the class enables passive coordination, the natural alignment of entity capabilities in the holder's operational proximity. At stage 2, the class enables active coordination, the deliberate direction of combined entity output through the holder as interface node, with full system-level access to the structural outcome mechanism. He read, the natural alignment of entity capabilities in the holder's operational proximity. He thought about a vine creature and Bowen executing a flip and expose maneuver that they had not practiced. He thought about the blade room, 19 people moving in single-file formation on his called windows. He thought about the gravity chamber, the rotating pairs in the mimicry creature fight, the specific quality of the coordination that had come together in those situations without being drilled. He thought about axis point, the cathedral's designation, the system's notation for an individual whose presence and decisions altered the probability distribution of outcomes for all entities within proximity range. He thought about the system in the cathedral showing him this designation in the same space where Seraphine's column had shown bound and searching, and he had filed it under things still being reviewed, and it had been in the pending section for 3 weeks while he had been occupied with things that felt more immediately actionable. He said, Cassiel has been running this regression looking for a way to do what the first cycle could not. He said, the intervention failed because they did not have a coordinator class interface. He said, Cassiel does not know what he found in this vault yet. He said, he is about to give Cassiel everything he has been running a regression to find. She said, yes. He said, that changes the shape of whatever arrangement they have. She said, it changes the shape of everything. The word everything sat in the secondary vault's silence with the specific weight of a word that is accurate rather than hyperbolic. The shape of everything was not a phrase she would use loosely. She had used it and she meant it with the precision she applied to all language. Minimum words, accurate content, no inflation. Everything meant the arrangement with Cassiel. The unit's operational position relative to the hold. The 30-day timeline Aldrich had given them and what the timeline meant against the class development gap. The world's vitality rating and the anchor's dormant status and the gap between stage 1 and stage 2. Everything. He looked at the anchor in its housing. He did not pick it up. He had the same logic he had applied to the vessel classification on the previous visit. Reaching for something world tier without understanding what handling it activated was an error he did not want to make. He noted the housing construction, purpose-built, oriented specifically, with interface indicators on the anchor's visible surface that the system flagged as activation points. The indicators were dormant in the same way the anchor was dormant, not absent, waiting. The dormancy was not damage. It was the condition of a thing that had been built to wait for the right input and had been waiting with the patience of an object, which was the most patient kind of waiting. He said, they needed to read all 12 documents before going back. She was already holding 4. She handed him 3. They read. 2 hours in the secondary vault. The documents were organized in the same intentional structure as the main vault, utility at the front, context building toward the back. The first documents were the operational records, what the intervention team had attempted, in what sequence, with what resources. The middle documents were the technical documentation, the anchor's function, the interface requirements, the specific mechanism of a vitality stabilization event and what it required from the coordinator class node to run correctly. The last documents were the reckoning. He read the third document from the right on the upper shelf with the attention he gave to things that had been written carefully by someone who understood they were writing for someone they would never meet. The handwriting in this document was different from the others, more precise, the specific precision of someone who was being deliberate with every character because the character count was the unit of meaning and no character could be wasted on anything other than the exact thing it needed to say. The writer had been the team's coordinator, or the closest approximation they had been able to find, a support class holder with coordination-adjacent traits rather than the coordinator class itself, which the document noted had not been confirmed as a present participant type in the current cycle's summons distribution. They had attempted the interface with the best available substitute. The substitute had been insufficient. Not because the person was insufficient, the document was precise about this, was careful to record that the interface failure was a compatibility failure rather than a capability failure, which was the distinction that mattered if someone was going to read this later and decide whether to try again. They had documented this with the handwriting of someone who understood that what they were writing might matter to someone they would never meet. It mattered. He closed the last document. The secondary vault was quiet. He held the 12 documents, in his head, the full picture of what they contained, against what Cassiel had told him in the common area. Against the world vitality at 23% and the anchor's stage 2 requirement and his own stage 1 designation and the development curve of a class that had been building since a dungeon's first room. He looked at the anchor in its housing. The picture was complete. Not comfortable. Not simple. The picture of a situation that had been running for longer than Cassiel's regression, documented by people who had understood what they were inside of and had been honest in the documentation about what had worked and what had not and what the not was specifically caused by. The documentation was a gift from people who had run out of time to give it directly and had done the next best thing, which was build a vault and hire a warden intelligence and leave everything organized for retrieval under stress by whoever arrived at the right moment. He was at the right moment, stage 1, needing stage 2, with the documentation in hand and the anchor within reach and Cassiel in the hold with a regression's worth of investment in finding exactly this. He looked at Seraphine. She was at the door. She had moved to the door at the moment he closed the last document, which was the efficiency of someone who had been tracking the session's progress and had prepared for its completion before the completion arrived. She said, Cassiel first thing in the morning. He said, yes. She said, and before Aldrich. He said, yes. She looked at him. The look had the systematic quality and also the other quality, the one that arrived through the different route that he had been accumulating data on since the dungeon and had not yet fully named. She said, you know what this means about your class? He said, yes. She said, and the "and" was not a question. It was the opening of a space, the specific construction of someone who had asked a question and was leaving room for the full answer rather than prompting toward the part they expected. He said, it is what the system said in the cathedral and he is still reviewing it. She made the sound that was not quite a laugh. He filed it in the place where he kept the first time in the boss chamber aftermath when something that was not quite a laugh had arrived involuntarily in response to something he had said about the system's assessments of him. This was the second time. Different content, same involuntary quality. The pattern now had 2 data points, which was not yet a trend but was no longer a single instance. He noted that the gap between the first and second had been 3 weeks and that the contents of both had been him being accurate about himself in a way that landed as something she had not expected to find funny and had found funny anyway. He filed this in the pending section next to Axis Point and decided an unknown status. They left the secondary vault. She pulled the door behind them and the lock re-engaged with the same quiet mechanism of the release, the tolerances returning to their resting position, the door becoming a wall again. He ran the lens one final time. Vault status confirmed, Warden Intelligence passive mode holding, secondary vault sealed. The main vault received them with the familiarity of the third entry. He noted the documents on the shelves as he passed. They were the context. Now, for the 12 documents in the secondary vault, the explanation of the explanation. The intervention attempt documentation on the third shelf left side was the record of what had been tried. The sealed space behind the back wall was the record of what was needed to try it correctly. The artifact in its housing was the tool. The documents were the instructions. The coordinator class was the interface. He was stage 1. The staircase ascent was the ascent of a known staircase in the dark with adequate light, which was the ascent he had made 3 times now including tonight. His body knew the curve at the 15-meter mark. His feet knew the step-width variation near the top where the stone cutters had changed their approach. The familiarity was doing its work, freeing his processing for things that needed it. He thought about Stage 2. Stage 2 was a class development threshold. Class development thresholds in the system's architecture were not arbitrary, they were tied to the accumulated application of the class's function at sufficient volume and complexity that the system's tracking determined the threshold had been met. Stage 1 had activated in the dungeon at a moment he had not been able to identify precisely. He suspected the vine creature coordination had been part of it, or the golem fight, or the accumulated pattern of the dungeon's group navigation. The system had assessed and notated without announcement. Stage 2 would follow the same logic. The question was, what did the system consider sufficient application of coordinator class function to cross the Stage 2 threshold, and was he currently running that application at the rate the threshold required? He thought about the unit. He thought about Ren's spatial generation feeding his classification analysis. He thought about Seraphine's combat capacity being deployed at the moments he assessed as necessary rather than at every moment of friction. He thought about Bowen at the rear of formation, the anchor that permitted everything in front of him to function with confidence. He thought about the Warden Intelligence Interface, which had been a coordination event in the system's technical sense. He had operated as the interface node between an external system and the unit's objective. He thought about the 12 documents and what they said the Stage 2 function actually required. Not the abbreviated description. The full technical documentation of what a coordinator class node did when operating at Stage 2 during an anchor interface event. He thought about what the full description required from the entities being coordinated. He thought about Seraphine. World Vitality Anchor, dormant. Activation by compatible system interface in proximity to World Vitality breach. The anchor stabilized and initiated recovery conditions. But the documentation had been specific about the mechanism. The recovery conditions were not generated by the anchor alone. The anchor was the interface mechanism, the thing that translated the intervention into the system's vitality architecture. The energy that ran through the interface came from the coordinator's coordinated entities. He thought about Daria. Unawakened elemental core. World. He stopped at the top of the staircase. She stopped beside him. He said, the document specified what the coordinated entities required for the interface to run at sufficient capacity. She said, yes. He said, the First Cycle team did not have a coordinator class interface. He said, but they also did not have the entity type the documentation specified as the primary power source for the vitality stabilization event. She was very still. He said, the documentation listed the primary power source requirement as a world tier elemental affinity. Total integration. He said, not SSS rank. He said, world tier. She looked at him. He said, Daria. The secondary vault's 12 documents were behind them in the dark, and the anchor was in its housing, and the world's vitality was at 23%, and Daria was somewhere in the dying world with an unawakened elemental core sitting under a legendary magic stat that read 10. He said, the intervention in the first cycle failed because they did not have the right interface class and did not have the right primary source. He said, the documentation is describing an intervention mechanism that requires both. He said, they have both in this cycle. She said, Daria does not know what she is. He said, no. She said, and she is unawakened. He said, yes. She said, and you have not told anyone about the core. He said, no. The dungeon gate was passive around them. The night was the night it always was. 7 miles west the Hold's lights were doing their flickering steady configuration. The eastern horizon was the eastern horizon. He said, the shape changed. She said, yes. He said, Cassiel in the morning. He said, before Aldrich. He said, and then they needed to find Daria. She said, she is in this world somewhere. She said, the first portal delivered her group to a different location. She said, the world is not so large that they cannot find her. He said, the world is at 23% and declining at whatever rate the slope is. He did not know the rate yet, he was adding it to the list. He said, they do not have indefinite time to find her. She said, then we find her before the time runs out. She said it with the quality she said things when she had decided they were the case. The brevity that was not curtness but accuracy, the statement of a conclusion that had been reached and required no hedging because the hedging would be dishonest about the certainty. She said it the way she had said it will exist in the processing room. He looked at the gate's passive light. He said, the list got longer. She said, it usually does when you open a sealed door. He looked at her. She was looking at the Hold's distant lights. Her face in the gate's ambient glow had the even quality and also the other thing, and he had enough data points now to know that the other thing was not a second quality distinct from the first, it was a dimension of the first, always present, varying in visibility depending on circumstances. He had been reading it as two things because it arrived at different intensities and he had been calibrating to the variations rather than to the consistent underlying presence. He adjusted the calibration. She said, you are thinking. He said, always. She said, about Daria or about the class. He said, about the class and what it requires to reach stage 2 and whether what it requires is what he has been running or something additional. She said, the documents specified the coordination requirements. He said, yes. She said, you have read them. He said, yes. She said, and he said, the requirements are high-capacity entity coordination under structural outcome conditions with the coordinator operating as active interface node. He said, stage 1 produces passive alignment. He said, stage 2 requires active direction. She said, you have been directing actively since the dungeon. He said, the system does not appear to agree. She said, the system agreed in the cathedral. She said, axis point. She said, it was not calling you stage 2 in the cathedral. It was calling you the thing that stage 2 is the formal version of. He held this. She turned from the lights and looked at him directly and said, you have been running coordinator class functions since before the system decided to name it. She said, the threshold is not about what you do. She said, it is about what the system decides to acknowledge that you have been doing. She said, those are different things and you know they are different things. He said, yes. She said, then stop calculating the gap and run the function. She said, the acknowledgement will catch up. He looked at her. She looked back. The Hold's lights were 7 miles west and the anchor was in a secondary vault 7 miles east and the world's vitality was at its number and Daria was somewhere in a dying world with an unawakened elemental core that the 12 documents had just told him was the missing piece of a mechanism that had been waiting 30 years for the right combination to arrive. He started walking. She fell into step beside him. The space between them was the space it had been since the cathedral, since the 4-mile mark, since a processing room and a word that had not been consulted and had been offered anyway. The space that had a name that neither of them had used and that neither of them needed to use because names were for things that required anchoring to language and this was already anchored to something more specific. He walked. She walked beside him. The list kept growing. He led it. Cassiel arrived in 6 minutes. Taelo had sent the communication request through the hold's internal system at the first gray light of pre-dawn, the hour before the hold's activity pattern shifted from night to day configuration. He had sent it and returned to the common area and sat and waited and counted the minutes not from impatience but from the same instinct that counted everything, because the duration of a response told you something about the state of the person responding. 6 minutes from a communication request sent before dawn. He had not been sleeping. Or he had been sleeping the way certain people slept when they were waiting for a threshold to be crossed, at the surface, with one part of the processing staying awake to monitor for the signal. Cassiel was a man who had survived one complete dungeon cycle, had returned to the beginning of another, and was currently in week 2 of his second pass through a situation he had already run once. He had been waiting for something since before the vault. He had told Taelo as much in the common area, looking for the repository since he arrived in this cycle, blocked by collapsed access routes and contested territory and 30 years of bad timing. The survey report had told him it existed. The dungeon gate had opened over it 3 days ago. Taelo had told him it had been accessed. 6 minutes was the response time of a man who had been sleeping lightly and had been woken up by exactly the thing he was sleeping lightly to be woken up by. Cassiel sat down across from him without ceremony. He looked at Taelo with the full attention of someone who had run the calculation of what a dawn communication request meant and had arrived at the same answer Taelo had intended. Taelo put everything on the table. Not calibrated. Not the carefully sequenced release of information at strategic intervals that he had been running since the first vault visit, the managed transparency that had given Cassiel the category structure without the door without the object classification without the 12 documents. He had been making those decisions with the logic of someone who did not yet know what he was giving or what the receiver already had, and both of those conditions had changed in the secondary vault with the third document from the right on the upper shelf. He had decided somewhere between the secondary vault door and the staircase that the situation they were in required full transparency. The decision had not been announced as a decision. It had arrived as a conclusion, the way correct conclusions arrived when he had been running the complete dataset long enough and the dataset had become sufficient. He started with the secondary door. He described it correctly this time. A door, not a shelf, the material match that had made it invisible to casual observation, the Warden Intelligence's protection signal concentrated at the seam. He said he had described it as a sealed shelf to Cassiel previously because sealed shelf was accurate at the level of function and inexact enough at the level of structure to preserve information he had not yet finished reading. He said he had now finished reading it. He went through the secondary vault in the order that made logical sense rather than tactical sense, spatial description first, then the shelf contents, then the 12 documents by category in the sequence they built meaning rather than the sequence they had been read. He described the artifact. He gave Cassiel the classification exactly: World Vitality Anchor, dormant, activation by compatible system interface in proximity to a world vitality breach, stabilization and recovery initiation. He described the compatible interface requirement. He described the first cycle's intervention attempt, the team, the approximate timeline, the technical documentation of what they had attempted and how. He described the third document from the right on the upper shelf and the handwriting that had been precise with the precision of someone writing for someone they would never meet. He described the activation failure, the substitute coordinator, the compatibility failure rather than capability failure, the precision with which the team had documented the distinction because the distinction was the thing that mattered if someone was going to read this later and decide whether to try again. Then he said, the compatible interface type is coordinator class, stage 2 or higher. He said, his current class designation is coordinator class, stage 1. Cassiel's face did not perform anything while Taelo talked. He was absolutely still in the way that Taelo had catalogued as Cassiel's processing stillness. Not the controlled stillness of someone managing a response, the involuntary stillness of someone who had encountered information that required all available processing and had nothing left for the layer that generated visible reaction. He looked at Taelo with the eyes of someone who was receiving and storing and cross-referencing and not doing anything else because doing anything else would have been a misallocation. Taelo finished. The common area was quiet. Early dawn light was starting at the edges of the window. Outside the hold was transitioning from night configuration to day configuration, the sounds of the shift just beginning to register. Cassiel was quiet for 40 seconds. Taelo counted them. Then Cassiel said, he was not told in the first cycle what the compatible interface class was. He said it with the quality of someone reporting a fact that had shaped an entire regression and was reporting it because the fact was now in a context where it could be understood rather than simply held. He said the documentation had been classified above his clearance level. He said he had spent 6 months of his first cycle trying to get access to the classification, and the people who held it had died before they could release it. He said 3 months after they died, the dispatch reached him with the official record, and the official record had not included the classification detail because the classification detail was above the dispatch writer's clearance level 2. He had been looking for the classification for an entire cycle plus the current one. He said, "Coordinator." He said the word the way a word is said when it has been a gap in a very long sentence and the gap has just been filled. Not with drama, with the specific quality of something being confirmed against a negative space that has been present long enough that the negative space has its own shape, and the word is the thing that was always supposed to be there. He said, "The unit you built." He said it carefully, building towards something. He said, "The camp structure in the dungeon. The navigation through the 3 zones." He said, "The blade room, the gravity chamber, the way the rotating pair formation came together in the mimicry creature fight." He said, "The golem in the outpost, the 6 words he had given Cassiel, and Cassiel's half-second before driving the blade through." He said, he had read all of it as a support type operating at a very high level. He said, he had been wrong about the category. Taelo said, "So was the dungeon system, initially." Cassiel looked at him. Taelo said, "The system rated him as a genetic mistake on day 1. He said, "The day 1 rating was based on the class categories the system had available for classification, and what he was doing in the context of those categories did not map cleanly onto any of them." He said, "Coordinator was dormant." He said, "It became visible when the conditions required it to be visible, and the system updated its assessment to reflect what was actually present rather than what it had been expecting to find." He said, "The system's day 1 assessment of genetic mistake was not wrong within the parameters of what it had available to measure." He said, "It was measuring the wrong things for the situation that was actually occurring." He said, "This happens." Cassiel looked at him for a long moment. The look of a man with the regressor's perspective on time and a burdened clarity on the current situation, running the information he had just received against everything he had built the regression around. The look had depth. It was doing work behind the surface. He said, "What do you want?" Taelo said, "The same operational autonomy he had already established with Aldrich, extended to the scope of the intervention attempt." He said, "Full coordination authority on the activation event when the conditions were met." He said, "Cassiel's knowledge of the first cycle as a resource, the complete knowledge, not the curated version, not the information that Cassiel had determined was safe to share versus what he was managing for strategic reasons." He said, "Cassiel's knowledge of the first cycle was a resource he could not replicate." He said, "His coordinator interface was a resource Cassiel could not replicate." He said, "They were an arrangement by necessity and by logic, and he would like to formalize that before either of them made decisions that assumed it without confirming it." Cassiel was quiet. Then he said, he had run this regression alone. He said it without defensiveness, information, the same way he said everything that was information. He said, the choice to run it alone had been made after the first cycle, because the people he had trusted in the first cycle had made the first cycle's final outcome inevitable by the choices they made. He said, collaborative decision-making had been one of the input variables for the first cycle's failure, and he had modified that variable for the current regression by removing it. He said, he was not certain that reintroducing it improved the outcome distribution. He said it without hostility. He said it the way he said everything that was honest, directly, with the weight it actually had, without softening the weight or performing a softened version. Taelo said, he was certain that single-operator decision-making had failed the first cycle's intervention attempt. He said, the compatible interface had not existed in the first cycle because the conditions that activated coordinator class had not been present. He said, coordinator class was not a dungeon drop or a system assignment. It was a class that became active when the conditions required it, when the specific combination of entities and circumstances and accumulated function crossed a threshold that the system was waiting for. He said, the conditions were present now. He said, the class was active now. He said, the specific combination of people in this building, in this hold, in this dying world at this moment was not the same combination as the first cycle and had produced something the first cycle had not had. He said, this was not coincidence. Cassiel looked at him for a long time. The long time was the long time of a man running a calculation that was more than arithmetic, the calculation of a person who had operated alone for a regression's worth of time and was being presented with a case for operating differently, made by someone whose operational record the regressor had been observing since the dungeon and who had just placed everything on the table without calibration. He said, no. He said, it is not. Bowen found him in the common area an hour later. He did not ask what had happened. He stood in the doorway for a moment and looked at Taelo with the assessment that was his version of reading a room, the battlefield empathy picking up the ambient register of the space and the person in it before his conscious attention arrived at a conclusion. Then he came in and sat down and said, Cassiel is in. Taelo said, yes. Bowen said, how much did you give him? Taelo said, everything. Bowen was quiet. Not the quiet of someone who had nothing to say. The quiet of someone who had received a piece of information and was sitting with the significance of it rather than its content. He had known Taelo since the vine creature in the dungeon's first zone. He had watched him steal a supply bag from a half-conscious person without breaking stride. He had watched him direct 19 people through 3 death mechanisms without swinging a weapon. He had watched him spend a week in the dungeon managing information about every person around him with the precision of someone who considered information a currency to be spent and never given without calculation. He said, "Was it her idea or yours?" Taelo said, "Neither." He said, "It was the situation's idea and he agreed with it." Bowen considered this. He said, "The situation's idea." He said it with the tone of a man who understood that this was accurate and also that it was not the complete accounting, and who had decided that the incomplete accounting was sufficient for now because the complete accounting was the kind of thing that became clear over time without requiring excavation. He nodded. The nod had the specific quality of a man who had been watching something develop for weeks, not the development he had expected to be watching when he had agreed to be a walking meat shield for a man with a plain spear and a cold rice takeout container's worth of confidence, but the development that had become visible once he understood what he was looking at. He had been watching it with the patience of someone who did not need things to be named to recognize them. He said, "Good." He stood up and went to make something to eat because Bowen's relationship with mornings included food and the mornings did not argue with this. The working agreement was not a ceremony. There was no moment of formal declaration, no document signed, no structure announced to the group. It assembled the way the unit had assembled, through the accumulation of individual decisions that were each correct given the available information, which collectively produced a shape that had not been planned but was more coherent than planning would have produced. Cassiel brought his knowledge of the first cycle forward in a way he had not brought it before. Not the curated version, the complete version, which meant a morning in the structure's common area with Cassiel talking and Taelo listening and Ren sitting at the edge of the table making notes because note-making was his processing externalized, and Cassiel, after the first 5 minutes, adjusted his description pacing to account for the note speed. The first cycle had a shape. The shape was the shape of something that had nearly worked, not the comfortable narrative of something that had failed completely, which would have been easier to learn from, but the harder shape of something that had gotten most of the way there and had then encountered a specific absence that had been decisive. The intervention team had been assembled with the best available resources in the first cycle. They had been skilled and committed and had understood what they were attempting. They had attempted it with the wrong interface class and without the world-tier primary source. The vault had documented this. The 12 documents in the secondary vault had documented it with the precision of people who understood that accuracy about failure was the most useful legacy available to them. Cassiel had 3 months of dispatch-delayed news and 6 months of failed clearance attempts and 1 complete regression of searching and had arrived at the same vault that Taelo and Seraphine had opened the night before. His knowledge of the first cycle was extensive and partially wrong in the ways that memory was wrong when it was the only source and had not been checked against primary documentation. Taelo began the process of checking. Not correcting, checking. The distinction was the distinction he had used with Ren about memory versus analysis. Cassiel's memory of the first cycle was not an inferior source. It was a different source. Cross-referencing it with the vault's primary documentation produced a more complete picture than either alone. They worked through the morning. Petra arrived at some point during the middle of it, assessed the situation in the way she assessed all situations, quickly, completely, with the selfish ambition that was also a genuine capability, and sat down and began managing the information flow of the discussion. Not the content. She tracked what had been established, flagged when the conversation was retreating over settled ground, kept the sequence of the discussion moving forward. She did it with the professionalism of someone who had decided that this particular group was worth her actual capabilities rather than the managed version. Taelo noticed the shift. He filed it without noting it aloud because noting it aloud would have been the wrong register for the moment. Petra had made a decision at some point between the processing room and this morning, a decision about what the unit was and what it warranted from her, and the decision was the kind that produced a different quality of contribution. He would track whether it held. He expected it would. Ren ran spatial assessments of the approach routes to the vault location in parallel with everything else, because the vault becoming an operational asset meant the approach routes to the vault became operationally significant, and operationally significant routes were what he did. He had the route's geometry in his head within 20 minutes of being told what it was, and by the end of the morning he had identified 3 alternate approach vectors that the direct agricultural road route did not offer and that were relevant if the gate's status changed or if discretion became a priority. Bowen sat through all of it with the equanimity of a man who had decided that listening was his function in this specific conversation and was performing it completely. He did not contribute content. He contributed presence, which was what Bowen contributed to every situation, and presence was not a small contribution. People reasoned better when Bowen was in the room. Taelo had no system notation for this, but the pattern was consistent enough to be reliable data. Seraphine was at the window for most of the morning. This was not absence from the discussion. This was how she participated in discussions that were running at the content level she had already processed. She had been in the vault, had read the 12 documents, had heard Cassiel's first cycle account from the common area conversation. She was not receiving new information from the morning's discussion. She was at the window processing the implications of the information she already had, which was a more useful activity for someone with her processing speed than listening to a consolidation of material she had already consolidated. When she spoke, it was to clarify a specific technical detail in the vault documentation that Cassiel's first cycle memory had compressed slightly from what the primary source said. The clarification was exact. Cassiel received it with the adjustment of someone updating a file with a higher resolution version of a data point. She returned to the window. At midday, Taelo looked at the configuration of people in the room. He had been in rooms with these people for weeks, since the dungeon, since the camp, since the forward hold. He had been running individual minds lens reads on each of them continuously, building their profiles with the accumulated data of sustained proximity and repeated operational contexts. He had the most complete picture of each person in this room that the lens's evolved capability could produce. He turned the lens on the room as a unit, not a sweep of individuals. A unit assessment. The collective read of a configuration of people who had been operating together long enough that the system might have something to say about the configuration rather than just its components. He had not tried this before. He had not thought of it as a category the lens could access. It had not been a category until the cathedral's access point designation had suggested that his relationship to the people in his proximity was a system-level relationship rather than a collection of individual relationships. He ran the read. The system took longer than a standard individual read. Not the loading screen pause of Seraphine's first scan or the extended processing of the Warden intelligence interface, a deliberate processing time, the system building a data structure that did not already exist in its standard output library and was being assembled from the components it had available. He held the read without prompting it, without directing the lens more specifically, letting the system do the work it was doing. The output came back in a format he had not seen before. Not the individual profile format, not name, class, stats, traits, emotional state arranged in the sequence the lens had been producing since the dungeon's first room. A collective format. The system had built a structure for the group as a unit rather than the group as a collection of individuals, and the structure had fields he had never seen in an individual profile because individual profiles did not have the categories that unit profiles required. He read it. Coordinator, active. Primary interface node confirmed. Stage 1, threshold proximity registered. Threshold proximity. Not at stage 2. Not crossed. But the system was registering that the threshold was near, close enough that the lens could detect it in the same way that the Warden intelligence's interface had moved his threshold position from the point of technical incompatibility to the point of two-point clearance. The morning session, the full transparency with Cassiel, the complete operational disclosure, the unit configuration assembling into its actual rather than approximate form, had moved something. He read the collective fields. Combat capacity, SSS. The system was reading Seraphine's rating as the unit's combat ceiling and reporting it at the unit level. Spatial intelligence, above classification. The system was using the same flag it had used for Ren's individual tactical intuition, the flag for something operating outside its labeled category. Anchor, constant. Bowen. The system had a field Taelo had never seen before and had given it the simplest possible notation, the specific human function of being unchangingly present regardless of the variables changing around him. First Cycle Archive, active. Cassiel. Logistics and information management, operational. Petra. The system had noticed the shift. Of course it had. Primary power source, unlocated. The field was present. It had a notation. World tier elemental, current status, dormant, location, unknown. The system knew Daria existed. The system had her in the unit's profile as a field that was present and unfilled, the gap in the collective architecture that corresponded to the gap in the intervention mechanism's requirements. And at the top of the collective evaluation, in the field that individual profiles used for the designation the system considered structurally significant. Axis point, network active. He read the designation. Not the cathedral's version, axis point, which had been the individual designation, the notation of what he was in relation to the people around him in the abstract. This was axis point, network active, which was the notation of the same thing in the concrete. The network had activated. The people in this room were not individuals in proximity anymore. They were a configuration that the system had assessed as meeting the threshold for collective designation. He held this. He thought about stage 1 producing passive alignment and stage 2 producing active coordination. He thought about threshold proximity registered. He thought about the morning's full transparency and what had changed in the system's assessment between the pre-dawn communication request and the midday read. He thought about coordinator class becoming visible when the conditions required it to be visible, and the conditions being whatever the trial in the cathedral had been measuring. He thought about what he had done this morning, not strategically, not with the managed calibration he had been running since the dungeon's first room, but with the complete accounting, the full table, everything given because the situation required it and he had agreed with the situation. He thought about Seraphine in the secondary vault with the ice thread finding tolerances measured in fractions, and the lock releasing rather than breaking, and the distinction matching because a broken lock destroyed what it was protecting. He thought, threshold proximity. Bowen said, from across the room without looking up from the food he was still eating. You have that face. Taelo said, which face? Bowen said, the one where you have read something and are deciding whether to say it. Taelo looked at the room. Cassiel was reviewing the notes Ren had made during the morning session, cross-referencing them against his first cycle memory with the specific focus of someone who had been given a higher resolution version of a file and was updating the file. Ren was drawing a spatial diagram of the vault approach routes on the table's surface with a piece of chalk he had produced from somewhere. Petra had the hold supply allocation records out and was running the logistics of what the intervention attempt would require in terms of material resources against what the hold's current stock could provide. Seraphine was at the window. He said, the system has a collective evaluation format. The room received this. Cassiel looked up from the notes. He said, the system reads unit configurations. Taelo said, at sufficient threshold. He said, network active was the notation it returned. Cassiel was still for a moment. Then he said, in the first cycle, the intervention team never received that notation. He said it with the quality of someone making a final cross-reference between the first cycle's events and the current cycle's departure from them. He said, we were not a network. He said, we were a team. He said, there is a difference and I did not know the difference until this moment. Taelo said, a team coordinates around a shared objective. He said, a network coordinates through a node. He said, the distinction is the interface. Cassiel said Taelo said, the class. Cassiel said, both. Taelo looked at him. He said, yes, both. Ren had stopped drawing the spatial diagram and was looking at the conversation with the attention of someone who had been listening to a discussion and had just heard the sentence that made the previous discussion make more sense. He said, so the system can tell when we are operating as an actual unit versus operating next to each other. Taelo said, apparently. Ren said, and we crossed that threshold this morning. Taelo said, the threshold proximity was registered this morning. He said, crossing it is different from proximity. Ren said, what closes the gap? Taelo said, he did not know the complete answer. He said, he had a partial answer and the partial answer was that stage 2 activation would close it and stage 2 activation was a development threshold that ran on accumulated coordinated function at sufficient complexity. Ren said, so we need to do more of what we did this morning. Bowen said, we were going to do that anyway. Ren looked at him. The precursor to smiling expression arrived and became the actual expression because Bowen had delivered the point with the specific timing that was Bowen's version of wit and the timing was correct. Petra said, without looking up from the supply records, the world tier elemental source is the limiting variable. She said it with the directness of someone who had been tracking the unit's requirements against its available resources and had identified the gap. She said, everything else in the collective evaluation is present or can be developed. She said, Daria is not present. She said, how do we find her? The room looked at Taelo. He said, Cassiel. He said, the first portal delivered the first group to a different location than the third portal delivered them. He said, Cassiel has been in this world for a regression and had access to the first cycle's geographic information before the war reshaped the access routes. He said, Daria's group went through first and the portal system's mechanics were the same mechanics as the dungeon's transit system and the transit system's destination logic was predictable if you understood the dungeon's architecture. Cassiel said, the first portal from that dungeon gate typically delivers to the settlement cluster at the valley's northern edge. He said, in the first cycle it was a functioning town. He said, in the current cycle he did not know its status but it was on the maps he had been working from. He said, 3 days travel. Taelo said, when can we go? Cassiel said, when the hold can spare the unit for 3 days. Taelo said, he would talk to Aldrich this afternoon. He looked at the room one more time. 8 people, the unit's present configuration, with one field in the collective evaluation currently marked unlocated. The morning had done what the morning had done. The network was active at the system's threshold proximity level. The vault was 7 miles east with an anchor in its housing and 12 documents on its shelves. The dying world was outside the window doing what it always did. He thought about the handwriting in the third document from the right on the upper shelf. The precise handwriting of someone writing for someone they would never meet, making sure the distinction between compatibility failure and capability failure was documented accurately because the distinction was the thing that mattered to whoever came next. He thought about what it meant that whoever came next was him. He thought about stage 1 and threshold proximity and the gap that was not large but was specific and would be crossed or would not be crossed based on what came next. He started making the list for the afternoon. The list had Aldrich and the 3-day request and the Eastern Wall engineering update and Ren's alternate approach vectors for the vault and the supply logistics Petra had been running. The list had Daria at the valley's northern edge, 3 days travel, and what she carried inside her that she did not know about and that the dying world situation had apparently been waiting for. The list had the anchor, dormant, in its housing. The list had access point, network active. He looked at the window where Seraphine was standing. She was not looking at him. She was looking at the eastern horizon. The eastern horizon was doing what it always did. She turned her head slightly and her profile in the window light had the quality it always had, the systematic and the other thing, both present, both consistent, the calibration he had updated on the walk back from the vault. He looked back at the list. It kept growing. He let it. The second reading was different from the first. This was always true of second readings in Taelo's experience, not because the text changed but because the reader did. The first reading built the map. The second reading walked the map against the territory and found where the map was incomplete. The first reading of the 12 documents had given him the category structure, the intervention sequence, the compatibility requirement, the documentation of failure. The second reading, with Cassiel sitting across the table and the first cycle's complete knowledge running as a parallel source, gave him the texture of the failure, the specific details that had been present in the documents but had not resolved into meaning without the context that Cassiel provided. The third document from the right on the upper shelf read differently the second time. The handwriting was the same handwriting, the precise character-by-character deliberateness of someone making sure each word was the accurate word because the word count was limited and the stakes of imprecision were high. But on the first reading Taelo had been building the frame. The precise handwriting had told him this was a person who understood they were writing for someone they would never meet. On the second reading he had the frame and the precise handwriting told him something more specific. This was a person who had been the team's most technically capable member and had survived long enough to write the final documentation while the team was failing around them. The handwriting was the handwriting of someone writing against a clock they were losing. He read it aloud to Cassiel. Not the full document. The section that had mattered on the first reading, the distinction between compatibility failure and capability failure. He read it and then he stopped and said, "Who was the writer?" Cassiel was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "The team's lead technical architect." He said, "A woman named Marin." He said she had been one of the most capable people he had encountered in either cycle, which was the specific quality of assessment Cassiel applied to capability claims, not flattery, measurement. He said, she had survived the intervention attempt by approximately 6 hours longer than the rest of the team, long enough to complete the documentation, and had died in the vault before she could seal it. He said, the Warden intelligence sealed it for her. Taelo held this. He thought about a Warden intelligence that had been given a directive, protect the vault's contents, and had extended that directive to its logical conclusion, sealing the vault after its last authorized occupant could no longer do so. Not because the directive specified sealing. Because sealing was the correct extension of protecting given the circumstances. The Warden intelligence had not been running its directive mechanically. It had been running it intelligently within the framework it had been given. He thought about what it meant that a construct had been more faithful to a person's purpose than most people manage to be to their own. He filed this and returned to the documents. The 12 documents, read in sequence with Cassiel's first cycle knowledge supplementing the gaps the language had left, produced 3 conditions for anchor activation. Not in a single document, spread across the technical documentation in the middle section, assembled from multiple sources the way the vault's builders had assembled everything, in the format of people who expected the reader to do the work of synthesis rather than having it done for them. He wrote the 3 conditions on the table's surface with Ren's chalk, which Ren had left there after the spatial diagram session and which Taelo had appropriated without ceremony. First, the anchor must be brought to a world vitality breach point. A location where the world's vitality architecture was actively failing, not the general distributed decline that produced the 23% rating, but a specific geographic point where the breach was concentrated, where the system's vitality structure had cracked far enough to allow the anchor's activation signal to interface with the architecture directly. The breach points moved, the documentation noted, as the world's vitality declined, and identifying the current breach point's location required a system-level read that the coordinator interface could perform at Stage 2. He underlined breach point and wrote Stage 2 in the margin. Second, the coordinator class interface must establish a direct system link with the anchor. Not proximity, not handling, direct link, the specific activation of the class's interface function at the highest level available to Stage 2. The documentation described this as the class holder becoming the conduit between the anchor's activation mechanism and the world's vitality architecture, the intermediate layer that translated between 2 system languages that could not communicate directly. The anchor's language was pre-system era. The world's current vitality architecture ran on the system format that had developed since. The coordinator was the bridge. He underlined direct system link. Third, The linked entities in the coordinator's network must be at a combined capacity sufficient to sustain the activation pulse for its full duration. He stopped writing. He read the third condition again, not because it was unclear but because the clarity of it required sitting with. The intervention team in the first cycle had cleared conditions 1 and 2. They had been at a breach point. They had established the link, or close enough to it, with the substitute coordinator, that the partial activation had occurred. The partial activation was why Cassiel had noted the vitality rating differential between cycles, why 23% was higher than the number he had not named. The partial activation had done something. Not enough. It had failed on the third condition. The network's combined output had dropped below the minimum threshold before the activation pulse had completed its full duration. The documentation described this in the precise language of someone who had been measuring the output in real time and had watched the number fall. The threshold was specific. The duration was specific. The output required to sustain the pulse for the full duration was specific. The numbers were in the documents. He read them. He mapped the current network against the numbers. Seraphine, SSS-Rank, Peak Evolution, Total Integration. The system had given him her combat classification as the unit's collective combat ceiling in the network active evaluation. Her individual output capacity was the highest in the network by a margin that was not close. He ran her numbers against the third condition's minimum threshold. She cleared it on her own, but the activation pulse required sustained output over the full duration, not peak output at a single point, and sustained output was a different metric from peak capacity. He flagged this. Cassiel, heroic across multiple stats, legendary titles, the second cycle development that had built on first cycle foundation. His output capacity was strong across multiple categories, not the single-axis strength of a pure combat class but the distributed capability of someone who had been developing comprehensively for longer than a standard participant. He ran the numbers. Bowen, Guardian class, fully expressed. Battlefield empathy active. The system's anchor notation in the collective evaluation, constant. His individual output capacity in the third condition's terms was lower than Cassiel or Seraphine by a significant margin, but the anchor notation was not nothing. The system had identified something about Bowen's function in the network that it considered worth a dedicated field. He did not know yet what sustained constant meant in the activation pulse's specific context. He flagged it. Ren. He read Ren's stat line carefully. He had read it before. The first reads, the passive sweep at the patrol distance, the full profile at close range in the structure's main room, the field exercise reads in the subsequent operational days. He had built the profile over time and the profile had been stable. Real-world stats, slow accumulation, tactical intuition flagged as above classification. The tactical intuition had been the standout on every read. The stat line around it had been the baseline of a young soldier 2 years into a service that was building him correctly but had not yet built him to any exceptional ceiling. The tactical intuition had moved. Not by one tier, up from above classification toward a threshold that the system used for things that were approaching a category change rather than just developing within a category. He had seen this notation before on one other profile. He had seen it on his own profile, on the day the cathedral had shown everyone their columns in golden light and his had returned axis point, the system's way of flagging something that was operating outside its current category and was approaching the point where the category itself would update. Ren was approaching a category update. He made a note. He did not say anything yet. He read his own class line. Coordinator, Stage 1. The stage notation had not changed since the Vault's second visit, since the network active evaluation, since threshold proximity registered. It was still Stage 1. The threshold was still proximity rather than crossing. He ran the third condition's network output requirement against the current configuration and the current configuration produced a number. The number was not sufficient. Not by a catastrophic margin, by a margin that had a path, if the path was identified and followed. But insufficient was insufficient. He put the chalk down. Cassiel had been watching him map the configuration with the patience of a man who had been running calculations all his life and recognized the specific quality of someone else running them. He said, "It is closer than the first cycle had." Taelo said, "Yes." Cassiel said, "Not sufficient yet." Taelo said, "The third condition requires development." He said, "The network is below the sustained output threshold." He said, "The gap is specific and the specific gap has specific sources." Cassiel said, "The world tier elemental. Unlocated." Taelo said, "Daria is the largest component of the gap." He said, "Her addition to the network's output would move the numbers significantly." He said, "This was why the documentation's activation failure included specific notation of the absence of a world tier primary source." He said, "The First Cycle's team had not had one." He said, "The intervention team had built the best network they could from available resources and it had not been enough because the design of the anchor assumed a world tier source and the design did not have a workaround for its absence." He said, "The design was not flexible on this point." Cassiel said, "No. He said he had not understood why the First Cycle's team had not sourced a world-tier entity and the documentation had not specified the reason. He said, in the First Cycle he had assumed the absence was a resource limitation rather than a fundamental unavailability. He said, he had spent the regression believing that world-tier capacity existed in the summon population and needed to be found. Taelo said, it did and does. He said, it is dormant and does not know it exists. Cassiel said, Daria. Taelo said, yes. He said, but Daria is the largest component of the gap, not the only one. He said, the network's current output without Daria is still below the threshold even accounting for her addition. He said, the margin is smaller with her, but the design requires every member of the network to be at sufficient individual development for the combined output to sustain. He said, Ren. Cassiel said, the young soldier. Taelo said, his tactical intuition has been rating above its listed classification since the first passive read at patrol distance. He said, above classification is not a development notation, it is a categorization notation, the system's way of flagging something that is outside the category it has been filed in rather than at the top of the category. He said, the listed classification is not Ren's actual class. He said, he has not been in conditions that triggered the correct class reveal. Cassiel was quiet. He said, what do you think his actual class is? Taelo said, he had a theory. He said, he needed to run a scenario to test it. Aldrich gave them the assignment with the brevity of a man who had 14 operational problems and was handing one of them to the unit because the unit had demonstrated in 3 weeks that it returned results rather than reports. The assignment was a dungeon incursion assessment, a gate on the hold's northern perimeter that had been active for 6 days and had not produced the coordinated formation behavior of the eastern gate but had produced enough creature activity to warrant a formal assessment before committing patrol resources to a sustained response. Standard assessment. Site visit, creature population read, zone classification, recommended response. Taelo said they would have it in 2 days. He did not tell Aldrich what else he was running in parallel. The dungeon zone on the northern perimeter was smaller than the eastern gate and had a different architectural character. Less depth, more lateral spread, the kind of zone that had a wide floor plan rather than a vertical structure. The creature population was the standard scatterant swarm pattern, no coordination signal, the warden intelligence situation was not present here. It was an assessment dungeon in the direct sense. A zone that could be read and cleared and logged and would produce the information Aldrich needed for his patrol decision. It would also produce the conditions Taelo needed for the scenario. He divided the unit into 3 subunits and said it was operational protocol for large zones, maximum coverage, reduced response time, standard multi-unit assessment structure. He said it with the authority of someone for whom this was an established practice, which it was not, and no one questioned it because the logic was coherent and the unit had developed a working trust in the coherence of his operational decisions. Bowen led Subunit 1, the eastern section of the zone, a group of 3 that included 2 of the hold soldiers who had been assigned to the unit for this assessment. Standard combat engagement profile, creature contact likely. Cassiel led Subunit 2, the central section, deeper into the zone, 2 members plus Cassiel, the section most likely to produce useful architectural data about the zone's structure. Seraphine was with him in Subunit 3, the western section, the most spatially complex part of the zone, the section where the lateral spread produced the most navigation decision points. Ren was with Subunit 3, and simultaneously he was not. This was the scenario. Taelo had built it around a specific condition, 3 subunits operating simultaneously in different sections of the zone, with the communication between them limited by the zone's architecture, stone sections that blocked the hold's signal devices, requiring manual relay rather than direct communication. The operational coordination requirement was real. To run the assessment correctly with 3 separated subunits and limited direct communication, someone needed to maintain a spatial model of all 3 subunits' positions, movements, and contact situations simultaneously, update that model in real time as conditions changed, and use the model to anticipate coordination requirements before they became crises. A standard soldier ran their own position and relied on direct communication to know anything else. Ren could not run a standard soldier's protocol in a multi-unit operation because Ren's mind did not have the narrow focus architecture that a standard soldier's protocol assumed. His mind ran wide. It had always run wide. The patrol captain had called it a hazard, the thing that made him slow on a single route because his processing was constantly expanding to include the parallel routes he was not on. He ran the spatial math of things beyond his immediate position with the same automaticity he ran his own position. The patrol route had been the wrong application of this. 3 separated subunits with limited communication was the correct application. Taelo watched Ren from Subunit 3's position in the western section for the first 20 minutes of the operation. He watched him navigate the western section's decision points while simultaneously, and this was the thing, this was what he had theorized and was testing, maintaining a spatial model of where subunits 1 and 2 were. Not by guessing. Not by interpolation from last known position. Ren was receiving the same limited communication information everyone else was receiving, and he was running something with it that everyone else was not running. He was updating a three-dimensional model of the full zone, all 3 subunits, all contact situations, all movement trajectories, in real time, with the natural ease of someone doing the thing their mind was built for. At the 40-minute mark, Bowen's subunit encountered a creature cluster larger than the zone's initial read had suggested, not dangerous at their combat capacity, but a contact that required response and during which Bowen's subunit was not available for zone movement. Ren, in the western section, knew about it before the communication relay reached them. Not because he had been told. Because his model had updated to include the lack of movement from Bowen's last reported position, and the creature activity pattern his model had been tracking had concentrated in that area, and the combination of those 2 inputs had produced Bowen is in contact. He had adjusted subunit 3's movement to cover the coordinate gap Bowen's stationary position created in the zone's assessment coverage. He had done this without being asked, without commenting on it, without being aware that he was doing something that should not have been possible given the information available. Cassiel's subunit encountered an architectural anomaly in the central section, a structural feature that required extended examination, during which Cassiel's movement was slow and his spatial reporting to the relay was incomplete. Ren's model updated. He redirected a portion of subunit 3's coverage to compensate. At the 70-minute mark, all 3 subunits converged at the zone's central collection point for the assessment data. The convergence was efficient. No waiting, no repositioning, the 3 units arriving within 90 seconds of each other in an uncoordinated arrival that should have required either direct communication or luck to produce. It had required neither. It had required Ren. Taelo stood at the collection point and watched all 3 subunits arrive and ran Mind's lens on Ren with the full active scan. The profile loaded. He read the class listing. It read, Field Marshal, Awakening. Not the listed classification he had been reading since the patrol approach. Not tactical intuition above classification as a trait notation within a standard soldier profile. A class designation new, the system having assessed the accumulated evidence of the zone operation and decided that the category had updated. Awakening was the notation the system used for a class that had just broken through its surface, not yet developed, not at any significant stage, but recognized. The category had updated from the wrong one to the right one. Field Marshal. The class that the dungeon system's architecture built for the coordination of large-scale multi-unit operations in real time, the class that emerged in people who processed the spatial mathematics of complex group operations not as an acquired skill but as a natural function that had been looking for its correct context since it existed. Ren had been looking for his context since he was assigned to linear patrol routes. He had found it in a dungeon zone divided into 3 subunits. Field Marshal, Awakening. Stage 0 of a class that had stages. The system did not display what the stages were for a class that had just awakened. The information was stage-locked, available when development reached the threshold required for access, which was the system's way of ensuring that a class's full architecture only became visible when the holder was capable of using the information. But awakening meant the beginning of the path. It meant the path was open. He said, Ren. Ren looked up from the self-assessment. Taelo said, the system has updated your class designation. Ren looked at him. Taelo said, it was reading you as a standard soldier with an above classification tactical trait. He said, that was the wrong category. He said, the right category has been waiting for the conditions that produced it, which were the conditions this zone provided. Ren said, what is the class? Taelo said, Field Marshal. The chamber was quiet. Ren was still. Not the immovable stillness of Bowen, not the controlled stillness of Cassiel processing significant information. The stillness of a young man who has been given a name for something he has been since before he had words for it and is sitting with the name against the thing it is naming and finding that they fit. He said, Field Marshal is a command class. He said it not as a question or as a correction. As information he already had arriving in a new context. He said, that is a class for? Taelo said, for coordinating large-scale multi-unit operations in real time. He said, yes. He said, Ren had been running that mathematics since before he knew it had a name. He said, the patrol captain had put a navigation system in charge of a single route and called the system's awareness of other routes a liability. He said, the patrol captain had been categorically wrong. Ren looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the zone around them, the dungeon's walls, the collection point, the position of the 3 subunits that had arrived within 90 seconds of each other without direct coordination. He looked at it the way someone looks at something when they have just been given a frame that makes a familiar thing visible as something they had not previously been able to see. He said, I have been doing it wrong. Not wrong. I have been doing it in the wrong context. Taelo said, yes. He said, every patrol assignment where the protocol required staying on the route. Taelo said, you were running the parallel routes anyway. He said, the protocol had no use for that information and no category for the capability that produced it. He said, the capability was not a problem with your execution. It was a problem with the application. Ren was quiet. Bowen crossed the space between them and put a hand on his shoulder. He did it with the ease of a man for whom physical expressions of uncomplicated warmth were the primary language. He did not say anything for a moment. Then he said, "The first time the system told me something accurate about myself, I had been carrying it for long enough that the confirmation felt like someone finally agreeing with something I had been saying to myself for years." He said, "It feels like that?" Ren looked at Bowen's hand on his shoulder. Then he looked at Bowen. The precursor to smiling expression had not arrived this time. Something more than that had arrived, something in the category of the expression that did not have the precursor stage because it was too direct for the staged approach. He said, "Yes." Bowen nodded and returned to the subunit formation because the assessment data still needed to be collected and the zone still needed to be logged for Aldrich's report, and Bowen had a relationship with the completion of tasks that did not allow for them to remain incomplete because a significant moment had occurred. Cassiel had watched the exchange from his position at the collection point. He said nothing. He looked at Taelo with the expression he used when he was updating a file with new data, and the new data had moved the file's significance rating upward. He turned back to the architectural feature he had been documenting and continued documenting. Seraphine had been at the far edge of the collection point during the conversation. She had not moved closer and had not been absent from it, present in her way, the way that did not require proximity to be complete. She looked at Ren and then at Taelo, and her expression had the quality it had when she had processed something accurately and had decided the accuracy was sufficient without additional comment. The assessment report went to Aldrich that evening. It was accurate and complete and recommended a specific patrol response that accounted for the zone's creature population, architectural structure, and likely evolution trajectory over the next 30 days. It was the best assessment report Aldrich had received on a dungeon gate in the current operational period, according to Commander Sable, who told Taelo this with the directness she applied to all accurate information. He thanked her and filed the assessment in the completed column. That night he sat at the table in the common area with the chalk and wrote the updated network configuration against the third condition's numbers. Seraphine. SSS rank, peak evolution, total integration. Output rating, above threshold, sustained capacity flagged as the metric to monitor. Cleared with margin. Cassiel, heroic legendary distribution, second cycle compound development. Output rating, above threshold. Food. Bowen, guardian class, anchor notation, constant. Output rating, below individual threshold, anchor notation contribution pending calculation. He had not yet resolved what the system meant by constant in the activation pulse's specific context and was not going to assign a number to it until he did. Ren, field marshal, awakening. Output rating, below threshold, development trajectory active. The awakening notation meant the path was open. The path's rate was the variable. His own class, coordinator, stage 1. Threshold proximity registered. The recursive design of the coordinator's interface, strengthening as the network strengthening as the interface strengthened, meant that stage 2 was not a fixed destination but a moving threshold that moved as the system updated its assessment of the network's combined development. Daria, unlocated. World tier elemental, dormant. Output rating, the number the third condition required and that everything else fell short of without. He looked at the numbers. The gap between the network's current combined output and the third condition's threshold was a specific gap with a specific shape. He could see the shape. The shape had 3 components: Daria's addition, which was the largest single movement, Ren's development from awakening toward a functional stage, which was the second largest, and his own stage 2 activation, which closed the remaining margin through the recursive amplification the coordinator's interface design provided. 3 development trajectories. Each one active. Each one on a path that was not hypothetical, that was running, that had been running since the unit had assembled, that had produced field marshal, awakening in a zone assessment today and threshold proximity registered in a vault 3 weeks ago. He thought about the timeline. He thought about world vitality, 23%, and the rate of decline he still did not know precisely and had been trying to derive from the longitudinal data in the vault's cycle records, which were partially accessible through classification headers and partially opaque behind the language barrier. The rate of decline was the constraint on the development trajectories. If the 3 trajectories could complete before the vitality hit a level the documentation flagged as irreversible threshold, the activation was possible. If the vitality hit the irreversible threshold before the development completed, the window closed. He had been trying to calculate the rate for 3 weeks. He was not there yet. He needed more data. He added the rate calculation to the list. He thought about Daria. 3 days' travel to the valley's northern edge, where Cassiel had placed the first portal's likely destination. He thought about 3 days there and 3 days back, and Daria being at a settlement that might be functional or might not, depending on how the current cycle's war had treated the valley's northern edge in the 6 weeks since the dungeon had deposited the first group there. He thought about the conversation he was going to have with Daria when they found her. The conversation that would tell her about the legendary tag under her magic stat and the unawakened elemental core under the legendary tag and the world tier notation under that and what the 12 documents said about the specific capacity that core was waiting to become. He thought about how to have that conversation with a person who had been quietly terrified in the back of every room and had held herself together through the dungeon's duration through the same quality of patience that Bowen used, not denial, endurance. He thought about what you did with information this significant when the person who needed it had been terrified for weeks and did not know their own name in the system's most important category. He thought about the handwriting in the third document. The precise handwriting of someone writing for someone they would never meet, making sure the distinction was recorded accurately because the distinction was what the next person needed. He would have the conversation the way Marin had written the documentation. Accurately. With the specific distinction that mattered. Capability is not the same as compatibility. Dormant is not the same as absent. He would tell Daria what she was. He closed the chalk and looked at the configuration on the table. Axis point, network active. The system's designation for the collective. The notation that had not existed in the First Cycle's team because the First Cycle's team had not had the conditions that produced it. He thought about what conditions meant. Not circumstance, not luck, the deliberate assembly of specific pieces in a specific configuration with the specific interface that translated between them. He thought about a coordinator class that activated when the conditions required it to be visible. He thought about what required meant in that sentence. Not demanded. Required. The conditions becoming such that the activation was the correct response to them, the class becoming visible because the situation was the situation the class was built for. He looked at the numbers on the table. The gap was specific. The path was active. The timeline was unknown and he was going to calculate it because unknown and unknowable were different things and this one was not unknowable, it was uncalculated, and uncalculated was a problem he solved rather than a condition he accepted. He started working. Not the list, the work itself, the actual calculation, the rate of decline derivation from the vault's longitudinal data cross-referenced with the current cycle's hold records and the vitality readings the system had been providing him since the landscape scan at the base of the mountain range. He had the data. He had been accumulating it. He had been accumulating it with the patience of someone who understood that data accumulated correctly produced calculations that data accumulated carelessly could not. He worked through the first hour of it and the second and the numbers began to take shape. The shape was not comfortable. It was a timeline. A specific, calculable, not comfortable timeline with enough margin at the current development trajectory rates to be possible and not enough margin to be anything less than urgent. He looked at it. He thought about 30 years of a warden intelligence keeping a vault sealed on the instructions of a person who had been writing with precise handwriting against a clock she was losing. He thought about the specific faithfulness of a construct that had extended its directive to its logical conclusion because the logical conclusion was correct. He thought about what it meant to be given a timeline by a system that had been running calculations since before you arrived and had been waiting for the configuration that matched its requirements. He thought about Daria, somewhere in the valley's northern edge, quiet and terrified and unawakened. He thought about Ren in the next room, reviewing his field marshal class descriptor for the first time with the specific focus of someone who has been given a manual for a tool they have already been using and is finding every entry familiar. He thought about threshold proximity registered and what the morning's operation had done to the number. He thought about Seraphine, not in the common area tonight. At the window in her room, the eastern exposure, the direction of the vault and the eastern horizon's orange-gray. He knew her position the way he knew the position of everything in the structure, the ambient awareness that had settled into the lens's background processing since the staircase. He thought about decided, still sitting in the passive read the way it had been sitting since the cathedral. He started working. The timeline was specific and urgent and the specific urgent thing about timelines was that they moved whether you were working against them or not, which meant that the only rational response to a specific urgent timeline was to work. He worked. The common area was quiet around him. The hold breathed through its night configuration outside the window. The eastern horizon was what it always was. The vault was 7 miles east with the anchor in its housing and 12 documents on its shelves and Marin's handwriting in the third document from the right on the upper shelf, precise and deliberate, written for someone she would never meet. He was that someone. He kept working. Gareth stood at the door without knocking. Not because he was the kind of man who did not knock. He was the kind of man who did not knock because knocking was a request and Gareth had historically operated in registers that did not include requests. He stood at the door with the bearing of someone who had arrived at a threshold and was holding there, which was a different thing from entering and a different thing from leaving and communicated something about the current state of him that his face was not going to communicate directly. Taelo saw him from the common area table where he had been working the rate calculation. He had been at it since before dawn and the numbers had the shape of something that was almost resolved, not finished, but close enough that the final piece was now visible even if it was not yet placed. He had been at the point of placing it when the door had produced Gareth. He looked at Gareth. He looked at the numbers on the table. He looked at Gareth again. Gareth said, he had a request. He said the word with the care of someone who was aware of how the words sounded coming from them and had chosen it with that awareness. Not apologetically. With precision, the precision of someone who had decided that the precise word was more important than the comfortable word and was paying the cost of using it. He said, he had been watching the unit's operational outputs since the hold integration. He said, 3 weeks of outputs. He said, the Northern Gate assessment, the Eastern Gate resolution, the supply allocation results, the wall engineering escalation timeline, the patrol rotation recommendations, the 24 smaller operational decisions that had moved the hold's functional metrics in ways that Aldrich's standing methodology had not been moving them. He said, he had been reading the results without understanding the process. He said it with the directness of someone who had been accurate about themselves in the cathedral's golden light and had spent a week since then doing something with that accuracy. He said, he had called it luck. He said, the cathedral showed him something about the gap between what he understood and what was actually happening. He said he had been running that through his own assessment since the columns had shown, and the conclusion he had arrived at was that he did not understand enough about how this world actually worked to be leading anyone anywhere. He said, he would like to understand more. Taelo looked at him. He looked at him with the full attention that he gave to things that were worth full attention. Not the peripheral register, not the ambient assessment. Direct. He ran mind's lens on Gareth's emotional state. The system returned, recalibrating with cost. Not the pride and calculation that had been Gareth's consistent reading since the first camp night in the dungeon. The system had found a different state, one that required 2 words rather than 1, the second word carrying the weight that the first word alone would not have been sufficient to hold. Recalibrating was motion, was a system in process of revision. With cost was the acknowledgement that the revision was not free, that something had been paid to arrive at the motion, and the payment had been real. Taelo said, sit down. The 2 hours were not what Gareth had expected. He had expected, probably, a version of what Taelo did in Aldrich's office. The demonstration of observed information, the display of the skill's output without the skill's architecture. He had expected to receive results, which was what everyone who had been watching Taelo operate for 3 weeks had been receiving, because results were what the output of the process looked like from outside the process. He did not give Gareth results. He gave him architecture. He told him about the system classifications, not the surface level, the level below it, the level that the mind's lens had been reading since the dungeon's first room. He told him what it meant that the system tracked emotional states and trait patterns and hidden designations and class paths and the specific word it used when it was flagging things that were structurally significant rather than individually significant. He told him the difference between classification and calibration. The system described what was present, not what should be present, which meant the system's descriptions were always accurate about their subject and frequently incomplete about the subject's potential. He told Gareth about coordinator class. Not in the terms he had used with Cassiel. Those terms had assumed a regressor's contextual knowledge. He told it in the terms of what the class actually did, what coordination meant at the system level, what it meant that the class became visible when the conditions required it rather than when someone selected it from a screen. He told him about the network, the structure of the collective evaluation, what access point, network active meant in the system's architecture and what it meant in practice. Gareth listened. He was a good listener. This was the thing Taelo had not had a category for before the 2 hours, because in every previous context Gareth had been managing the information space rather than receiving it, had been running his own output at the same time as the input was arriving, had been processing what he heard through the filter of what he wanted to establish. Now he was not doing that. He was receiving. His eyes were on Taelo and his face was the face of someone who was storing rather than evaluating, who had decided that the evaluation came after the dataset was complete rather than during its construction. He caught implications Taelo had expected him to miss. This was the second thing. When Taelo explained the third condition's combined output threshold, Gareth's face registered the implication before Taelo had finished the sentence. The implication that the network's current configuration was below the threshold and the gap's closure was a development trajectory rather than a near-term fact. He registered it with the specific look of a man who is used to understanding tactical problems and has recognized the tactical problem in a different register than its surface presentation. He said, "You are not ready yet." Taelo said, "Not completely." He said, "The path is active." Gareth said, "And the path has a timeline." Taelo said, "Yes." Gareth said, "Which you are not going to tell me." Taelo said, "Which he was still calculating." Gareth was quiet for a moment. He was not the silence of someone who had been refused and was deciding whether to press. He was the silence of someone who had received a complete and accurate answer and was giving it the processing it deserved. At the end of 2 hours Gareth said, "The diminisher trait." He said it the way he had said coordinator. Like a word he had been carrying. Like a word that had weight specifically because of how long it had been carried and what had been accumulated around it in the carrying. Taelo said, "Yes." Gareth said, "Is it permanent?" Taelo said, "The system classifies traits, it does not lock them." He said, "Traits describe an operational pattern." He said, Operational patterns can change when the person running them decides to change them and has a reason that outweighs the habit. He said this without additional commentary, without the elaboration that would have turned the accurate information into something that served another agenda. It was the accurate information and it stood alone. Gareth nodded. The nod was the nod of a man who had asked the question he needed to ask and had received the answer that was honest rather than the answer that was comfortable and had decided that the honest answer was what he had come for. He said, he was going back to his fighters. He said, if the unit needed additional combat capacity for the intervention, he wanted to be told. He said, not asked. He said, told, which was the recognition that his fighters would be needed rather than the recognition that they might be requested. He stood. He said one more thing before he left. He said, the cathedral. He said, the diminisher documentation had noted the operational impact on high potential entities in proximity. He said, he had run that against specific people. He said, he was aware of who. He did not name them. He did not need to. Voss was in that list, probably, but Voss was a consequence rather than a cause and both of them knew that. The people Gareth was thinking of were the people the trait had applied most directly to in the time Taelo had been observing, and they both knew who those people were. Gareth left. The door closed. Taelo sat in the common area for a moment and ran mind's lens on his memory of Gareth's emotional state during the last 10 minutes of the 2 hours. Not at the beginning, when pride and calculation with cost had been the reading, but toward the end, when the conversation had reached the diminisher question and what came after it. The system output for the last 10 minutes was recalibrating. Just that. The cost notation had dropped. The motion remained. Not a conversion. He did not have a word in his categories for conversion and would not have applied it if he did. A man who had received accurate information about himself from a source he could not dismiss and was doing something with it. What he was doing with it was not resolved. What he was doing with it was in motion. Taelo filed this under Gareth. Monitoring, active, trajectory unclear. He returned to the rate calculation. The system alert arrived 20 minutes later. It was not the format he knew. He had been receiving system notifications since day one of the dungeon. The intake window, the stat updates, the mind's lens evolution notifications, the world vitality reading from the first landscape scan, the anchor classification from the vault, the network active designation from the collective evaluation. He had learned the system's notification format the way he learned everything, through repeated exposure, until the format was as familiar as his own thought patterns. This was a different format. The alert format. The format the system used for structural changes at the world level rather than individual or unit level developments. He had not seen it before because the system had not used it before. In 3 weeks of receiving system outputs he had not encountered a structural alert. The format was distinct. Heavier. The system did not use this format for small things. He read it. The world's vitality rating had dropped. Not the gradual movement of a slow bleed, a step change, the specific mathematical term for a sudden movement between stable states, the kind of movement that happened when something fundamental shifted rather than when something ongoing continued. The vitality had been at 23% for 3 weeks of his observations, stable at the decimal level that the system reported, declining at a rate he had been trying to calculate from the longitudinal data and had been close to deriving. He had not finished the derivation. The step change had overridden the derivation. To check the source. The system showed him the breach point, the geographic location where the vitality architecture's acute failure had occurred. He ran the location against his map of the world's geography as the vault's cycle records had described it and as Cassiel's first cycle knowledge had supplemented it. He ran it against the forward holds operational maps, against Ren's approach route diagrams, against the dungeon gate coordinates and the agricultural road and the valley's geography. The breach point was not a dungeon gate. The system's category for the breach event was not creature incursion, not gate activation, not any of the categories he had been learning to read from the hold's operational logs. The system labeled it with a category he had seen once before, in the vault, in the classification structure of the anchor itself. Anchor point destabilized. He was still for a moment. He read it again. Anchor point destabilized. Not the vault's anchor. The vault's anchor was dormant in its housing, 7 miles east, protected by the Warden Intelligence's passive mode and the secondary vault door and the lock that Seraphine had released without breaking. The vault's anchor had not moved. The vault's anchor was the anchor the 12 documents had described, the one the intervention team had used in the first cycle, the one that Marin had sealed with the Warden Intelligence's cooperation while the rest of her team was dying. There had been one anchor in the documentation. The documentation had described one anchor. He went to find Cassiel. Cassiel was in the Hold's library, which was where Cassiel went when he was doing the work of cross-referencing his first cycle memory against available primary sources. The Hold's library was thin compared to the vault, the official records of an organization that had been in sustained conflict for long enough that documentation was not always the priority, but it had the survey maps and the operational logs and the geological records and the pre-war administrative documents that the Hold had preserved. Cassiel had been working through them for 3 weeks. He was at the table when Taelo found him. He was reading a pre-war administrative document with the focus of someone who was not reading for content but for implication. Taelo put the system alert in front of him without preamble. Cassiel read it. His face did not change. Not the no-performance stillness of his processing mode, the specific stillness of someone receiving information they had considered a possibility and had hoped was not the one that actualized. The stillness was not surprise. It was the completion of a dread that had been open. He said, in the first cycle, the intervention team documented one anchor. He said it carefully. He said, they documented the one they found. He said, the documents do not say there was only one. Taelo looked at him. Cassiel said, there was a second anchor. He said, in the first cycle it was at a different location, one he had never had access to. He said the location had been in territory that was inaccessible to him during the first cycle for reasons that were different from the reasons the vault had been inaccessible, not physical blockage but controlled access, the specific inaccessibility of something that was inside someone else's operational radius and they were not sharing. He said, the second anchor's location in the first cycle was in territory held by a different faction. He said, the intervention team had been aware of it. He said, the intervention team had tried to negotiate access and had been refused and had run the intervention with one anchor instead of two because the window had closed before the negotiation had resolved. He said, the documentation in the vault had described the intervention as if one anchor was the complete mechanism because for that team, in that cycle, one anchor had been all they had. He said, the documents were accurate about the attempt. They were incomplete about the mechanism's design. Taelo said, the mechanism was designed for two. Cassiel said, the mechanism was designed for two. He said, one anchor could initiate a partial activation. He said, this was consistent with the first cycle's result. Partial activation, partial vitality recovery, not sufficient for full stabilization. He said, two anchors activated simultaneously through the same coordinator interface produced the combined resonance the full mechanism required for complete stabilization. He said, and now someone has destabilized the second one. Taelo said, someone found it. Cassiel said, someone or something. He said, the second anchor's location in the first cycle placed it in proximity to a dungeon gate that had been active since early in the current cycle. He said, it had been in the hold's operational awareness as an inactive gate, one that had opened and not produced creature incursion at the expected scale. He said he had noted this as unusual and had not yet resolved what it meant. He said, he thought he knew now what it meant. Taelo said, the gate opened over the second anchor the way the eastern gate opened over the vault. Cassiel said, yes. He said, and whatever emerged from the gate, or whatever the gate's activation activated in the anchor's proximity, the anchor has been destabilized. He said, destabilization is not destruction. He said, the classification was specific. He said, a destabilized anchor was not a destroyed one, it was an anchor that had been interfered with at the system level, whose dormant state had been disrupted, whose activation mechanism had been compromised. He said, it could potentially be restabilized. He said, if someone who understood the mechanism's architecture could reach it in time. He said, with a coordinator class interface. Taelo held this. He held all of it simultaneously, the two-anchor mechanism, the destabilization event, the step change in the world's vitality, the timeline he had been building that was now no longer the timeline it had been 20 minutes ago, the gap between the current network configuration and the third conditions threshold that had not closed and had just become more urgently relevant. He thanked Cassiel and left. He went to the window. Not the northern exposure, not the eastern exposure, the southern window, the one that looked out at the hold's interior and the wall and the plains beyond it. The same plains that ran to the dungeon gate 7 miles east and the vault and the anchor in its housing and the second anchor somewhere in the hold's operational radius in a direction he needed to resolve with the geographic data from Cassiel's first cycle memory. The dying world looked the same as this morning. This was the thing about step changes, they did not look like anything. The mathematics of the world's vitality architecture had shifted in the 3 weeks he had been here and the shift was invisible to observation and visible only to the system, which was reporting it to him through the alert format it had not used before. The cold was the same cold. The dead farmland was the same dead farmland. The eastern sky was the same eastern sky. But the math had changed. He ran the timeline derivation he had been building, the rate calculation that had been close to resolved when Gareth had arrived at the door. He ran it against the step change, against the new vitality reading, against the destabilization event and what Cassiel had said about the mechanism's two-anchor design and what the activation required from both simultaneously. The timeline he had produced at dawn was no longer the timeline. The new timeline was shorter by a margin that he could not yet calculate precisely because the destabilization event had introduced a new rate variable he did not have enough data to quantify. He knew the direction. The direction was less time than before. He would know the specific number when he had data from the system's ongoing vitality monitoring for the next 12 to 24 hours. He did not have 12 to 24 hours to wait before beginning to act. He was looking at the window when Seraphine came into the room. She did not ask what happened. She read the quality of the room the way she read every room, on entry, completely, without being asked. She had been in the hold's eastern section doing the gate status check when the alert had fired. She had returned without being summoned because the quality of the structure upon her return had told her something had changed. She said, Cassiel's expression when he came through the building on the way to the library. She said, there was something in his first cycle knowledge that the destabilization alert connected to. He said, yes. He told her. 2 anchors. 2 anchor mechanism. The intervention team had only 1. The partial activation in the first cycle had been partial not because the coordinator substitute had failed but because the mechanism was incomplete with only 1 anchor. Marin's documentation had described the attempt accurately and incompletely because the incomplete attempt was all the team had run. Seraphine was quiet. She processed with the speed she always processed. Not fast in a way that skipped steps, fast in a way that did not waste steps. When she was done she said, we need both. He said, yes. She said, the second is destabilized. He said, yes. She said, destabilized is not destroyed. He said, Cassiel said restabilizable. He said, with the right interface reaching it in time. She said, coordinator class interface. He said, yes. She said, stage 1 or stage 2. He looked at her. She was looking at the window. The question was accurate. It was the specific question that the situation produced if you understood the architecture, the question of whether the restabilization of a destabilized anchor required the same stage 2 activation that the anchor's primary function required, or whether there was an interface operation that stage 1 could perform. He said, he did not know yet. He said, the vault's documentation described activation requirements. He said, he had not read restabilization requirements because the documentation had not described a destabilization scenario. She said, then we need to read the documents again. He said, yes. She said, tonight. He said, yes. He pulled the list. The physical list, not the one in his head, the one he had been building in the common area on paper, in the format he had learned was more useful than mental storage for things that needed to be sequenced against each other rather than just stored. He had been building it since the mountain range. He had been adding to it every time the situation expanded to include something that needed to be tracked against everything else. He found the end of it. The current entries stopped where the morning's work had stopped. The rate calculation derivation, the Daria location plan, the Ren development trajectory, the stage 2 threshold proximity and what the morning's field exercise had done to the position. He looked at the blank space below the last entry. He started adding. The second anchor's location, unknown, pending Cassiel's first cycle geographic data cross-referenced with the current cycle's maps. Priority, immediate. Restabilization interface requirements, unknown, pending second reading of vault documents. Priority, immediate, concurrent with location identification. Stage 1 versus Stage 2 for restabilization, unknown, derivable from documents. Priority, concurrent. World vitality step change rate, calculating, requires 12 to 24 hours of monitoring data. Priority, ongoing. Daria, still unlocated, still the largest single component of the network gap, still carrying an unawakened elemental core that the intervention mechanism required. The timeline for finding her had just changed. Everything about the timeline had just changed. He did not write it with the word urgency because urgency was a feeling and this was a list. He wrote it with the number of days the timeline could now accommodate and the number was smaller than the number he had been working with this morning. Second anchor destabilization source, unknown. Something or someone had interfered with the mechanism. The interference was either a dungeon entity with sufficient system-level capacity to disrupt an anchor's dormant state, possible, the system's classification had not specified cause, or an actor with knowledge of the mechanism's existence and intent to prevent its activation. The second possibility was the possibility he was going to assume until he had evidence ruling it out because the second possibility required a different response than the first and the wrong response to the second possibility was irreversible. He wrote, determine destabilization cause. He wrote, assume intent until disproven. He wrote, 3 days to Valley Northern Edge, 3 days back, Daria's awakening timeline unknown. He wrote the number that the timing produced against the new timeline and looked at it. The number was uncomfortable. He had been working with uncomfortable numbers since the mountain range. The size of the discomfort was new. He looked at what he had written. The list was longer than it had been when he woke up. This was accurate. The situation was larger than it had been when he woke up. The list's length was evidence of the observation working correctly, not evidence of the situation being unmanageable. He had been telling himself this since the dungeon's first room, and it had been true every time, and the fact of it being true every time was itself data. He thought about the cathedral's 12 documents and Marin's handwriting and the precise care of someone writing against a clock they were losing. He thought about what the clock had looked like from where Marin was sitting, in the vault, with her team failing around her and the anchor partial activation behind her and the documentation in front of her that she was going to finish because finishing it was what could be done. He thought about what could be done. Seraphine was still beside him. The window was still the window. The dying world was still doing what it always did, the orange-gray horizon the same orange-gray, the holds guard rotation completing its cycle in the same intervals it always completed. But the math had changed. He said, Bowen. He said, Ren. He said, he needed everyone in the common area. She went to get them. He did not need to ask her not to get Gareth because she already knew that Gareth was not in the common area configuration yet. He was in the monitoring category, active trajectory, not yet at the point where his presence in a planning session would produce more value than it would cost in management. He looked at the list one more time. Then he went to the common area and started working before anyone else arrived, because the time between the decision to work and the arrival of the people you were working with was time that could be used, and Taelo had a very long-standing policy about time that could be used. He used it. He pulled the vault document copies, the classifications and headers he had been able to record from the 12 documents in the secondary vault, the incomplete picture that the language barrier had left him with, and ran them against the new information from Cassiel. He was looking for anything in the documentation structure that suggested the mechanism's designers had anticipated a destabilization scenario. He was looking for a secondary protocol, a contingency, the specific acknowledgement of a failure mode that the designers had thought carefully enough about to build a response to. Marin had been the kind of person who thought about failure modes. She had documented the compatibility failure distinction with the precision of someone who had already been thinking about what the next person would need. She had organized the vault with the logic of retrieval under stress. She had stayed alive long enough to document everything while her team was dying and had then left the warden intelligence to seal what she could not. If there was a restabilization protocol in the documentation, she had put it there. He was going to find it. The common area filled around him, Bowen arriving first, because Bowen was always close, then Ren, who came with the spatial assessment of someone whose field martial class was now reading everything through a slightly expanded lens, then Cassiel from the library with the geographic data Taelo needed for the second anchor's location, then Petra from her logistics position with the look of someone who had read the alert on the hold system interface and had already begun running the supply. Implications. Seraphine returned and stood at the window. He looked at the room. Network active. The system's evaluation of the collective. The configuration that the first cycle had not had, that the conditions of this cycle had produced, that the cathedral's trial had assessed and designated, and that the 12 documents in the secondary vault had been waiting 30 years for someone to bring to the anchor's threshold. The network was here. The anchor was dormant. The second anchor was destabilized somewhere in the hold's operational radius by something that he was going to determine was accidental or intentional and respond to accordingly. Daria was at the valley's northern edge, unawakened, carrying the thing the mechanism required most. The world's vitality had dropped. He said, "Here is what we know." He said it with the tone he used when the meeting was beginning, and the meeting was beginning now. He said, "Here is what we are going to do about it." He started talking. The list kept growing behind him as he talked. In the common area's ambient light, the chalk markings from previous sessions still faint on the table's surface, Ren's spatial diagrams, Taelo's condition mappings, the network configuration numbers. The new entries sat at the end of the list. They were specific and urgent and had paths. The paths were what he was going to explain. The light through the window was the gray of pre-dawn when Taelo added the 14th entry to the list. Not the beginning of work, the continuation of it. He had slept between the second hour past midnight and the 6th, which was 4 hours and was the number that made sense given the variables. The calculation requiring completion before the unit meeting, the second anchor's geographic data requiring cross-referencing against Cassiel's first cycle memory before the cross-reference had a deadline, the vault document classifications requiring a third pass against the new information about the two-anchor mechanism. 4 hours was the number the situation allocated. He had taken it and woken up when the problem was still there, which it always was, and had returned to the table. Ren had come to the door at some point around the 3rd hour. Not knocking, a specific sound at the door, the sound of someone who had arrived and was waiting to determine whether arrival was welcome before committing to entry. Taelo had said, "Come in." Ren had come in and looked at the table and looked at the map fragment Taelo had been working with and had sat down across from him and had not asked what they were doing because what they were doing was visible. He had pulled the spatial layout of the contested region from the hold's geographic records. Records Taelo had already been reviewing, which Ren had determined from the position of the papers rather than from anything Taelo had said. He had begun running the terrain. They had worked through the remaining night hours without much conversation, which was the specific working mode of two people who were reading the same environment from different angles and had discovered that their readings complemented each other most effectively when the conversation did not interrupt the reading. Taelo read the system data, the vitality architecture, the alerts coordinates, the pattern of the destabilization event. Ren read the terrain, the geographic constraints, the movement corridors, the positions of the contested territories' known features against the coordinates the system alert had flagged. 200 miles northeast. He had known it was not going to be simple. Simple was not a category that the situation had been operating in since the mountain range. But 200 miles through contested terrain on a timeline that had shortened overnight was the specific variety of not simple that required the spatial calculation to be done correctly before the physical movement began, because errors in spatial calculation in contested terrain had costs that could not be recovered from. Ren had the route by first light. Not a single route, 3, in the field marshal format that Taelo had been watching develop since the zone assessment. Primary, with its contingency branches. Secondary, accounting for the two most likely compromise scenarios at the primary's critical points. Tertiary, the route that was slower and longer and used if the first two options closed. Taelo looked at the three routes against the timeline and the vitality rate. He added the 14th entry, departure today. The unit assembled in the common area at the hour when the hold's morning configuration was completing its shift. Cassiel was already there. He had not left after the step change alert. Taelo had known this from the passive mind's lens read at the third hour, when Cassiel's profile had been in the common area with the specific ambient quality of someone who was awake and holding rather than sleeping. He had been there through the night with the quality of waiting that a person had when they had run a version of this situation before and knew that the version they had run had ended badly. He was not panicking. He was holding the weight of knowing, the weight that a regressor of the first cycle carried when the second cycle was approaching the point where the first cycle had failed and the approach was faster than expected. He sat in the common area with it the way Bowen sat with injuries, acknowledging the weight, not pretending it wasn't there, not letting it determine what came next. Taelo laid out what they knew. He did it in the order that made logical sense rather than the order that would be most efficiently reassuring, because reassurance was not what the situation required and the unit had developed past the stage where he was managing their emotional response to information. He told them about the two-anchor mechanism, the complete picture, not the one-anchor picture he had been working with until Cassiel had filled the gap. He told them what the vault's documentation had not specified and what Cassiel had supplied. 2 anchors, simultaneous activation, combined resonance for complete stabilization. 1 anchor produced partial activation. The first cycle had proven this with the specific precision of a failed experiment that was documented accurately. He told them the second anchor's system signature indicated it was not destroyed. Destabilized, which was a different classification and the difference mattered. A destroyed anchor was an absence. A destabilized anchor was a presence with its mechanism compromised, which meant the mechanism could potentially be addressed. The distinction was the gap between no path and a path, and he was treating it as a path until the evidence said otherwise. He told them the interference pattern was deliberate. He had run Mind's lens on the system alerts data trail overnight, which was not an application the lens had been designed for. Entity reading was its substrate, not event reading. But systems had architecture and architecture had patterns, and the lens had been adapting its processing framework since the Warden intelligence interface had shown it what reading a non-biological system felt like. The trail was partial. The read was incomplete. But at the edge of what the lens could resolve, in the notation format the system used for structurally significant designations, there had been a classification. Counter-architecture. He said the word and the room received it with the specific quality of a room receiving a new category of threat, not fear, the adjustment of people who had been operating with an incomplete map and had just had a new territory added to it. He said, the thing that interfered with the second anchor is not operating against the world in the way the dungeon operates against the world. He said, it is operating against the intervention mechanism specifically. He said, it does not want the dungeon cleared. He said, it wants the vitality to keep declining because something benefits from the declining. Cassiel was very still. The stillness that preceded him saying something he had been holding. He said, in the first cycle there had been reports. Secondhand. Never confirmed. Reports of entities that operated at the system level rather than the creature level. Not dungeon bosses. Those were system managed but biologically instantiated creatures that the dungeon produced through its generation architecture. Not summoned beings. Something else. Something that had been present in the world's architecture since before the current dungeon cycle, built into it the way the Warden intelligence had been built into the vault's architecture, with a directive, running the directive, not requiring a body to run it. He said, he had never encountered one directly. He said, in the first cycle, the reports had come through 3 degrees of separation and had been categorized as probable rumor by the faction leadership. He said, the faction leadership had been wrong about several things in the first cycle and he had noted this one as something to investigate in the current regression and had not yet gotten to it. He said, if something system level has been interfering with the anchor, the threat category has changed entirely. Taelo said, yes. He said, the counter-architecture designation is the system's own classification for the entity. He said, the system knows it exists. He said, the system has a name for it. He said, The name tells him it is not a failure of the world's vitality architecture, it is a deliberate opposition to the intervention mechanism. He said, the mechanism exists because something in the world's design determined that stabilization was possible. The counter-architecture exists because something else determined that stabilization was not in its interest. He said, the dungeon is not the disease. Cassiel said it with him, the same sentence arriving simultaneously from two people who had reached the same conclusion through different routes at slightly different speeds. Someone has been running the dungeon. The room was quiet. Bowen was quiet in the way that Bowen was quiet when something required sitting with rather than responding to. He sat with it with the complete stillness of someone who had accepted his function in a situation and was not trying to expand it beyond the function. Ren was quiet in the way that someone who had just had their map of the operational environment updated by a significant revision was quiet, processing, spatial remapping, running the new variable through the 3 routes and identifying what changed. Petra was quiet in the way that she was quiet when she was calculating the implications downstream of a piece of information that had just changed the size of what she was managing. Seraphine was at the door. She had been at the door since she entered the room, which was the position she occupied when she was waiting to move rather than waiting to process. The door position was not distance from the meeting, it was orientation. She was already facing the direction they were going. Taelo looked at the room. He said, they moved today. The Hordes morning was running its standard configuration when he reached Aldrich's office. He told Aldrich what he could tell him. He told him the unit was deploying on a time-sensitive operation in the contested region, that the operation was in direct support of the world vitality situation, that the specific mechanics of the situation were classified at the level of the vault and the vault's access was controlled for reasons that remained sound. He told him the hold should prepare for a potential secondary dungeon escalation if the timeline could not be met, not a gate activation, something larger, the specific escalation category that occurred when the world's vitality architecture lost enough stability to stop containing the dungeon's expansion to its current gate structure. Aldrich asked how many people he needed. He said, the ones he had. He said, he would take 3 additional fighters from Gareth's unit for the contested terrain transit. He named the 3 specifically, the ones whose profiles he had read in the early camp days and had filed as the most capable members of Gareth's fighters for this specific kind of operation. Not the strongest. The most adaptable, which was the quality the contested terrain required. Aldrich said, Gareth will want to know that. He said, tell him the unit is operating at capacity and the additional fighters are a transit resource, not a unit expansion. He said, Gareth would understand the distinction. He said this because Gareth had sat across the table from him for 2 hours yesterday and had asked about the diminisher trait with the word request used in place of demand, and a man who had made that choice understood the difference between being included and being adjacent to something he was not yet part of. He would understand the distinction because he had spent 2 hours learning that understanding distinctions was what the situation required. Aldrich said he would communicate this. He said it with the voice of a man who was not certain it would land cleanly and was going to communicate it anyway because the operational logic was sound and the operational logic was what Aldrich ran on. The contested territory announced itself before they reached it. Not with a sign or a boundary marker, with the specific quality of landscape that had been fought over without resolution, the visual record of sustained conflict in terrain that neither side had been able to hold permanently and both had been able to keep returning to. Old fortification lines ran perpendicular to their route, the stone of them partially collapsed and partially maintained, the maintenance being the current occupants and the collapse being whoever had last lost the ground. Supply depot ruins at intervals, the specific ruins of structures that had been functional and had then been destroyed as a tactical choice rather than a consequence of combat. The geography of impermanence, the specific aesthetic of a landscape that had been a battlefield for 3 years and had stopped looking like anything other than a battlefield. The 3 fighters Gareth had provided moved through it without friction. They were professionals in the specific sense of people who had been doing their job long enough that the job had become the shape of their existence rather than something they performed. They did what they were here to do: transit resource, contested terrain navigation, threat management at the flanks. They did not ask questions about the anchor. They did not ask about the system alert. They were here because Taelo had requested specific people and Gareth had released specific people and the specific people were performing their specific function. Ren navigated. The field marshal class was awake and running in the contested terrain with a different quality than it had run in the dungeon zone assessment. The dungeon zone had been a controlled condition. Taelo had built the scenario deliberately, had put Ren in the configuration that matched what his class was built for. This was not a controlled condition. This was actual contested terrain with actual operational stakes, and the class was responding to it with the specific quality of something that had been waiting for exactly this. He called adjustments in the route before the obstacles presented themselves. Not always. At the points where the terrain's information was insufficient even for his processing, he would pause and read and move only when the read was complete. But the frequency of correct preemptive calls was increasing. He was learning the class the way the class was built to be learned, by running it against real operational problems, by letting the field marshal processing engage with conditions that required it rather than conditions that approximated it. At the 40-mile from destination mark, he stopped calling for a moment and looked at the terrain around them. Not at the terrain. Through it, with the specific quality of spatial processing that Taelo had been watching develop since the patrol walk, the look that meant Ren was running a model that extended beyond what his eyes were reporting. He said, "Something has changed in the environmental math." He said it quietly, to Taelo, not to the full group. The tone of someone reporting an observation rather than raising an alarm, precise, factual, without the performance of urgency that would have communicated less than the words themselves. Taelo was already reading it. The system feed had gone quiet. Not offline. Not disrupted in the way that external interference disrupted a signal. Quiet in the way that a room went quiet when something entered it that changed the quality of the space, when the ambient information of an environment was suddenly being managed by a presence that had not been present before and that was not yet making itself known through direct action. The presence was reading them. He could feel it in the lens's peripheral operation. Not a scan, not the active read he directed at entities and environments, the passive background processing that the lens ran constantly. The passive processing had encountered something. Not an entity in the biological sense, not a dungeon construct in the warden intelligence sense. Something that existed at the layer below those, at the architecture layer, the layer where the world's systems ran their foundational operations. He had read the warden intelligence at the architecture layer. The warden intelligence had been a construct, designed, installed, running a directive. This was not a construct. Constructs had discrete boundaries, the specific containment of something that had been built and had edges. This was diffuse, present in the system feed the way an influence was present rather than the way an object was present. Counter-architecture. It knew they were coming. He looked at Seraphine. She was reading his face in the way she read everything, with the systematic completeness that did not miss the information his face was carrying, which was information he had not decided to display but that a person with her perceptual capacity received whether he decided it or not. He said, "It knows we are coming." The group was moving and continued moving because he had not said stop. He said it in the register of a report rather than an alarm. This is the current status, here is the relevant information, the decision of what to do with it follows. He said, "Keep moving." Then to Seraphine, in the specific register of the two of them, the register that the unit had developed implicitly, the communication layer that ran at a different frequency than the group's operational channel. The entity has not moved to intercept because moving would expose it to a direct coordinator reading. He said, "The lens can read systems when the conditions are right." He said, "It is staying passive because it does not know what the lens can resolve on something like it." He said, "It is running risk assessment and the risk assessment is telling it that direct engagement has uncertain outcomes." He said, "Entities that operate on directives try to avoid uncertain outcomes because directives were not built to accommodate them." She looked at him with the assessment that was always present and the other dimension that was always present and said, "So it is afraid of you." He said, "He would not use that word." She said, "It is running risk assessment on engaging directly with a specific person and has decided that the risk is too high." She said, "That is the operational definition of afraid." He looked at the terrain ahead. He said, "The word implies it experiences fear." She said, "The word describes the behavior. The experience is a different question." He said, he would not disagree with the behavior description. She said nothing further. She was looking at the terrain with the read she brought to everything she was about to move through, the complete spatial assessment, the ice affinity running its ambient temperature read on the environment, the SSS-Rank processing of a combat system that was always slightly ahead of the current moment. Bowen came up beside him. His leg had the managed hitch, not worse than the hold, the same managed condition that Bowen had decided was a condition to work with rather than a condition to resolve before proceeding. He moved with the specific quality of someone who had long-term experience managing a physical limitation and had developed a style of movement that accommodated it without advertising it. He said quietly, "It is watching." Taelo said, "Yes." Bowen said, "It has been watching since before the 40-mile mark." Taelo looked at him. Bowen did not have mind's lens. Bowen had battlefield empathy and immovable and steadfast and a guardian class at full expression and 20-plus days of operating alongside Taelo in conditions that had required paying close attention to everything around him. He said, "How did you know?" Bowen said, "The terrain changed quality about 200 meters back." He said, "Not the physical terrain, the quality." He said, "It felt like the moment before a fight when the other person has decided to fight and has not moved yet." He said, "That is a specific feeling and he had learned to trust it." Taelo filed Bowen's perception as a data source he had been undervaluing. He said, "Yes, that is what is happening." Bowen said, "Is it going to move on us?" Taelo said, "Not yet." He said, "It is calculating whether engagement is worth the exposure risk." He said, "They were going to give it nothing to recalculate on and keep moving." Bowen said, "Understood." He moved back to his position in the formation with the ease of a man who had received a clear operational instruction and had no additional questions about it. Ren called a route adjustment, not hesitant, definitive. He had registered the quiet in the system feed through his field marshal's ambient awareness of the operational environment and had updated the route to reduce their exposure in the terrain sections where the ambient quiet was most concentrated. He did not explain the update. He called it and moved. The three fighters adjusted without question. Cassiel moved with them and his face had the expression of someone who was managing the weight he had been managing since the common area, the weight of knowing, the specific weight that a regressor carried when the current cycle was approaching the point of failure, and the failure was different this time and the difference was not yet sufficient. Petra had maintained the communication line to the hold with the efficiency she brought to all logistical functions. At the 40-mile mark she noted the system feed change and said nothing about it because saying nothing was the correct response to a communication line in proximity to a counter-architecture entity. More information sent was more information potentially received, and what she needed to send to the hold was nothing until they were clear of the entity's ambient presence. She had made this decision without being told. Taelo noted it. The terrain continued. The counter-architecture entity continued to be present in the system feed's periphery, not static, which was information. It moved as they moved. Not intercepting, paralleling, keeping the same general orientation to the unit that it had maintained since the 40-mile mark. It was tracking. Not the tracking of something preparing to attack. The tracking of something that was maintaining situational awareness while running a longer calculation. He ran mind's lens at the specific angle he had found the previous night, not at an entity, at the system feed itself, at the architecture layer where the counter-architecture presence registered as a diffuse influence rather than a discrete object. The partial read had given him the counter-architecture designation. He wanted more than the designation. He wanted the directive. The lens ran. He held the read with the concentration that the Warden intelligence interface had required, the specific focus of the skill working outside its design parameters, adapting its processing framework to a substrate it was not built for, doing what it had been doing since day one when the dungeon system had called it useless and it had kept developing anyway. He got fragments. Not the clean profile of a biological entity. Not even the structured architecture of a construct. The counter-architecture was older than the Warden intelligence, older than the vault, older than the current dungeon cycle, something that had been present in the world's system architecture since before the system had the current form that the lens had learned to read. The fragments were impressionistic. A directive structure, like the Warden intelligences but more complex, more branched, the decision tree of something that had been running its directive for a very long time and had developed the decision tree through accumulated experience rather than through programming. The directive's core was not protect. It was not contain. The core, at the depth he could reach, was prevent stabilization. He held this. Not prevent the dungeon's creatures from spreading. Not prevent summoned ones from surviving. Prevent stabilization specifically, the exact operation the anchor mechanism was designed to perform. The counter-architecture entity had not been built to advance the dungeon's incursion. It had been built to prevent the world from being stabilized. Those were different objectives. He thought about what the difference meant. A dungeon incursion entity benefited from destruction, from the active expansion of the dungeon's territory, from the death of the world's inhabitants and defenders. The counter-architecture entity's directive was more specific. It needed the world to decline but not necessarily to be destroyed. It needed the stabilization mechanism to fail. It needed the vitality to stay below a certain threshold. He thought, why does something need the vitality to stay low without needing the world to be destroyed? He thought about what existed in a world with chronically low vitality that did not exist in a fully stable world. What a world with 23% vitality supported that a world at 70% did not. What the decline itself produced as a byproduct that the counter-architecture entity required. He did not have sufficient information to answer this question. He added it to the list. The list was running in his head in the mobile format, the format it took when he was moving and could not write and was tracking entries by the specific weight of each item in the organized space where he kept things that needed to be sequenced against each other. He had been running the mobile format since they left the hold. It was longer than the written version. He thought about Seraphine saying, "It is afraid of you." He thought about what uncertain outcomes meant to something that had been running a directive for longer than the current dungeon cycle had existed. Something that had adapted its decision tree through accumulated experience, that had successfully prevented stabilization through the first cycle's intervention attempt and through whatever had happened in the cycles before that. Something that had been winning for a very long time. He was the first coordinator class interface it had encountered. He had the lens, which could read system architecture. He had the network, active, developing, below the third conditions threshold but moving toward it. He was the specific combination of things that the intervention mechanism had been designed to work with and that the counter-architecture entity had apparently not encountered at sufficient development level in previous cycles to be required to engage with directly. It was tracking them and not intercepting because the risk assessment was running and the risk assessment had uncertainty in it that the directive did not have a clean response to. He said to Seraphine without looking at her. He needed her to know something. She looked at him. He said, the entity is not engaging because it is uncertain about what the lens can do to it at direct range. He said, the uncertainty is based on the read it is running on him. He said, if at any point it reassesses and decides the risk of him reaching the second anchor is higher than the risk of direct engagement, it will move. She said, and when it moves? He said, it is a system-level entity. He said, it is not physical. He said, standard combat engagement does not apply to it. He said, what applies to it is the coordinator interface and the specific capacity of the lens at direct range system architecture reading. She said, what applies to the physical manifestation of its disruption? He looked at her. He said, he did not know yet if it had a physical manifestation. She said, everything that operates in the world has a physical interface. She said, the vault's architecture had the vault door. The warden intelligence had the construct housing. She said, a system-level entity that has been interfering with a physical anchor had a physical interface with the anchor or it could not have interfered. She said, if it has a physical interface, physical engagement is possible. He held this. He said, total integration at full capacity against a system-level physical interface is a different problem than a dungeon boss. She said, yes. He said, we will need more information before we reach it. She said, we have 40 miles to get it. He looked at the terrain ahead. Ren was still calling adjustments, small ones, the route settling into its primary path as the contested terrain's geometry resolved into the specific corridor that the field marshal processing had identified as optimal. The system feed was still quiet in the specific way that the counter-architecture's presence made it quiet, the ambient management of an environment by something that did not want to be read directly and was working to prevent it. He ran the lens at the architecture layer again. He was not going to stop reading it just because the readings were partial and the entity did not want to be read. He was going to keep reading it until the partial readings accumulated into a picture he could use, because that was what he did with insufficient information. He ran the instrument until the instrument's accumulated output was sufficient, and the instrument was the lens, and the lens had been developing since day one of the dungeon, and what it could resolve today was not what it had been able to resolve yesterday, and what it would be able to resolve in 40 miles was not yet known. He kept reading. The terrain moved past. The contested territory's specific aesthetic of impermanence moved past. The old fortification lines, the depot ruins, the ground that had been fought over without resolution. The world at 23% vitality and declining in a step change that had changed the timeline and the list and the shape of the operational problem they were moving toward. The unit moved through it. Seraphine at the front. Ren calling the route from his position behind her. Bowen in the formation with the managed hitch and the complete reliability of someone who had decided his function and was performing it. Cassiel holding the first cycle knowledge like a weight that had been given context by the 12 documents and was now heavier and more specific than it had been before. Petra maintaining the communication line with the discipline of someone who understood that the line's silence was itself a message to the hold and was managing the silence accordingly. The three fighters doing what they were here to do. And him, at the center of the formation, not the center of the spatial formation, the center of the operational architecture. Walking through contested terrain with a plain spear and a skill that the dungeon system had called useless on day one, running mind's lens at the architecture layer of a world-level entity that had been successfully preventing stabilization for longer than any current participant had been alive, and reading fragments. The fragments were accumulating. He walked. The list ran in his head. He kept reading. The terrain changed at the 30-mile mark. Not the landscape's content, the landscape's quality. The contested territory's aesthetic of impermanence had been the impermanence of human conflict. The visual record of two forces failing to resolve a question through sustained force. What replaced it as they closed on the coordinates was older than that and more fundamental, the specific quality of ground that had been failing at the system level for long enough that the failure had become geological. The Earth here was less stable in the way that the Earth was less stable near the world vitality breach point the system had flagged. Not sinking, not cracked, unstable in the foundational sense, the way a structure was unstable when the thing beneath it had stopped performing its function. The grass, where it existed, had the color of something that had been drawing from a compromised source for too long. The dungeon incursion density was higher than the contested territory but less organized than any dungeon zone Taelo had operated in, creatures present in numbers that should have produced coordinated behavior and not coordinating, moving with the directionless aggression of something that had been operating without its usual organizing logic. The counter-architecture entity's interference with the second anchor had been radiating outward through the world's system architecture and the landscape was showing the radiation the way tissue showed infection. Not at the source, everywhere adjacent to it. Ren read all of this in real time. He navigated through it with the field marshal's continuous spatial modeling running at full output, the class doing the thing it had been built to do in the conditions it had been built to do it in. He called route adjustments before the obstacles presented themselves. Not always, not perfectly, the class was 1 week old and he was learning it as he ran it. But the accuracy rate was the accuracy rate of someone who had found the thing they were for and was using it completely, and the using had its own steadiness that was not the steadiness of confidence but the steadiness of correct application. He had been running the wrong math for the wrong context for 2 years of service. He was running the right math in the right context now, and the difference was visible in the quality of his movement through space. He called an adjustment 40 meters before a creature cluster that no one else in the formation had registered as a cluster rather than scattered individuals. Taelo had registered it through the lens 4 seconds earlier and had been preparing to call it himself. He did not call it. He noted that Ren had called it first and filed the note and kept walking. The second anchor's location was a crater. They saw it from the rise of a long-dead field boundary half a mile out. A depression in the landscape that was not the right shape for geological formation and not the right shape for battle damage. The specific shape of a place where something structural had failed at the world level, the ground around it having settled in the years since the failure into the particular topography of a scar. Not a wound, scars were healed edges, the evidence of a process completed. The ground here had the quality of something that had been compromised and had adapted to the compromise rather than recovering from it. The system showed the second anchor at depth. Below the crater floor, in the geology, in a housing that the pre-war architects had built for exactly this long-term containment, the same quality of construction as the vault, the same sense of something built by people who had expected to return and had built as if the return would need the thing they were leaving intact. The anchor's system signature was present but disrupted, the mechanism's architecture showing the specific fracture pattern that the system classified as destabilized rather than destroyed. And the sovereign custodian was here. It was not hiding. The passive tracking that had accompanied the unit since the 40-mile mark had resolved into something present and specific, not physical in the biological sense, not a body, not a shape that could be targeted or engaged with the combat vocabulary that had been the unit's primary language. It was a presence in the system architecture of the location, visible to the lens as a density in the system field, a concentration of something that the lens was working to classify in real time with the recognition that this was the most complex system-level read it had ever attempted. He held the read with everything the lens had. Everything it had was more than day one. More than the dungeon's first room. More than the first scan of Seraphine's profile that had hesitated and then returned more data than he had known the skill was capable of returning. The lens had been developing since the system called it useless, and it had not stopped developing since, and what it brought to this read was the accumulated architecture of every scan it had run across every person and creature and construct and system event and architecture layer it had encountered in the weeks since the dungeon exit. The read resolved. The system output arrived in the structurally significant notation format, the one it reserved for things it considered load-bearing in the world's architecture, the notation type he had seen on World Vitality Anchor and Unawakened Elemental Core and Original Cycle Record and Axis Point. Sovereign Custodian, Directive Active. The descriptor came with the designation. He read it. He read it twice to ensure the structure was complete before he held the content. An entity created at the world's founding. Not at the beginning of the current dungeon cycle. Not at the beginning of the war. At the founding, the specific word the system used for the beginning of the world's operational existence, the time before the dungeon incursions, before summon ones existed, before the vitality crisis had a name. Built to prevent external intervention in the world's vitality system. Not to help the world survive, to ensure the vitality cycle ran without interference. The natural process, the descriptor said. The natural process included decline. He held this. He stood at the edge of the crater and held this for the time it required. Not long. He was efficient with the time that understanding required because time was the constraint the situation had been operating under since the step change alert had arrived with Gareth still at the door. But he held it. The sovereign custodian was not evil. It was not malevolent. It was not the enemy. It was a mandate-driven entity running an original directive in a world that had changed past the point where that mandate made sense, the most faithful employee in the history of this world, still at its post long after the organization that built it had ended, still running its instructions with the precision of something that had never been told to stop. It had been doing its job. The job was killing everything. He explained this to Cassiel. He said it in the compressed sequential format he used when information needed to transfer quickly and completely without losing the parts that mattered. He said, it was built before the dungeon. He said, it was built to protect the natural vitality cycle from intervention. He said, it did not direct the dungeon incursion, it managed the spread, ensuring the decline ran at the natural pace rather than the accelerated pace that unconstrained incursion would produce. He said, it destabilized the anchor because the anchor is intervention in the cycle. He said, it has been doing the same thing for every previous attempt, in every cycle. Cassiel listened with the expression that was the specific expression of a man receiving information that recontextualizes an entire regression. The expression moved through the recontextualization visible at the surface, which was not his usual mode. Cassiel was a person who managed his visible processing. The recontextualization this time was too large for the management. He said, in the first cycle, they thought the dungeon was the enemy. He said, they cleared gates, fought creatures, built defensive lines. He said, they died at their defensive lines. He said, they never looked at the system level because the system level was not visible to anyone in the first cycle the way it was visible through the lens. He said, we have been fighting the symptoms. Taelo said, yes. The sovereign custodian presented its directive. Not through language, through the system architecture, in the notation format of a mandate-driven entity communicating with a system-level interface, presenting its logic in the format that the coordinator class could read. The logic was coherent. This was the thing he needed to hold while reading it. The logic was internally coherent, the mandate was reasonable given the world it had been written for, the actions it had taken were the correct actions for fulfilling the directive it had been given. The custodian was not wrong. It was right about everything in its directive, and the directive was written for a world that no longer existed. He read it. He read it with the full lens active, every upgrade, every adaptation, every evolved capacity that the dungeon and the forward hold and the vault and the field exercises and the contested terrain had built into it since day one. He read it the way he had read Gareth's profile in the cathedral and Seraphine's profile on the first passive sweep and Marin's handwriting in the third document from the right on the upper shelf. Not for the surface content. For the structure beneath. He found the gap. It was there. He had known it was there since the previous night's accumulated fragments, since the 20-mile mark where the lens's architecture layer reading had produced enough partial data to suggest the shape of the gap even if the specific edge of it had not yet been visible. Now it was visible. The directive applied to entities of this world. The mandate was to protect the world's vitality cycle from intervention by entities that belonged to this world's natural system. The logic was the logic of a cycle. The world system had evolved over time, had developed its current dynamics organically, and the custodian's purpose was to prevent external interference in those dynamics. The entities it governed were the entities that the world's founding architects had known existed, the world's creatures, the world's people, the world's dungeon system in its pre-incursion form. The summoned ones had not existed at the founding. The goddess's mechanism, the summoning that had grabbed Taelo from his kitchen counter and his cold rice and his job listings he had no intention of applying to, was not a feature of the world's natural system. It was something else. Something that had been added to the situation after the custodian's directive had been written, after the mandate's scope had been defined, after the founding's architects had specified what the intervention prohibition applied to. The summoned ones were not from this world. They had not been part of the vitality cycle. They had been pulled from elsewhere and deposited here. The custodian's directive had never been written to include them because the founding architects had not known they would exist. The gap in the mandate was not a loophole. It was a genuine absence. A category the directive had never defined because the category had not yet been created when the directive was written. He said to the sovereign custodian, through the coordinator interface, not a voice, not a gesture, a direct system-level communication, the class doing what it had been built to do at the level it had been built to do it, the thing that had been dormant until the conditions required it to be visible. He presented the gap. He presented it the way Marin had documented the compatibility failure distinction, accurately, with the specific care of someone presenting information to something that needed it to be accurate rather than comfortable. He said, your mandate governs the world's natural entities. He said, we are not natural entities of this world. He said, we were brought here by a mechanism external to the world's natural system. He said, the anchor activation we are performing falls outside your directive's scope not because we are circumventing your mandate but because your mandate was never written to include us. He said, you have been doing your job correctly. He said, you have always been doing your job correctly. He said, this is not your jurisdiction. The sovereign custodian processed 11 minutes. Ren counted them because counting was what Ren did with time that needed to be tracked. The field marshal's spatial modeling had a temporal dimension that he was still learning to use, and counting the custodian's processing time was the temporal equivalent of mapping a room. He stood at the crater's edge and counted while the unit held the perimeter and the dying world continued to be a dying world around them, and the system feed was full of the weight of a mandate-driven entity encountering a logical gap in its own foundation for the first time in however long it had existed. The custodian's existence had preceded all of them. It had been processing this directive for longer than the current cycle, longer than the previous cycle, longer than any of the documented cycles in the Vault's original cycle records. It had been at this job for the entire length of the world's recorded history. It had been running the mandate faithfully, with the specific fidelity of something that had never been given a reason to stop. It had never encountered the gap because the gap had never been presented to it. Previous intervention attempts had not had a coordinator class interface. Previous attempts had not been able to reach the system level where the mandate lived and where its edges were defined. At the 11th minute, the sovereign custodian went still. Not destroyed. Not defeated. The stillness of a system that had received input that its directive could not resolve. The specific suspend state of something that had reached the edge of its instructions and found that the edge did not cover this situation and could not be extended to cover it by extrapolation because the gap was categorical rather than interpretive. The custodian had not been designed for categorical gaps. It had been designed for a world that did not have categorical gaps. The world had developed one. The system architecture around the crater cleared. The diffuse presence that had been managing the location's system field since before the 40-mile mark dissipated, not violently, the way ice dissipated when Seraphine released it, the way the troll had released when it had been stabbed enough times. Gradually, the way the managed influence of something that has stopped managing withdraws from the space it had been occupying. The system feed became what it had been before the counter-architecture presence had entered it. Clear, legible, the normal ambient red of an active dungeon zone near a world vitality breach point. The second anchor's system signature clarified immediately. He said, "Now." Seraphine went into the crater. She did not run. She moved with the controlled precision of someone who knew exactly what the situation required and was performing it without waste, which was the quality she had brought to everything since the vine creature in the dungeon's first zone, since the one word that had kept him in the raid party, since the methodical scan that had swept the camp twice in his direction before their eyes had met across the chamber on the first night. The descent was physical. The crater floor, the cavity in the geology below it, the specific architecture of a housing built with the same intent as the vault's secondary door, to hold something important and keep it intact until the right moment arrived. She went down with the ice lattice providing light the way it had always provided light in the descents that had mattered. 12 minutes. He had known the repair would require sustained application. The custodian's destabilization had introduced a fracture in the anchor's mechanism that was reparable. The system's classification had told him this on the approach, and the custodian's suspend state had confirmed it by removing the interference that had been preventing the fracture from healing. What remained was the specific interface of ice elemental affinity at full integration applied to a system-level mechanism with the same precision that had found the tolerances in the construct lock and the Warden Intelligence's interface and every physical system she had ever read with her fingertips and decided to understand before she acted. She understood it. Then she acted. The unit held the perimeter. Cassiel stood at the crater's edge with the expression of a man who had been running toward this moment for longer than a normal lifetime and was watching it happen and choosing to let it happen without inserting himself into it. He had spent the regression finding the documents and finding the people and finding the path. The path was running. He let it run with the specific quality of release that a person had when they had been carrying something for a very long time and could finally put it down. Bowen stood where he was and was immovable in the specific way that was not stubbornness but function. The anchor notation the collective evaluation had assigned to him, constant, the thing the system had identified as worth its own field. The world needed a shield. He was a shield. He had been performing this function since the dungeon's first room and would continue performing it until the function was no longer required, and he did not think the function would stop being required anytime soon, and he had made his peace with this before they left the hold and was not revisiting the piece. Ren ran the terrain. The Field Marshal's spatial modeling was tracking the dungeon incursion movement in the surrounding area, the disorganized creatures whose lack of coordination had been the custodian's interference showing in the landscape, the incursion behavior that had been managed to a pace and was now running at its natural rate, which was faster. He identified the creatures that were moving toward the crater's position and called the information to the 3 fighters from Gareth's unit, and they responded with the professional competence that was why he had requested them specifically, and they held the perimeter. Petra managed the communication line and watched everything simultaneously with the attention that she had decided, at some point in the weeks between the dungeon's first room and this crater, was worth giving fully rather than managing at partial capacity. She was going to have to think carefully about this decision later and whether it represented a permanent revision of her operational approach or a situation-specific exception. She suspected she already knew the answer and was choosing to examine it at a time when the dying world was not having a structural event. When Seraphine climbed back out of the crater, the second anchor's system signature had stabilized. The fracture was sealed. The mechanism was intact. The paired architecture that the 12 documents had described as the world's intervention system, the 2-anchor design, the combined resonance, the full mechanism that the first cycle had never been able to complete, was present and operational at both nodes for the first time in longer than anyone currently alive had been measuring. He looked at the housing in his hands. He had picked it up without announcing the act. He had carried it from the hold in a secured container that Petra had organized because Petra was the person who organized the things that needed to be organized before someone thought to ask her to, and he had taken it out of the container at the crater's edge, and he was holding it now with the specific awareness of what it meant to be holding it. World Vitality Anchor. Dormant. Compatible interface. Coordinator class, stage 2 or higher. He was stage 1 with threshold proximity registered. He thought about Seraphine saying, "The acknowledgement will catch up." He thought about the system in the cathedral showing him access point and the network active evaluation and the 12 documents describing an interface class that became visible when the conditions required it. He thought about what the conditions were, not the dungeon's conditions, not the vault's conditions, all of it, the accumulated conditions of every decision that had been made since the mountain range, since the goddess had grabbed 47 people and the dungeon had sorted them, since a plain spear and a stolen bag and a man with a cold rice takeout container had started making a list and had not stopped. He held the anchor. He activated the coordinator interface. The system notification arrived at the moment of activation with the timing of something that had been waiting for the conditions to be met and had registered them the instant they were. Coordinator class, stage 2, active. He held this for exactly 1 second. Then he used it. The interface was not dramatic from outside. Ren would say afterward that Taelo had simply gone still, standing at the crater's edge holding the anchor, the stillness having a quality that was different from the stillness of a person standing quietly, a quality he did not have a word for yet but would probably find a word for after a week of thinking about it. The network had activated, not as something he could describe in sensory terms, as a structural fact, the class doing what it had been built to do, linking the nodes in the configuration that the third condition required. Seraphine. SSS-Rank, peak evolution, total integration. The capacity that had been the network's highest output node since the first scan in the camp chamber, the capacity that had shattered serpents and spectral knights and a stone golem's chest and repaired a destabilized anchor at the bottom of a crater. Running at full. Oriented toward the output the activation required. Cassiel, heroic and legendary across the distribution, the second cycle compound development, the first cycle knowledge transmuted into current operational function. Running at full. Bowen, guardian class, battlefield empathy, immovable, steadfast, anchor, constant. The system had known what Bowen was for before he had. Running at what Bowen always ran at, which was full, because Bowen did not have a partial setting. Ren, field marshal, awakening, 1 week old as a named class and years old as a function. Running at the output his development had reached. Him, coordinator, stage 2, active for the first time, running the interface between the network's combined output and the anchor's activation mechanism. The system notified him. Combined network capacity, sufficient. He held the connection. The 2 minutes that the third condition required were 2 minutes of sustained activation at full coordinator output with a full network, and the 12 documents had been accurate about this being the most demanding thing the class described. The accuracy was present in the quality of the holding, not painful, not dramatic, the specific demand of something that required absolute concentration without allowing the concentration to produce the rigidity that would crack it, the attention that could not waver. The lens running simultaneously on the network's real-time state because the coordinator's function was not just to activate the link but to maintain the architecture while it ran, to read the nodes and adjust and keep the output above the threshold for the full duration. At the 90-second mark Ren's output fluctuated. He read it the moment it began. The field marshal class, awakening stage, 1 week old, running at the full extent of its current development, encountering the point where its development ended and the activation's requirement exceeded it. Not failure. The honest limit of a class that had awakened a week ago and was running against a requirement that would have required months of development to meet with margin. 11 seconds before the fluctuation became a drop below threshold. He did not panic. He filed. He pulled from the nodes that were running above their minimum contribution, Seraphine's output, which had margin, Cassiel's distribution, which had margin in the categories complementary to what Ren's field marshal contributed, and redistributed the load through the coordinator architecture in the specific way that Stage 2 enabled and Stage 1 had not. Not compensating for Ren. Redistributing around the point where Ren was encountering his limit so that the activation's combined output remained above threshold while Ren's node held what it could hold without being asked to hold what it could not. For seconds. The redistribution took 4 seconds of the 11. The output stabilized. He held the remaining 30 seconds. He held them with the quality of attention he had given to everything in this story that had required it, the dungeon's tactical problems and the golem's gap and the vault's sealed door and Cassiel at the common area table in the pre-dawn hour. The quality that was not performance and was not the management of visible effort. Just the attention. Sustained. Complete. At 2 minutes and 4 seconds he held it 4 past the threshold because the activation pulse required establishment and establishment required margin and the documents had been specific about the margin and he was not going to save 4 seconds at the cost of the margin. The World Vitality Anchor responded. Both of them. The first anchor, in the vault 7 miles west, activated without anyone present to hold it because the coordinator interface's system link extended to the paired mechanism. The 12 documents had described this and the description had been accurate. They were a system. 2 nodes of the same intervention architecture, built to work in concert. The vault anchor's activation signal propagated through the world's vitality architecture simultaneously with the second anchor's, and the combined resonance that one anchor alone could not produce became present in the world system for the first time since the First Cycle's team had initiated a partial activation with one anchor and an insufficient interface and had achieved something rather than nothing and had documented the something accurately. The world's vitality rating moved. Not dramatically. He had known it would not be dramatic. The 12 documents had been precise about the nature of vitality restoration, which was not an event but a process, not a healing but an initiation of conditions for healing. What happened was what happened when the correct input reached the correct mechanism after the mechanism had been waiting for it. The system registered the input, updated its architectural state, and began running the recovery logic that it had been built to run and had not had the conditions to run. A movement. Slow. Structural. Fundamental. The specific movement of a system that has been declining and has encountered the reason to stop declining, not the dramatic reversal of a chart that had been going one direction suddenly going the other, the moment when the rate of a thing changes from negative to zero and then, slowly, to positive. The system notification arrived. World Vitality Anchor, activation sustained. Recovery conditions established. Estimated full restoration, variable, subject to continued network maintenance. He read it. He read continued network maintenance and held the 3 words in the place where he held things that required sitting with. He looked at Cassiel. Cassiel said, "It is not finished." He said it before Taelo said anything, reading the notification in his own class interface's peripheral feed with the speed of someone who had been reading system outputs for 2 cycles and had developed fluency. He said, the documents had said the First Cycle's team had not reached the activation. He said, they had not described what came after. He said, he had hoped it would be finished. He said this without the performance of disappointment. The honest acknowledgement of someone who had carried a specific hope and was updating it against accurate information. Cassiel had been updating against accurate information for 2 cycles and had become very good at doing it without breaking. Taelo said, the network has to be maintained. He said, the coordinator interface has to remain active in the world. He said, not constant activation, periodic maintenance, a sustained presence rather than a sustained event. He said, the recovery conditions required the mechanism to be re-engaged at intervals the documents specified and the intervals were specific and real and they were not going home. The group sat with this for a moment. Bowen said, he was not going home anyway. He said it with the ease of a man who had made his peace with something at some point during the journey from the hold and was reporting the peace rather than performing it. He said, his function is here. He said, the world needed a shield and he was a shield and that was what he was going to keep being. He said it with the complete simplicity of someone who had found the thing they were for and had never needed it explained. Ren was quiet for a moment. He said, he had been running linear patrol routes 3 weeks ago. He said it with the quality of someone taking inventory of the distance between where they were and where they had been, and finding that the distance was large and the direction was correct. He said, he had no strong feelings about going back to that. He said it with the first full smile Taelo had seen from him, not the precursor, not the adjacent expression, the actual thing, arriving on the face of a 22-year-old field marshal who 3 weeks ago had been told his mind was a hazard. Petra said, she had run the arithmetic on this situation multiple times since the vault and the conclusion was always the same. She said, the group with the best outcome probability for the next phase was this group. She said, she was staying because the math said stay. She said, and she wanted to be clear about that. Because she had been clear about everything else. She said it with the specific precision of someone who had decided that accuracy about her own motivations was the version of honesty she was capable of and was offering that version completely rather than the softer version she could have offered. Taelo looked at her. He did not say, I know. He did not say, thank you. He said nothing and his nothing communicated what it communicated and Petra received it with the understanding of someone who had been running parallel calculations on another calculator for weeks and had learned to read the outputs. Cassiel said, he had come back for the documents and found something he had not planned for. He said, the regression had given him the knowledge to find what he needed. He said, the second cycle had given him people he had not known he needed. He said it as a classification, accurate, without the performance of warmth that would have been less honest than the classification. Cassiel had operated alone for reasons that made sense given the first cycle's failure. He had encountered a reason to operate differently. He was staying because the reason was sound and the calculation was correct and Cassiel ran on correct calculations. He says, I stay. Seraphine said nothing. She was standing at the edge of the crater. She was looking at the landscape, the contested terrain, the hold's direction 7 miles west, the sky above them with the same dying world cold that had been in every sky since the mountain range exit, the same quality of a place that had been losing for a long time. She was looking at it with the full attention she gave to everything, the systematic read running its assessment, the assessment being thorough. Then she turned and looked at him. He looked back. He ran mind's lens on her with the full capacity of a skill that had hesitated on her first scan and had been building its ability to read her since, with Stage 2 active for the first time, with the coordinator's system interface running at the level it had been designed to run. The field displayed. Decided, resolved. The same word it had been since the cathedral, since the column had shown her bound and searching in gold light, and she had looked across 20 feet of ice diagram at him. The notation had changed, not the word but the system's classification of the word status. Not an active state. A resolved state. The notation of something that had been decided and had been decided long enough that the deciding was complete and what remained was simply what was true. And below it, in the structurally significant field, the field the system reserved for designations that were load-bearing in the architecture of the entities it tracked, the field where it had placed bound and then searching and then shielded and then the updates that had been tracking something the system had been watching build since the camp's first night. Axis point, paired. He read it twice. The system had caught up. He looked at her. She was still looking at him with the complete attention that she had been giving him since the tunnel in the dungeon, since the moment he had told her she favored her left side and she had stopped walking and looked at him and then walked again, since the 4 seconds in the chaos of the camp collapse where they had both stood in the same place reading the same situation without needing either of them to explain what they were reading. He said, paired. She said, yes. He said, the system decided that. She said, the system confirmed it. She said, she decided it in the tunnel. The tunnel. Chapter 5 of a story that had been building for 17 chapters since. The tunnel with the pressure plates and the spring-loaded panels and him calling safe sections in the compressed sequential format he used for information that needed to transfer quickly, and her moving into position behind him without being asked, for the first time since arriving at the camp, following the route he called without the processing delay that meant someone was deciding whether to trust. She had decided in the tunnel. She had been carrying it since the tunnel. Decided had been the status since the tunnel. He had first read it in the cathedral, had not known it was already old by then, had been treating it as a recent conclusion when it had already been settled for longer than most of the story's significant decisions had been running. She had decided in the tunnel and had carried it through every subsequent chapter with the patient completeness of someone who was waiting for the moment to become the right moment, which was not a passive waiting. It was the waiting of someone who understood that some things needed their full time and had given it the full time without impatience. He held this. He held it in the organized space where he kept the things that were most true, the place next to world vitality, 23% and the 12 documents and Cassiel's handshake and Bowen's first following and the laugh that was not quite a laugh and all the system words that had been building a picture he had been reading one word at a time since the dungeon's first room. He said, the network requires maintenance. He said, he was going to be in this world for the foreseeable future doing a job that had no defined endpoint. He said it with the accuracy that had always been the first thing he offered, not the performance of a declaration, the information. What was true, stated plainly, so that what followed it could also be plainly understood. He said, that is what you are staying for. She said, among other things. He looked at her. The full attention. Unmanaged. The same attention he had given to the things that required it across the entire arc of this story, given now to the person who had been the most significant system-level development in every chapter of it. She met it. The dying world was around them. It was less dying than it had been an hour ago. The recovery conditions established, the mechanism running, the vitality rating at the first positive movement it had registered in longer than the cycle records in the vault had been measuring. Not saved. Recovering. The distinction was the distinction the story had always been about, not the single action that resolved everything, the sustained presence that made the resolution possible and kept it possible, the long game that Taelo had been playing since the dungeon's first room. The work continued. The list would have new entries by morning. The network required maintenance. Daria was still at the valley's northern edge and needed to know what she was. Ren was Field Marshal awakening with a career's worth of development ahead of him. Cassiel had 2 cycles of knowledge and the people he had not known he needed. Bowen had a shield function and a healing leg and a world that needed both. Petra had the math and the capabilities she had stopped managing. He set the anchor's housing down carefully. He set it down with the care of something that had done what it had been built to do and had been put down gently for it. He looked at the list in his head, the mobile format, the full running total of everything that needed to be tracked against everything else. He closed the current page. He opened the next one. He looked at Seraphine. He said, there is a world to maintain. She said, yes. They started walking. Not toward the resolution, toward the hold, toward the next 7 miles of contested terrain and the route Ren would navigate and the communication line Petra would re-establish and the briefing Aldrich would need and the report that would go into the forward holds archive and the conversation with Daria that needed to happen as soon as the 3-day travel permitted. Toward all of it. The work that was the point. The sustained presence that the recovery required. The world around them continued. It was cold. It was the same cold it had always been. The cold of a place that had been losing for a long time and had turned a corner it did not yet know it had turned, The corner that would not feel like a corner for months, the corner that required continued presence to become the thing it was beginning to become. The eastern sky was the eastern sky. But the orange-gray had changed in a way that was not visible yet and would be visible in the weeks and months that the recovery conditions were establishing. The change was in the system architecture. The change was in the direction of a number that had been moving one way for longer than any of them had been measuring and had just begun, slowly, to move the other way. They walked. The unit walked. The list had new entries by the time the hold's lights came into view. He was already working.